Tianyuan Federal City Number 11, First Senior High School. The setting sun hung low, and the amber light slanted through the sliding glass windows into the classroom of Grade 2, Class 3, making the dust motes drifting in the air clearly visible. In the corner of the classroom, a teenager wearing a blue and white school uniform sat quietly with his head down. His legs under the desk were trembling uncontrollably. He stared blankly at his textbook, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the pages, magnifying the tiny printed letters. His name is Chen Xiu, and he is just an ordinary student in this class. Recently, there have been suspected sightings of reawakened ones around here. 2 children from the second high school have already gone missing. Letting you leave school early isn't for you to go play around. It's so you can get home earlier. Did you hear me clearly? On the podium, a middle-aged woman wearing black-rimmed glasses spoke in a cold, admonishing tone. In this era, some ordinary people have undergone mutations for unknown reasons. They possess superhuman strength, mind-boggling supernatural abilities, and infinite regenerative powers. Unless their forehead is pierced, they cannot die. But at the same time, these people have acquired a peculiar hobby, eating humans. Eating humans makes them stronger and serves as the energy source for their infinite regeneration. If they don't eat, their bodies will age rapidly until they die. In the classroom, hearing this, the students excitedly shouted in unison, heard clearly. Should I office him premisa parnaron to a bird to offer my question a week so or go even gratuities. After the teacher left, students started packing their bags, chatting in 2s and 3s about where to go for dinner after school or whether to play ball. Chen Xiu, sitting in the corner, was stunned for a moment before trembling as he closed his textbook. He didn't even have time to pack his things. He just grabbed his bag and stood up to leave. Chen Xiu, it's your turn for cleaning duty today. Where are you going? A girl with a ponytail and a face full of freckles blocked his path. The girl was the class labor committee member responsible for scheduling the cleaning duties for Grade 2, Class 3. Chen Xiu paused, lifted his bowed head slightly, and whispered weakly, I'm not feeling well. I'll make up for it tomorrow. As he said this, Chen Xiu tried to sidestep her to head for the back door, but she grabbed his arm. Do you think I'm a fool? You're trying to go play basketball with Qiming Yu and the others, aren't you? Finish cleaning before you leave? Ha! Hurry up and finish. We'll wait for you on the playground. Qiming Yu gave Chen Xiu an okay sign and walked out of the classroom with a group of boys. Hurry up and clean. You always make me nag you. The girl's voice suddenly cut off. Why are your sideburns turning white? As she spoke, she reached out to point at his sideburns. Chen Xiu instinctively slapped her hand away and, unable to hold back his voice, shouted, Don't! The moment he spoke, his face turned deathly pale, and the girl's hand froze in midair. The previously noisy classroom was like it had been hit with a pause button, and everyone's eyes turned toward Chen Xiu. The girl backed away, leaning against a desk, staring at Chen Xiu in terror. Your voice, why is it so old? Isn't it only reawakened ones who suddenly age? Chen Xiu, that person didn't finish the last 3 words. Chen Xiu didn't speak, he just stood there in silence. Chen Xiu is a reawakened one! Someone shouted. This sentence was like dropping water into hot oil. The quiet classroom exploded instantly. Reawaken, quick, run! Don't push me, don't fucking push! You people at the front door, hurry up and get out! The students in the classroom didn't bother to pack their bags, swarming toward the front door. The sound of crashing desks and chairs was piercingly loud in the corridor. Students in other classrooms turned their heads toward Grade 2, Class 3. When they heard someone shouting about a reawakened one, everyone was startled for a second before their faces turned white, and they started running along the corridor. Chen Xiu stood blankly in the room as a buzzing sound echoed in his head, drowning out all the surrounding noise. Chen Xiu walked numbly toward the back door, but tripped and fell hard. The sharp edge of a cabinet cut his palm, and bright red blood welled up. Chen Xiu's red-rimmed eyes trembled. He wiped at the wound with his sleeve with trembling hands, but before the fabric could even touch the cut, the flesh around it began to squirm, knitting the broken skin back together. At the same time, his sideburns turned a little whiter. How could I be such a monster? Chen Xiu's voice was soft, fragile, and haggard, like willow catkins caught in the wind. Tears as large as beans fell onto his palm, merging with his blood and turning crystal clear. He stood up staggeringly and pushed past the desks and chairs, running out of the classroom. Chen Xiu's family was poor. After his father died in a car accident, only his mother, Xu Yue, was left to support the family. That dilapidated tenement building was Chen Xiu's only sanctuary in this world. He just wanted to return to that familiar shelter and call his mother to see her one last time. This was the only thing on Chen Xiu's mind. Because of being a reawakened one, Chen Xiu's speed was much faster than others. He waded through the crowded streets, dashed out of school, and ran toward home. 5-suck convenience store, Shanghai bookstore, Gutong old hot pot, Haiyuan Malatong. Familiar buildings flashed by like light streaks. He was getting closer to home with only the 1.35-kilometer-long Luzhong Bridge left. Yet this short 1350 meters felt like an insurmountable chasm forever stuck in Chen Xiu's heart. To avoid a pedestrian, Chen Xiu accidentally slammed into the fence separating the sidewalk from the road. Due to his momentum, he flipped over the railing and crashed onto the cold asphalt. Screech! A speeding car braked hard, the nose dipping as a sharp, piercing sound of tires erupted in Chen Xiu's ears. Beep, beep, beep. The driver honked, rolled down his window, and yelled rudely at Chen Xiu, "Are you trying to pull a scam? The dash cam caught everything. Get the hell out of the way." The sudden commotion made passers-by slow down, and countless curious gazes converged on Chen Xiu. The honking and roaring of engines made Chen Xiu's ears throb. With his vision still blurred, he reached out to grab the railing to pull himself up, but his lack of strength and his hazy sight made him miss time and time again. More and more cars stopped behind him, and the cacophony of horns made the atmosphere on the bridge increasingly tense. Move it! Did your driving school not teach you how to start on an incline? What the hell is your problem? There's an accident in front. How am I supposed to move? Click! The driver of the car in front of Chen Xiu pushed his door open, stepped out with a cigarette in his mouth, and walked toward Chen Xiu impatiently. "Hey, Whitehair, are you deaf or something? Do you really want me to drag this to the Public Security Bureau?" As he spoke, the beefy driver reached out, grabbed Chen Xiu's hair, and yanked his lowered head up. When he saw Chen Xiu's face, his arrogant and overbearing expression froze. His pupils shrank to the size of needle points, and the fat on his face began to tremble uncontrollably. "Uncle, could you help me up?" The middle-aged driver loosened his grip with trembling hands, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse to the ground with a thud. His terrified eyes were fixed on Chen Xiu, and he began to scramble backward inch by inch, pushing off the ground with his hands. The air between the two seemed to freeze. Both held a tacit understanding, neither willing to break the equilibrium. Finally, when the middle-aged driver reached his car tire, he cast aside all dignity and shouted at the top of his lungs, "He is a resurgent! A resurgent!" With that, he crawled pathetically into the driver's seat and, ignoring the solid white line on the road, swerved into the other lane and sped away into the distance. When the afterglow of the sunset fell upon Chen Xiu's rapidly aging face, the entire crowd erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of car collisions rang out repeatedly. It really is a starving resurgent. Don't push me towards the resurgent. My child, where is my child? The crowd on the pedestrian walkway went wild, letting out piercing screams as they fled toward both ends of the bridge. Small children who couldn't dodge in time were slammed directly into the railings, wailing in pain. With a clang, the railing could no longer bear the pressure and collapsed, crashing down onto Chen Xiu's back just as he was about to straighten up. Cough. Chen Xiu let out a pained, soft cough. His graying eyes slowly focused, finally able to make out the things in front of him blurrily. He turned his head and cast a dull gaze toward his palm, pressing against the ground. The skin on his palm was as rough as tree bark, and fine, dense veins bulged on the back of his hand as if they were about to burst at any second. They didn't say on TV that it would age this fast, it seems. I won't be able to walk home. Chen Xiu pulled at his chapped lips with a bitter smile, and the faint color remaining in his eyes gradually faded. Once the identity of a resurgent is exposed to the sunlight, there is only one path left, death. This is what Chen Xiu had been taught by his teacher. Chen Xiu gritted his teeth, pushed off the railing, pressing on his back with his elbows, and crawled onto the pedestrian walkway with a hunched back. You don't. A child's voice filled with tears rang out in front of Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu stopped and raised his eyes to look ahead. It was a little girl who looked only 6 or 7 years old. Her face was smeared with grime, and she kept sniffing back her runny nose. Her foot seemed to be sprained. She could only sit on the ground, scooting herself backward continuously. Don't. Wah! As soon as Chen Xiu said a single word, the girl wailed as if she were a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Chen Xiu froze for a moment, then lowered his head and walked dejectedly to the side, stopping a dozen meters away from the girl and leaning exhaustedly against the guardrail. He pulled an old-fashioned button phone from his coat, bit his lip as he scrolled to Mom in his contact list, and after a long moment of hesitation, tremblingly pressed the call button. Beep, 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 ding. Hello, son? A gentle woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Xiu held the phone to his ear and whispered, Mom, what's wrong with your voice? We had poetry reading practice today, and I shouted too loud, so my throat is hoarse. Chen Xiu held back his tears and replied with forced lightheartedness. Can't you take better care of yourself? Mom only has you left in this world. Give me some peace of mind. Get some throat lozenges when you get back. By the way, did you get out of school early today? Yeah, the school seems to have a resurgent issue lately. I heard it's quite a big deal. Then get home early and watch your safety on the road. I left the stir-fried tomato and eggs I made at noon in the pot. Heat it up and steam some rice to eat with it. I won't finish at my stall until 12, so just go to bed early and don't wait up for me. Okay, I won't wait. Hey, why does your tone sound so downcast? Don't you love dumplings? Mom will wrap some for you tomorrow noon. You can cook them yourself tomorrow night. Chen Xiu was about to respond when dull siren sounds erupted from both ends of the bridge. Several pitch-black jeeps blocked the entire bridge with their bodies. A group of people wearing black combat uniforms with a clover emblem on their left chests got out of the vehicles and formed up in neat rows. In this era, besides Resurgence, there are others who possess special abilities. Unlike Resurgence, they do not experience accelerated aging after obtaining their powers and have the same lifespan as normal humans. But at the same time, they do not have the power of infinite regeneration. Simply put, they are just ordinary people with special abilities. Although much weaker than Resurgence, they are the strongest means for humanity to combat them. These people are designated by the Federation as Destined Ones. The Federal Special Ability Department is where most Destined Ones belong, responsible for handling Resurgence in various cities and maintaining social stability. The team in front of him was the Special Ability Department of City 11. Team 1 assembled. Team 2 assembled. Team 3 assembled. A middle-aged man with dark skin held a walkie-talkie, listening to the reports from each team. His name is Wang Zhongshan, the leader of the 4th Action Group of City 11's Special Ability Department. Just then, a fair-skinned young man walked up to Wang Zhongshan. Is it necessary to be this cautious? Isn't he just a student? Wang Zhongshan looked coldly at Gongqi. Most of this team are not Destined Ones. When facing a resurgent with unknown abilities and unknown threat levels, being cautious can avoid unnecessary casualties. As the deputy leader, I hope you can adopt this philosophy as well. Fine, you're the boss. You're always right, Gongqi chuckled. How are we killing it this time? The Federal Security Bureau says they need Resurgence for live experimentation. If possible, we should try to capture this Resurgent alive. With so many cities, it's not like they're short of this one for experiments, Gongqi muttered, tilting his head, a faint murderous intent flashing in his narrow eyes. Son, why do I hear Special Ability Department sirens over there? Did you run into that Resurgent? Xiu stood up from the other end of the line and asked nervously, Mom, you don't need to wrap those dumplings tomorrow. Chen Xiu crouched down, tears spilling from his eyes uncontrollably. Don't scare me. What's wrong? Did you encounter the Resurgent? Tell me, Mom is coming to find you. By the second half of the sentence, Xiu's voice was already laced with sobs. Chen Xiu looked at the special ability agents in the distance. It's too late. You brat, tell me right now. Xiu shouted at the top of her voice. I'm on the bridge opposite our home. If you can make it in time, Mom, I want to give you one last hug. With that, Chen Xiu hung up the phone and turned it off. He stepped into the gap of the guardrail and sat down, his back to the Lu River, facing dozens of cold black gun barrels on both sides. I haven't eaten anyone. I haven't broken any federal laws. Can you please not point your guns at me? I'm a little scared. Chen Xiu gripped the guardrail with both hands, looking around nervously. No one answered. Everyone remained in their original positions. Just then, the combat personnel on the left retreated to the sides, clearing a path. Wang Zhongshan and Gongqi walked out from behind them. Wang Zhongshan glanced at where Chen Xiu was sitting, his brow furrowing slightly. Half of Chen Xiu's body was already hanging over the void, with the raging Lu River below. You haven't eaten a single person? That's right, I haven't. I just turned like this for no reason this afternoon. I was perfectly fine before. Chen Xiu's eyes brightened at this, and he hurriedly explained. Everyone step back and lower your weapons. Wang Zhongshan raised his forearm. Although confused, everyone put away their guns and took 5 steady steps back. Although most resurgents are brutal, some still have a conscience and have done no evil. If the department verifies that you truly haven't killed anyone, we can use certain experiments to turn you back into a normal person. Really, Chen Xiu's hunched back instantly straightened. It is true. Wang Zhongshan beckoned, and soon someone handed him a pair of black handcuffs and leg shackles. Your school should have introduced these shackles designed specifically for resurgence. Put them on yourself. Verification takes time, and I can't guarantee you won't be aggressive toward humans. Saying that, Wang Zhongshan tossed the shackles in front of Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu looked down at the shackles and remained still for a long time, as if pondering something. What's wrong? Is there a problem? A flicker of impatience crossed Wang Zhongshan's eyes, but he masked it well. I've never seen a case on the news where they let a resurgent go like this. Are you lying to me? Once I put these on, will you kill me immediately? Chen Xiu stared straight at Wang Zhongshan. If I wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. Hearing this, Chen Xiu didn't speak. He knew that if there truly were a way to turn a resurgent back to normal, the Federation wouldn't hide it, so the man was lying. But what the man said was also the truth. If they wanted to kill him, they wouldn't go through all this trouble. The only possibility is... Chen Xiu's gaze deepened as he looked down at the raging Lu River. Even from such a distance, he could feel the power of its ceaseless flow. The only possibility is that they are afraid he will jump into the river, and they want to obtain his body to do something beneficial for certain people. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu's eyes curled slightly, and he looked expectantly toward one end of the bridge. I can wear them, but can I wait a little while? I just called my mom. She'll be here soon. If I could just see her from a distance and shout a few words, would that be okay? Both ends of the bridge are blocked. Which side is your mother coming from, and what are her distinguishing features? I'll have my men let her through, Wang Zhongshan said. From the west. Her features? My mom should be riding her three-wheeled pedal bike with a cold dish sign hanging on it. She probably didn't have time to take off her yellow armbands, right? That's enough. No need to say more. Wang Zhongshan grabbed his walkie-talkie. Did you hear that clearly? Understood. A voice replied from the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing those words, Chen Xiu's tense lips relaxed slightly as he turned his head to face the west. Time ticked by. After just 10 minutes, everyone's mood shifted from calmness to impatience and then to dissatisfaction. Especially Gong Qi, who was standing beside Wang Zhongshan. With his status, why should he play along with the resurgent sentimental games? Thinking of this, Gong Qi took off his black leather gloves. The combat personnel behind him saw this and were about to say something, but they were silenced by someone covering their mouths. Meanwhile, Chen Xiu knew nothing of this, his dry eyes fixated on the west. Finally, he saw a familiar figure. Just as he had anticipated, Xiu was riding that old three-wheeled bike, passing through the line of jeeps and rushing toward them, travel-worn and weary. My mom is here. She's coming this way. Chen Xiu turned his head to say something, but just happened to meet Gong Qi's cold and indifferent gaze. He formed his hand into the shape of a gun, squinted one eye at Chen Xiu's forehead, and made a sound with his mouth. Bang! The sound of a bullet tearing through flesh rang out across the scene. A blood-red firework exploded from the back of Chen Xiu's head, and the crystal-clear blood glistened brightly in the sunset. Son! Xiu shouted at the top of her lungs. Chen Xiu looked toward the direction of Xiu. Reacting a moment too late, he reached out instinctively to grab hold of something, but his head felt heavy as a lead ball, tilting backward uncontrollably, dragging his entire body down toward the river surface. In that moment, those few short seconds felt as if they had been stretched out by someone. The rushing sound of the water, the flapping of his school uniform, the cold wind whistling under the bridge, the bone-chilling ice beneath the river, and the embers of the setting sun. All sorts of chaotic sensations flooded Chen Xiu's senses at once. Why must I die? Why am I dying? Why is someone killing me? Chen Xiu's eyes were bloodshot, fine crimson veins spreading from his pupils as scenes of the beauty he cherished flashed before him like a slideshow. Splash! A small splash rose on the river surface, no more significant than an ordinary drop of water. Bright red blood drifted like a silk ribbon in the darkness with the current, while trails of fine bubbles surged toward the surface, and the beautiful memories in Chen Xiu's mind began to shatter along with his life. In an instant, an indescribable fury erupted like a volcano in Chen Xiu's chest. His heart began to tremble uncontrollably like an engine, and ripples pulsed out from his body. The beauty I cherish is so small, so why must it be erased by others? What right do they have to erase it, to destroy everything I hold dear? They ostracize. They fear. They resent me. So why am I the one who has to die instead of them? Why should I have to die just to satisfy their emotions? Chen Xiu's dim eyes grew as deep and oppressive as the ocean at that moment, and the hole pierced through his forehead began to heal gradually. At the same time, a piece of black glowing parchment appeared before Chen Xiu's eyes, with tadpole-like symbols squirming across it. Although Chen Xiu did not recognize these symbols, he could understand the meaning they expressed. Carry my body. Possess my power. Rise as a god again. My name is Pangu. Do you accept? I accept. After speaking, Chen Xiu was plunged into endless darkness, his body drifting southward with the turbulent undertow. He did not know who Pangu was, nor the meaning of the rest of the sentence, but he understood the meaning of those last two words. I have nothing left to lose. If this acceptance can change something, then that is fine by me. Boss, this guy is so strange. With such an aged body, how did he survive soaking in the Lujiang River for so long? The news even reported that he had a gunshot wound to the forehead. How is he even alive? I just make fried rice. How should I know? Hurry up and get some human blood for him to drink. His body is so aged that even drinking human blood won't restore him to his original state. Should we just throw him back into the Luzhong River? We've already picked him up. It's not right to kill one of our own kind. Go prepare some pork. Boss, have you lost your mind? If pork worked, why would other awakened take the risk of killing people? Well, other awakened also die from headshots. Anyway, we can't get human meat, so just feed him pork and see. It's like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. If he makes it, he makes it. If not, so be it. Fine, I'm going then. Footsteps faded away into the distance. Dazed and confused, Chen Xiu felt as though he were lying in a place that was very warm and soft. His eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his heavy eyelids slowly pried open. A blurry tungsten light bulb came into view, followed by a fuzzy face leaning right up against him. Who are you? Chen Xiu asked, his cracked lips slightly parting. My name is Li Ji. You can just call me Boss. If you can survive and are willing to stay here, then from now on, you shall be called Li Chen Xiu. Time is like running water, always slipping away through the cracks before one notices, never looking back. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Tianyuan Federation, City Number 11, rainy night. Neon lights intertwined with the drizzle. Cars traveled along the slick road under the guidance of traffic lights, their headlamps casting long beams through the rain curtain. Under the dim streetlights, raindrops shimmered with a pale silver luster like crystals. Pedestrians with various umbrellas walked or strolled through the rain. From a high vantage point, it looked like an overturned pallet, chaotic and unorganized. Among this disorderly crowd, one person was particularly conspicuous. He kept his head down without an umbrella, wearing a pure black hoodie that hid his entire face in shadow. With his hands in his pockets and a lollipop in his mouth, he strolled through the crowd. His big uncle, his second uncle, they are all his uncles, high tables, low stools. Hearing the ringtone, Li Chen Xiu turned to the side of the road and crouched down. He pulled out his phone, tucked it inside his hood, and pressed the answer button. Hello, this is the Keki Delicious Fried Rice Shop. How can I help you? You brat, where have you run off to? Did you go to the number 1 high school area? Get back here now, Li Ji shouted from the other end of the line. Boss, coming back is out of the question. If you want to dock my pay, then go ahead, Li Chen Xiu said while fiddling with his sparse bangs against the puddle-filled road surface. You really think your wings have grown strong, don't you? Tell me, why are you asking around about the whereabouts of the Special Investigation Bureau's 4th team? To kill them, naturally. With the right timing, place, and people, how could I miss such an opportunity? Li Chen Xiu said casually, his tone as light as if he were discussing what to have for dinner. Are you insane? You're only at the 1st band level right now. What are you using to fight them? Wang Zhongshan is at least a 3rd band. Do you think your life is too long? Li Chen Xiu smiled noncommittally and looked up at the passing vehicles. Over the past 2 years, Li Chen Xiu had learned many things he hadn't known before, such as the band levels. Individuals have differences in strength, which is why the concept of band exists. When an ordinary person trains all their bodily functions to their current limits, they then subject their nerves to certain stimuli, such as the death of a family member or extreme sports. Afterward, they can break the human genetic lock, allowing their bodily functions to reach higher limits. This is the 1st band. The 2nd and 3rd bands follow the same path. Destined ones are different from ordinary people. They start at the 1st band, and their subsequent paths to breaking the bands are the same as ordinary people. The awakened are special. They do not require mental stimulation to break a band. As long as they consume humans and strengthen their bodily functions to the limit, they can break the band directly. To avoid exposing his identity, Li Chen Xiu had relied on his unique nature over the past 2 years, consuming pork, lamb, and beef to maintain his youth and steadily increase his strength, an ability other awakened did not possess. After a long silence, Li Chen Xiu crushed the lollipop with a snap and tossed the stick into the drain. He stood up and said, I've watched videos of 3rd band destined ones fighting. I reached that level of strength half a year ago, even though I'm officially only at the 1st band. Even if you're confident you can win, can't you at least plan it out? Li Qingsha and I could both help you. No need, Li Chen Xiu interrupted Li Ji nonchalantly. Killing doesn't require a plan. Having the strength is enough. Can't you wait any longer? Li Ji asked, unwilling to give up. Wait, I've been waiting ever since I lay in that bed 2 years ago and learned of my mother's death. Boss, why do you think my mother jumped off a building? She loved me so much, but without even seeing my body, how could she have killed herself so hastily? Was she very desperate at that time? Li Chen Xiu's pupils grew deeper, and the hand holding the phone trembled slightly. There was no sound from the other end of the phone. I will kill them, and I won't let a single one of their family members go either. Beep! Li Chen Xiu hung up the phone and pulled his hood lower. In the split second, he turned around, his delicate features kneaded together like dough, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into the appearance of someone else. Haiwan Malatang is a hot pot restaurant that has been open for over a decade. It's affordable and known for its numbing, spicy, and flavorful taste. Every holiday, Xiu would bring Li Chen here to eat, and it holds Li Chen's fondest memories. Even on a rainy night, standing outside the door, Li Chen could smell the spicy fragrance wafting in the air. The steaming vapor inside and the chatter of diners made this tiny shop feel exceptionally warm and inviting. Li Xiu reached the front door, shook the rainwater from his collar, and walked inside toward the counter. "Kid, would you like to order a set meal?" A middle-aged woman with a kind face asked with a smile. Li Chen nodded. "A vegetarian set meal for one with an extra pack of instant noodles, and if possible, please make it extra spicy. Thank you." Just as Li Chen was about to turn away, the woman tugged at his sleeve. "Kid, you haven't been here in a long time, have you? That vegetarian set meal was discontinued a year ago. Would you like to try the beef set for one instead?" "Discontinued?" Li Chen looked a bit dazed. "Oh, sure. Make it the beef then." After ordering, Li Chen walked over to a table for two and sat down. "Sorry, there are no other empty seats." The middle-aged man sitting opposite him looked up at Li Chen once, then continued eating as if nothing happened. The man looked to be around 40, with dry, rough skin. He was wearing a gray shirt washed to a faded white, and there was black grime hidden under his fingernails. He appeared to be a manual laborer. "You've been staring at me ever since you sat down. Is there something you want?" the man asked without looking up. "If you find it tasty, you should eat more. You might not have the chance later." Li Chen pulled some napkins from the table and wiped his rainwater-stained hands. The man's hand, holding a meatball, suddenly trembled, and the meatball dropped into the oily broth. At this moment, Li Chen malatang was served. "Enjoy your meal." "Thank you." Li Chen pulled the malatang in front of him and started eating with his chopsticks. In contrast, the middle-aged man opposite him remained frozen like a statue. The middle-aged man glanced up at Li Chen in a panic, his left foot having already unconsciously shifted toward the outside of the table. "If you walk out that door, you really will die." Li Chen lifted his eyes slightly. The man's Adam's apple bobbed. After a series of internal struggles, he pulled his foot back and looked at Li Chen with a grim expression. "Who are you? Why do you say I'll lose my life if I step outside?" "There are over a dozen people watching this shop right now. Care to guess who they're waiting for?" At these words, the man's face went pale and every muscle in his body tightened. Still, he feigned composure and said, "What are you talking about? I don't really understand. What does this have to do with me? I haven't done anything." "Ha ha ha." Slurp. Li Chen slurped up some instant noodles with satisfaction and nodded before looking at the man. "Those people are from the Special Ability Bureau. They haven't made a move yet because there are too many people here. Once you get somewhere secluded, you'll be as good as dead." Li Chen smiled slightly. "Am I right, Awakened?" "You're the man." The man's pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. "How did you know I was an wait, no, I'm not an Awakened. You've got the wrong person." "If I'm wrong, why aren't you leaving after finishing your food?" Li Chen eyes curved into a playful, ambiguous smile. A bead of sweat rolled down the man's forehead, plopping into the mulatang and splashing red oil. "Who are you and why are you telling me this?" "I'm also an Awakened, but unlike you, I haven't been discovered yet. The reason I'm telling you this is naturally to help one of my own kind." As he spoke, Li Chen held out his left hand in front of the man. In front of him, he slightly curled his index finger and pressed down hard with his thumb, snapping it with a loud crack. Red blood pooled at the joint of his index finger, but Li Chen acted as if nothing had happened, shook his hand, and went back to eating his meal. When the man looked at Li Chen left hand again, the finger had already healed completely, without a trace of injury. "Do you believe me now?" Li Chen raised an eyebrow. The man nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. What should I do?" "In a moment, take me hostage and run toward Luzhong Bridge. Someone is waiting there to meet us. You're lucky this place is crowded. If we were somewhere else, these people wouldn't care about hostages at all." "When do we start now?" The man clasped his hands together, looking at Li Chen in a panic. "No rush, wait a little longer." "Wait for what? Are we waiting for the person meeting us?" "Wait for me to finish eating." The man, After a delightful and filling meal, Li Chen scanned the code to pay, feeling a slight sting of regret. His boss is truly a miser. With an hourly wage of only 5 yuan, Li Chen was forced to learn how to be stingy early on. After paying, Li Chen rubbed his belly, put on his hood, and was about to walk out. Suddenly, the man lunged at Li Chen back. He roughly clamped his hand over Li Chen mouth and locked him in a chokehold under his arm. The sudden scene stunned the diners and passers-by, and for a moment everyone subconsciously backed away. Ugh. Li Chen-xiu looked terrified, repeatedly hitting the man's armpit with his elbow and kicking his legs, but the struggle was futile. The man's arms were like giant crab claws, locking Li Chen-xiu firmly in place, unshakable. "Man, what do you think you're doing? Let him go or I'm calling the police!" The shop owner plucked up the courage to shout, waving her phone at the man. The screen was paused on the dialer with the Federal Security Agency's number, 112, already entered, ready to call. "Stay the hell out of this!" The man glared at her, turned around and kicked the glass door with all his might. Bang! The glass door shattered into countless sharp fragments, and the shards pierced through the rain, striking the bystanders on their chests, arms, and even their faces. "Ah!" A woman screamed, clutching her face as red blood seeped between her fingers. Many others who had been injured like her began to cry out as well. "What's going on? How is this guy so strong? Could he be an awakened? Why are you still standing around talking? Run. If you want to watch the show, go watch it from somewhere else." In an instant, the crowd turned into a mess, and everyone blocking the door scrambled toward the street. Taking advantage of the chaos, the man dragged Li Chen-xiu toward Luzhong Bridge. Meanwhile, people began to emerge from various shadows along the street. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, but their eyes were much sharper than those of the average person. "Team leader, the target has taken a hostage and left the marked point. Heading toward Luzhong Bridge, please advise," a young man said into his walkie-talkie. Buzz! The walkie-talkie emitted a hum, and then a voice came through. "Squad 1, disperse the crowds by the river and clear any illegal vessels. Set up a blockade. If the target attempts to jump into the river to escape, eliminate him immediately. Squad 2, evacuate the vehicles and pedestrians from Luzhong Bridge and blockade the west side. Place some cars and people at the bridge entrance. Don't let the target notice anything suspicious. Squad 3, continue tracking and blockade the other escape routes in a semicircle. Execute immediately." Chapter 5, 2 Awakened. Splish, splash, splish. Puddles on the road splashed as they ran. The man's pant legs were soaked, but he didn't care at all. He glanced behind him cautiously before turning his head back. Is it really possible to escape? It's normal to have people chasing us. Keep moving where I said, don't panic. Li Chen-xiu's expression was deep and inscrutable. "Good! If you get me out of this alive, I'll do whatever you say from now on." The man accelerated, clearly feeling distressed by the pursuit. Awakened are much faster than ordinary people, and the pair soon reached the bridge entrance. The man didn't hesitate and dragged Li Chen-xiu onto the bridge. However, his pace slowed shortly after, not because someone was blocking their way, but because the bridge seemed eerily wrong. There were pedestrians and cars earlier, but now there was nothing. The only sound on the walkway was the pitter-patter of rain, and not a single car was on the road. The man let go of Li Chen-xiu and grabbed his shoulders urgently. "You said someone was meeting us. Where are they? What's going on with this empty bridge?" Li Chen-xiu brushed the man's hands away, rubbed his sore shoulder, and walked to the railing. "Both sides of the bridge are blocked. If you want to live, jump into the river. But watch out, the Special Ability Bureau likely has units stationed by the water." "Jump into the river?" The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he walked behind Li Chen-xiu. I can't swim. The person meeting us is the Luzhong River. If you can't swim, then I can't help you." Li Chen-xiu took off his hood. "You lied to me. You said someone was meeting us." Veins bulged on the man's neck as he locked Li Chen-xiu's neck again and pulled him to his front. Li Chen-xiu didn't resist, his mouth curling up slightly. "Why are you repaying kindness with enmity?" "Shut the hell up! Cooperate with me properly or you won't get out of this alive either!" the man yelled, then panicked and dragged Li Chen-xiu back the way they came. When they arrived at the bridge entrance again, it was blocked by jeeps from the Special Ability Bureau. Operatives in tactical gear were hiding behind the vehicles, resting their cold gun barrels on the hoods and aiming at the pair. In the residential buildings surrounding the bridge, many onlookers poked their heads out of windows, taking pictures and recording videos, acting as silent observers of the Bureau's every move. The man, never having seen such a scene before, hid behind Li Chen-xiu and shouted, "Move! Get back or I'll kill this kid!" Silence followed, save for the relentless sound of the rain. Click! A jeep door opened and a fair-skinned young man stepped out, bending his back. The youth had neatly cropped hair, sharp facial features, and bright eyes that radiated an unshakable sense of confidence and arrogance. Li Chen-xiu was very familiar with this man, Gong Qi, the deputy leader of the 4th Action Squad. Just as in his memories, the man wore black gloves and had that smug look on his face that made people grit their teeth. "You're the one in charge, right? Get me a car with a full tank. Tell the guards at the border not to stop me. Once I'm out of the city and in the no man's land, I'll release the hostage. Do you hear me? The whole world isn't under federal jurisdiction. Awakened appear among humans, and animals are no exception. Regions outside the cities belong to these awakened creatures. The Federation calls these areas no man's lands. Many awakened who run out of options in the city retreat there to survive. Facing the man's demands, Gongqi smiled and spread his hands helplessly. I can't meet your demands. You've been implicated in multiple murders. According to federal security laws, the Special Investigation Bureau must eliminate awakened who threaten social order. So we cannot let you leave. If you release the hostage now, I can arrange for your family to visit you for a final goodbye. That's the extent of my mercy. You! The man's legs shook, his bulging eyes looking like they might pop out at any second. I have a hostage. If you don't do what I say, I'll kill him. Chen Xiu spoke calmly. Federal security law states that when an awakened takes a hostage to make demands, the Bureau has the right to use force to eliminate them. Did you not check the internet before taking me hostage? The man was stunned. That's impossible. That's not how it works in TV shows. He's right, Gongqi nodded. 10 minutes to consider. After 10 minutes, if you don't release the hostage, the Bureau will take force measures. At these words, the man stood there blankly, as if dumbstruck, silent in the pouring rain. Soon after, the second combat squad approached from the west side of the bridge, with their leader Wang Zhongshan among them. Seeing this, the man's mental defenses collapsed, and he shrieked hysterically. Why? I just want to live. What did I do wrong? I only killed those who deserved it. Why try to kill me? That bastard boss stole my woman. Was it wrong to eat him? Was I wrong? Blaming your own incompetence on others, are you sure you aren't wrong? Gongqi said dismissively. This statement was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Despair filled the man's eyes, quickly replaced by rage. He glared at the back of Chen Xiu's head. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I'd have made it out. Since I'm dying, you're coming with me. With that, the man released his chokehold. His hands balled into fists, tearing through the rain as he swung at Chen Xiu's forehead. Seeing this, the Bureau members tensed their fingers on the triggers, expecting Chen Xiu to die. Just as the fist was about to strike Chen Xiu's forehead, in the nick of time, a few droplets of rain slid from Chen Xiu's hair and hung suspended right in front of his brow. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed through the rainy night. It was as if the man had punched a stone wall, his wrist bent downward at a sickening 180-degree angle. A miserable scream pierced the night as the man fell to the ground, clutching his wrist in agony. Although awakened can regenerate indefinitely, it doesn't mean injuries don't hurt. Everyone exchanged confused glances, including Gongqi and Wang Zhongshan, who took the awakened down. However, the experienced Wang Zhongshan quickly realized if the target wanted to kill the hostage, he would have just snapped his neck. Why punch him in the forehead? There was only one possibility. Eliminate them. They're both awakened. In an instant, a massive roar like a thunderclap erupted in the rainy night. Orange's flashes of fire bloomed from the gun barrels, and bullet after bullet tore through the curtain of rain, streaking toward the two of them. Facing the incoming hail of bullets, Chen Xiu remained calm and composed. He opened his mouth slightly and uttered a single word. Halt. In a split second, the dense raindrops around Chen Xiu seemed to hit a pause button. They hung suspended in midair, a breathtaking sight under the dim yellow glow of the streetlights. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of steel striking metal rang out incessantly. The unstoppable bullets were sent flying the moment they hit the suspended raindrops, embedding themselves into the pavement and the steps, sending countless small stones scattering. Every member of the special ability team stared in disbelief, their minds reeling. Camera flashes from the nearby residential buildings flickered like stars in the sky. What the hell? What kind of ability is this? I have no idea. Controlling raindrops to block bullets? That is just insane. This ability rating must be at least a B2. Quick, record this and post it on social media. On the field, Chen Xiu looked indifferent, as if he had expected this all along. Just like other evolved individuals, he had his own unique ability. After Chen Xiu became a resurrected, he discovered his first ability, control. To be precise, it was absolute control over his own body. Changing his appearance was just one derivative use of this power. Sometime later, Chen Xiu accidentally killed another resurrected. From that day on, every time he dreamed, he would arrive at a magnificent palace. This palace was strange. It had no gates and no seats, which was eerie enough. But even more bizarre were the walls of the palace. On the walls of the palace were carved 12 monsters of various forms. Unlike the bright, vivid surroundings, these 12 monsters were completely devoid of color. By chance, Chen Xiu killed an intelligence officer from the Special Ability Division who had been suspicious of his identity. When he entered the palace again afterward, one of the monsters on the wall actually gained color, even if it was only a thumb-sized patch. After that incident, Chen Xiu discovered that every time he killed a life form of rank 1 or higher, the wall carvings would gain a little more color. Just last month, he finally restored the full color of one of the monsters, and in doing so, he gained his second ability, Extreme Water, which was exactly the power Chen Xiu was using right now. Since your bullets can't pierce my raindrops, why bother continuing to shoot? Chen Xiu turned to look at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan did not speak, simply watching Chen Xiu quietly. At the same time, on the roof of a building 100 meters away, a sniper lay prone, his black anti-material sniper rifle glistening with an eerie luster under the neon lights. The sniper curled his lips into a smile, slowly aligning his crosshairs with Chen Xiu's head. On the field, Gongqi also took off his gloves and formed his hand into the shape of a gun, aiming it at Chen Xiu. Only then did Wang Zhongshan speak. Do you think you're really that strong? The moment his voice fell, the two fired at the same time. Chen Xiu pursed his lips and smiled, standing perfectly still as if he hadn't noticed a thing. In the curtain of rain, the moment the live rounds and Gongqi's ability bullets touched the raindrops, they were pulverized. Both bullets pierced through like bamboo, flying directly toward the back of Chen Xiu's head. In a split second, Chen Xiu's head split apart to the sides at a speed invisible to the naked eye, dodging the bullets directly, before merging back together again. Bang! Only after Chen Xiu dodged the bullets did the deafening roar of the sniper rifle ring out from the roof 100 meters away. Boom, boom! The ground nearby shook violently and two small craters appeared. How is this possible? Seeing this, Wang Zhongshan's mind buzzed. He looked at Gongqi, then at the direction of the sniper, at a loss for words. Did they miss? Are you kidding me? I missed? Gongqi was completely bewildered. He looked at his own palm, then at Chen Xiu. How could he have missed at such close range? It was impossible. Chen Xiu ignored the stunned crowd and looked down at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. The man was terrified, never expecting that the person he held hostage could be this monstrously strong. He tried to struggle, but the raindrops hovering around him acted like steel balls, pinning him firmly in place. I think you were right to kill them. I hope you won't be cuckolded in your next life. As soon as he finished speaking, a drop of rain shot through the man's forehead with a wet splat. He stared wide-eyed, glaring fixedly at Chen Xiu as he died. After finishing off the middle-aged man, Chen Xiu looked up at Wang Zhongshan. I am stronger than all of you. How on earth did you dodge those bullets? There is no way they could have missed, Wang Zhongshan said with a grave expression. I can tell you right before you die. Chen Xiu's expression turned cold as he tore through the rain, turning into a black shadow and darting backward like a ghost. Look out, Wang Zhongshan shouted, but his warning was a step too slow. Just as Gongqi was about to fire again, a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Do you enjoy aiming that much? Chen Xiu's voice sounded in Gongqi's ear like a demon's whisper. Dodge! In an instant, that was the only thought in Gongqi's mind. As he stepped back and tried to turn sideways, Chen Xiu's hand had already grabbed his face, slamming his head into the Jeep's window with terrifying momentum. With a bang, the glass shattered, spraying shards and drops of Gongqi's blood into the car. Cease fire! Everyone rank 1 and above, follow me for close quarters combat. Everyone else, stay on guard! Wang Zhongshan roared, pulled a military sword from his waist and charged at Chen Xiu, followed by a dozen other special ability team members. Cold raindrops fell onto the blade, making its edge glisten with a piercing chill. Wang Zhongshan reached Chen Xiu first, gripping his sword with both hands and slashing diagonally at Chen Xiu's head. The hovering raindrops were no match for the blade and were sliced right in half. Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow, forced to let go of Gongqi's head and dodged the blade by a hair's breadth. Trigger! Chen Xiu mouthed. In an instant, the suspended raindrops trembled and shot out in all directions like bullets. Scatter! As he spoke, Wang Zhongshan's exposed skin turned a dark metallic black, allowing him to withstand the raindrops with his own physical body. The others weren't so lucky. Even though Wang Zhongshan warned them in time, several who moved too fast were shredded by the raindrops, bleeding out on the ground. Bastard! Wang Zhongshan's eyes were bloodshot as he gripped his long sword and slashed at Chen Xiu, the terrifying force carving a rainless zone through the downpour. Chen Xiu smiled slightly. This time he didn't dodge, meeting the attack head-on with his left hand like a clamp. The blade vibrated violently but couldn't advance even a centimeter further. Chen Xiu's 5 fingers were gripping the blade firmly in place.
Wang Zhongshan gritted his teeth, his arm muscles bulging like knots beneath his tactical suit, straining the fabric to its limit. Despite this, Chen Xiu remained utterly calm, showing no signs of effort at all. "Do you think you are very strong?" Chen Xiu said, using his other hand to sweep his bangs back over his head. Wang Zhongshan did not speak, but the trembling of his pupils betrayed the turmoil within. Facing Chen Xiu felt like confronting an insurmountable mountain. He always wore that smiling expression, unfathomable as an abyss. At one point, the thought of fleeing even crossed Wang Zhongshan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. He was the leader of the 4th Squad of the Special Abilities Agency, a high-ranking official. If he ran away, what would his superiors think of him? The sound of camera shutters clicking echoed from the surrounding residential buildings, and the murmur of gossip buzzed like a hive of bees. The other Special Ability agents stood by, at a complete loss for what to do next. They feared the raindrops, they feared death, and they dared not approach. Just then, an angry shout shattered the quiet. "Damn you! You are looking for death!" Gongqi gripped the car window, hoisting his upper body out of the vehicle. His eyes were bloodshot, and he formed his hands into the shape of a pistol, aiming them right at Chen Xiu. "Freeze," Chen Xiu said again. A transparent ripple expanded outward, and the raindrops within 20 meters hung suspended in midair once more. In an instant, Gongqi and the agents preparing to attack Chen Xiu were firmly locked in place. Beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads before stopping dead in their tracks. "One prohibition is enough to hold you back. If you are not afraid of being riddled with holes, feel free to try," Chen Xiu said. For a fleeting moment, his head seemed to blur, but it quickly returned to normal. The next second, the ground beneath his feet shook, and a deep crater appeared a few meters away. Bang! At the same time, a deafening gunshot rang out from a distant rooftop. Sniper bullets travel faster than the speed of sound, but Chen Xiu's brain response speed happened to be just a bit faster than that. Although his current body could not handle combat exceeding the speed of sound, small, precise body movements were still possible. How did he dodge that again? It was 100 meters away. How is that possible? The special ops agents guarding the perimeter widened their eyes in shock and involuntarily stepped backward. The pressure Chen Xiu radiated was simply too immense. Unlike the others who were bewildered, Wang Zhongshan and Gongqi, standing closest, had seen clearly this time, and it was precisely because they saw it that their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. Speed exceeding the speed of sound, this had to be at least a rank 5 awakened. A being of this caliber was far beyond the jurisdiction of the Special Abilities Agency. The strongest in the District 11 Special Investigation Bureau was only a rank 4 Destiny class. Wang Zhongshan finally understood that the man before him had been toying with him and mocking him the entire time. Chen Xiu was unaware of Wang Zhongshan's inner thoughts. His ears twitched slightly. Then he raised his palm toward the direction of the gunshot, flicked his index and middle fingers together, and struck a raindrop. Whoosh! The raindrop traced a graceful arc through the frigid air, shooting toward the sniper's position. The sniper on the roof was unaware of the approaching danger. He slammed his fist against the ground in frustration, and just as he was about to aim again, his scope shattered with a pop, and a raindrop pierced through his forehead. Sniper, dead. On the field, Chen Xiu smiled with satisfaction and looked at the still-stunned Wang Zhongshan. "I don't know much about guns, but a sniper rifle should have an effective range of hundreds or thousands of meters, right? You let him fire twice from the same spot. Were you afraid I wouldn't be able to find him?" Wang Zhongshan came back to his senses. He glanced in the direction of the sniper and asked nervously, "What do you mean?" "My raindrops have an effective range of over 100 meters. Unless something went wrong, he is already dead." Chen Xiu gave a brilliant smile and hopped onto the roof of the jeep. He looked down at everyone around him and said, "Nobody move. If anyone moves even an inch, I will start killing." Whether due to a rebellious impulse or something else, one special ops agent subconsciously took a step back. Whoosh! Splat! The next second, a tiny, barely visible bloodstain appeared on his head. Crimson blood flowed down the tip of his nose, and the life faded from his eyes. "I said don't move, so don't move. Is my voice too quiet? Chen Xiu frowned slightly. Now no one dared to move, not even the special ability agents who hadn't been immobilized by the rain. Even the gawking residents retracted their heads. The timid ones even turned off their lights and drew their curtains. "Your name is Gongqi, right?" Chen Xiu said, kicking Gongqi's head with his mud-stained shoe. Yes, that's me," Gongqi stammered, not even daring to move his eyeballs. Chen Xiu nodded, then looked at Wang Zhongshan. "Wang Zhongshan? Yes, Wang Zhongshan whispered. 2 years ago, a boy named Chen Xiu was killed by you people here. According to federal law, after the Special Abilities Agency kills an awakened, the body must be returned to the family. But you didn't recover Chen Xiu's body. Xiu held up banners at the gates of the Special Abilities Agency to protest and demand her son's body back. Later, footage from the bridge's surveillance cameras was leaked. Public opinion was outraged. Countless people spoke up for Chen Xiu, and those who killed him faced much condemnation. The Special Abilities Agency itself was dragged through the mud, right? With a profound look in his eyes, Li Chenxiu waved his hand, and the raindrops around them began to pour down. You can move now. Though the restraint was lifted, neither of them had any thought of resisting. One could try against a rank 4, but fighting a rank 5, give me a break. How can you run from speed that exceeds the sound? Wang Zhongshan and Gong Qi exchanged a glance, and then Wang Zhongshan forced himself to speak. That is correct. Then why did the matter just fade away afterward? Tell me why, Li Chenxiu said, eyes lowered, staring straight at Wang Zhongshan. Wang Zhongshan's gaze drifted, and after a moment of hesitation, he replied, At the time, this incident had a major impact on the agency, but the difficulty of recovering the body from the Lujiang River was simply too great. It was an impossible task. Later, my superiors sent me to communicate with Xiu. I went to see her, explained the difficulties of the situation, and offered her 10,000 yuan in the name of the agency. After that, I saw that her emotional state was unstable, so I left her house. But just as I reached the bottom of the stairs, she jumped from the building and died on the spot. At this point, Wang Zhongshan clenched his fists, a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Clap, clap, clap! Heh, that was a very good story, Li Chenxiu said with a crooked smile. He clapped his hands, then pulled a photo from his pocket and tossed it in front of Wang Zhongshan. This is your last chance. Tell the truth and I will only kill you. Lie and your whole family dies with you. Li Chenxiu had a detached look in his eyes, his pale skin appearing particularly cold under the dim yellow streetlights. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhongshan looked at Li Chenxiu with a terrified expression, then tremblingly crouched down to peel the photograph off the damp, cold road with his fingernails. The moment Wang Zhongshan flipped the photo over, he froze. His eyes turned bloodshot in an instant, and the muscles in his face began to twitch uncontrollably. The photo showed a woman in her 30s and a 14-year-old boy. Their eyes were filled with blank terror, their mouths were tightly bound with tape, and their hands and feet were tied with thick rope, leaving them completely immobile. How could Wang Zhongshan not recognize the people in the photo? They were his own wife and child. You monster, come after me if you have any issues. Do you even count as a human if you touch my family? Wang Zhongshan lunged forward like a stray dog on the side of the road, his two fists carrying overwhelming rage as he swung them at Li Chenxiu. Human? Li Chenxiu gave a contemptuous smile, lifted his foot, and with a wet slapping sound, stepped on Wang Zhongshan's forehead, then pressed down hard to pin him to the ground. His knees slammed solidly into the puddle with a thud, splashing gray-black muddy water onto his face. Just as Wang Zhongshan was about to struggle, Li Chenxiu's next words poured over him like a bucket of icy water. Do you think I don't dare to kill them? Wang Zhongshan jolted, his eyes red as he looked up at Li Chenxiu. You ask me if I count as human? I am Awakener. I was never human to begin with. You see Awakeners as monsters, and I see humans as experience points. Isn't it only logical for me to kill my experience points? Li Chenxiu opened his palms and laughed with a playful tone. I will tell you everything. Just please, spare my wife and child after I tell you, I beg you. After speaking, Wang Zhongshan braced his hands on the ground and kowtowed to Li Chenxiu with a heavy thud. Go ahead and speak. I'm not a man who breaks his promises, Li Chenxiu said calmly. Gong Qi, standing to the side, was so frightened he nearly lost control of his bladder. He wasn't naive. Anyone with eyes could see the person before them had an extraordinary connection to Xiu Yue and her son. If he let Wang Zhongshan spill the truth, how would he survive? Thinking of this, Gong Qi was about to open his mouth to stop him, but Li Chenxiu's voice sounded first. Interrupt, and you die. The simple 3 words suppressed Gong Qi, who had been on the verge of making a move. After a long silence, Wang Zhongshan slowly began to speak. Ever since the surveillance footage leaked, netizens bombarded Gong Qi with endless insults, which also brought him a lot of criticism at the Special Ability Bureau. If it were an ordinary person, they might have just endured it, but he was different. His mother is part of the Federal Zhou Consortium. Although just a collateral branch, she's still a high-ranking figure in City 11. His father, Gong Ran, also used his connection with the Zhou family to sit in the position of commander of the City 11 Special Ability Bureau. Later, Gong Qi went to his father, and his father asked me to handle the matter and deposited $1 million into my bank card. Wang Zhongshan said with a heavy expression. "Speak. Once you are done, I will let your family go," Chen Xiu said, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, with a coldness that chilled the heart. Later, I went to the woman's home. She was mentally unstable, and the table was covered in piles of dumplings. I asked her why she made so many, and she said her son liked to eat them. Chen Xiu had been shot through the brow. Even if he liked them, how could he possibly eat them? Wang Zhongshan sneered and continued. Afterwards, I warned her to stop going to the Special Ability Bureau, or she wouldn't have a good ending. When she heard that, she went mad and started throwing dumplings at me, so I grabbed her by the hair and threw her off the 7th floor. Chen Xiu slowly closed his eyes. Why was there no body in the news? I don't know. By the time the ambulance and the security forces arrived, there was only a large pool of blood. That neighborhood was too old and had no surveillance inside, only at the entrance, and nothing unusual was found there. Wang Zhongshan said with his head hung low, his voice lifeless. Then is it possible that Xu Yue is still alive? Chen Xiu's voice was calm, but his slightly trembling fingers betrayed his inner turmoil. That seems unlikely, because a month later we found an awakener in that neighborhood whose ability was invisibility. If nothing went wrong, that woman must have been taken by that awakener, and we killed that awakener too. If he was the one who ate the woman, then I suppose I avenged her, that's all, nothing more. After saying this, Wang Zhongshan seemed to age a dozen years in an instant. His broad shoulders sagged powerlessly, but his eyes were filled with hope. I told the truth. Can you let my family go now? Chen Xiu slowly opened his eyes. His deep black pupils were as dead as the deep sea, yet his lips were still curled in a smile. Very well. Kill yourself. Stab your heart. Even if a Tier 3 Heavenly Fate user's heart is pierced, they can live for another minute. I can let you hear their voices before you die. Thank you. Wang Zhongshan took a deep breath and turned his head to look longingly at the surrounding special ability team members. Those people stared at Wang Zhongshan with bloodshot eyes, and some of the bolder ones even gave a slight shake of their heads, but Chen Xiu paid no mind. Just a bunch of experience points. It was only a matter of harvesting them sooner or later. Finally, Wang Zhongshan made up his mind. With a solemn expression, he grabbed a sword from the side and pressed the tip against his left chest. For the sake of his family, dying didn't matter. Squelch! The blade pierced into his chest as if slicing through tofu, and bright red blood bubbled out from the wound. Wang Zhongshan's body tilted and he fell straight to the ground, his dull eyes fixed directly on Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu naturally had no intention of breaking his word. He jumped off the car roof, pulled out his phone, navigated to a video, and crouched down in front of Wang Zhongshan. Watch. With that, Chen Xiu tapped the play button on the video. The next second, shrill screams erupted from the speaker. The child is innocent. Kill me instead. Dad, Dad, save us. Wang Zhongshan's wife and son cried and screamed in front of the camera, but at the 11th second of the video, the sound from the phone's speaker ceased. Because at that 11th second, 2 drops of water pierced through their brows, abruptly ending their lives. With that, the video ended. Veins bulged on Wang Zhongshan's forehead, his facial muscles tightened, and his body trembled involuntarily. Be happy. Your family can be reunited now. No need to thank me. Chen Xiu placed his hand on Wang Zhongshan's face and patted it gently. You... Wang Zhongshan shakily raised his hand, trying to reach for the phone. Just as he was about to succeed, Chen Xiu tucked the phone into his pocket. Thud! Wang Zhongshan's arm dropped powerlessly to the ground. Even in death, the despair in his eyes lingered for a long time. Chen Xiu's expression remained completely unmoved. He stood up coldly and fixed his gaze on Gong Qi, who was not far away. Don't be afraid. Your family is harder to capture than Wang Zhongshan's, so I can't really use them to threaten you. Big brother, Wang Zhongshan is just slandering me. I don't know anything about this. Gong Qi leaned against the jeep beside him, retreating little by little. Give me your phone. Chen Xiu held out his hand. What? What for? Gong Qi asked uneasily. Chen Xiu didn't say a word. He raised his foot and kicked Gong Qi to the ground with a loud bang, then held out his hand again. Give me the phone. Okay. Gongqi nodded in a panic, clutching his lower abdomen as he hurriedly handed his phone to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu took the phone and scrolled through the address book until he found a number saved as ATM. He lowered his eyes, looking at Gongqi with curiosity. "Who is this ATM?" Gongqi was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Ah, that's my dad. I used to prize the tallery." A pleasant ringtone played, followed by a beep as the call was answered. "Hello? Is Gongqi your son?" Chen Xiu asked directly. There was silence on the other end of the line. No sound could be heard. "Are you mute?" A flicker of displeasure crossed Chen Xiu's brow. "I'm not mute. I can speak." A deep, muffled male voice came from the other side. "You must be the awakened one from the Luzhong Bridge, right? You know who I am?" Chen Xiu said mockingly. "The videos of you killing people have gone viral online. A stranger who can use my son's phone to call me at a time like this can only be you." Gong Ran spoke methodically, with not a hint of panic in his voice. "Since you know, then listen. If I don't see your whole family within 30 minutes, there will be no need for Gongqi to stay alive." Chen Xiu glanced at Gongqi. "You don't need 30 minutes. My family and I aren't coming." "You're not coming? Aren't you afraid he'll die?" "Children can always be replaced, but if my wife or I were to fall, it would truly be the end. The reason I even bothered to answer your call is to tell you this. You killed my son, so from now on, it's a fight to the death. Do you have the courage to face the consequences?" As he finished speaking, the humming sound of rotor blades echoed from the sky as several helicopters tore through the air, arriving from all directions. On the wide river surface, dozens of boats appeared out of nowhere, organized on both sides of the bridge, each carrying over 10 special ability team members. Chen Xiu's ears twitched slightly. He could vaguely hear the roar of hundreds of jeeps approaching rapidly from the distance. "So this is what you call courage," Chen Xiu smiled. "Release my son and I can let you walk out of here alive. If you don't," Gong Ran squinted his eyes on the other end of the line, "then die right there. I originally intended to kill you all at once, but I did not expect you to be so heartless." "Very well, do not rush. I will send your whole family to be reunited soon enough." After saying that, Chen Xiu tossed the phone into the river. At the same time, several beams of white light fell upon Chen Xiu, exposing him completely to everyone. "Listen up, awaken one below, release the hostage immediately, and do not make a bigger mistake." The helicopters repeated this message over and over, echoing through the quiet, rainy night. On the ground, ignoring the strange looks from others, Gongqi crawled on his knees toward Chen Xiu and grabbed his calf tightly. "Big brother, please let me go. I heard everything on the phone just now. Someone as powerful as you doesn't need to throw your life away for me." "It is indeed not worth it to throw my life away for you. Then I will let you live a little longer." Before Gongqi could react, Chen Xiu grabbed him like a chick and started walking toward the bridge. Squish! Squish! As Chen Xiu walked, the suspended raindrops shot out like bullets, reaping the lives of the special operatives. Red blood sprayed out, mingling with the rain and trickling down into the sewers. On the helicopter, a pilot watched the scene with eyes wide with rage. Just as he was about to press the firing button, a middle-aged man grabbed his hand. "Wait a little longer." The pilot looked at the middle-aged man in disbelief and shouted, "Team leader, that monster has already started killing people. What are we waiting for?" "Director Gong's son is still alive. Wait a bit longer." In no time at all, everyone surrounding Chen Xiu had fallen. "I guess I am about to awaken my third ability." A flicker of subtle joy crossed Chen Xiu's eyes, held in Chen Xiu's hand. Gongqi trembled violently at the bloody scene around him and cried out, Buddy, I really had nothing to do with Xuyue's death. I knew nothing about it. It was all my father's own doing." "Brother, please, let me go." "Big brother, my family is wealthy. I can give you as much money as you want." Gongqi's mouth kept pleading like a machine gun, but Chen Xiu walked toward the middle of the bridge as if he hadn't heard a thing. A searchlight followed the two of them, as did the helicopter and the boats on the river. At that moment, over 100 jeeps had arrived at the bridgehead, and hundreds of special ability agents were closing in on Chen Xiu from both sides. The Special Ability Bureau had completely sealed off Chen Xiu's retreat, leaving no room to escape by water, land, or air. Chen Xiu's expression remained unchanged. The cold wind lashed rain against his face, and his loose trousers flapped loudly in the gale. He stopped walking and looked into the churning, icy river with deep, piercing eyes. 2 years ago, Chen Xiu died here. In the distant reaches where the river flows, Chen Xiu was born anew. Chen Xiu closed his eyes, and in a trance he seemed to return to that afternoon, seeing that old tricycle and the grease-stained sleeves. The setting sun shone on him, his school uniform snapped in the warm breeze, and that familiar woman said she would make dumplings for him tomorrow. Mom, I will live on well. From now on, no one will control my life, and no one will have the right to deprive me of my happiness. If this era has no place for me, then I will destroy this era. I will become the strongest. I will stand at the peak, and I will hold everyone's life in my hands. Just you watch. Chen Xiu swore silently to himself, his dark eyes reflecting the rolling sea of clouds like a mirror. Big brother, I can give you whatever you want, whether it is women, money, or status. I can have my father provide it all. Before Gongqi could finish, Chen Xiu released his grip on his neck. In an instant, overwhelming joy clouded Gongqi's mind as he scrambled to his feet, clutching the railing and stumbling toward the special ability squad. A crazed smile appeared on his face as countless ideas for revenge sprouted like bamboo shoots after a rain. Ha ha ha! Just you wait! One day, I will torture you to death! Gongqi shouted in his heart. 1 step, 3 steps, 5 steps. Just as Gongqi was about to take the 5th step, Chen Xiu shifted his intent, and a single raindrop shot out, piercing through his heart with a wet thud. Bang! Gongqi collapsed heavily onto the cold ground, and the irreversible 1-minute countdown to his life began. Seeing this, the operations commander's heart skipped a beat. He raised his hand, pointed his fingers at Chen Xiu, and yelled, "Prepare to eliminate him." Chapter 10. The Miracle Under the Rainy Night. The sound of bullets being chambered echoed in a rhythmic chorus as countless dark gun barrels aimed at Chen Xiu. The machine guns beneath the helicopters and the missile pods on both sides were locked onto him, while the gun turrets on the ships in the river slowly rotated into position, awaiting the final order. Chen Xiu looked up indifferently, jumped, and landed steadily on the railing. The fierce wind from the helicopters did not shake him in the slightest, nor did the rows of muzzles cause his expression to waver. Seeing this, the commander-in-chief, Zhang Kong, stood at the helicopter cabin door and shouted, "Awakener! Rather than dying a painful death under gunfire and artillery, you should finish yourself off so your family can at least have a body to bury." Chen Xiu grinned. "Are you worried that the missiles will collapse this bridge?" Zhang Kong kept a cold face and ignored the question, saying, "You have absolutely no chance of survival. Then it seems I will perform a miracle before your eyes tonight." Chen Xiu turned around with a smile, his back to the turbulent river. A flicker of unease flashed across Zhang Kong's brow as he yelled, "What miracle? The miracle of disappearance. See you next time, bye-bye." Chen Xiu extended his arms and fell straight back into the void. "Eliminate him!" Zhang Kong shouted into his walkie-talkie. In an instant, a deafening roar erupted from the helicopters, and missiles trailing terrifying plumes of white smoke surged toward Chen Xiu. Bullets, denser than raindrops, spread out like a giant net to cover Chen Xiu. The force of the missiles would be enough to obliterate rain, and those tens of thousands of bullets would pierce through Chen Xiu without mercy. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Chen Xiu, waiting to see the most brilliant display of bloody fireworks. At this critical moment, Chen Xiu smiled brightly. "Depart." As soon as the words fell, Chen Xiu's figure became translucent like flowing water, and the next moment, with a bang, he disintegrated into white mist and exploded in mid-air. Only shattered clothes and a faint chill drifted in the air. Rumble. The missiles exploded and the bridge collapsed. A fireball like a rising sun soared into the sky, tearing through the dark clouds and illuminating the entire horizon. The terrifying sound wave was clearly audible even from miles away. Half an hour later, on the riverbank, more than 30 kilometers from the explosion site, a young man emerged from a pile of weeds, wearing a dark wool coat that reached past his knees and a yellow scarf that covered the lower half of his face, leaving only a pair of somewhat listless eyes exposed to the air. This person was Chen Xiu, who had escaped from the bridge. He had drifted here with the river current, put on the clothes he had hidden on the shore beforehand, and restored his appearance to that of Chen Xiu, cutting all ties with his previous identity as awakened. Watching the endless flow of traffic and the busy crowds, Chen Xiu let out a long breath, a flash of imperceptible exhaustion passing through his vacant eyes. He walked up to an electric scooter parked on the side of the road, opened the storage space under the seat, took out a roasted chicken wrapped in paper, pulled down his scarf, and ate it right there in front of the vehicle, not caring about his image. His escape earlier may have looked easy, but it had consumed a massive amount of life energy, nearly draining Chen Xiu completely. Had he not used his absolute control to focus all his remaining energy on maintaining his youthful skin, he would have already turned into a withered old man. Just as Chen Xiu was tucking into his meal, the backup phone in his pocket rang. His uncle, his second uncle, they are all his uncles. A high table, beep! Chen Xiu answered the phone and held it to his ear, and an urgent voice came from the other end. "Little Q, was that you? The reawakened on the Lujiang Bridge!" Chen Xiu shouted, almost roaring. Chen Xiu moved the phone a little further away. "Yeah, it was me." There was a long silence on the other end. After a while, Chen Xiu managed to suppress the shock in his heart and spoke in disbelief. "Are you cheating? Since when did you become so strong? The news says you're a powerhouse above the 5th prohibition level. When did you secretly break through to the 5th prohibition behind my back?" "I did hide some of my strength, but it's not as exaggerated as the 5th grade. I'm still at the 1st grade, but if I go all out, I can handle an average 3rd grade powerhouse," Chen Xiu said while taking out another roasted chicken. "Then how did you catch Wang Zhongshan's blade with just one hand? That has to be at least a 4th seal move. And what's with those raindrops? How do you have 2 supernatural abilities? You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Is that how you talk to your second brother? Forget it, I do not want to pry into your business. You were never normal anyway. Come to the 4th high school and pick me up later. The 4th high school is so close to our shop, can't you just walk back?" "I'm not feeling very well right now," Chen Xiu said weakly. "I'm exhausted from my part-time job at the restaurant all night. Can't you just give your brother a ride home?" Just as Chen Xiu was about to refuse, Chen Xiu added from the other end. "The fried skewers at the school gate are so cheap. I wanted to take them home, but they will be cold by the time I walk back. Better to eat them while they are hot on the way." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu paused his movements, his eyes gradually focusing. "I think the fried skewers should have more cumin." With that, he hung up the phone, braved the cold rain, and rode his electric scooter toward the 4th high school. Special Ability Bureau Conference Room. Gongran, the director of the Special Ability Division, sat at the head of the table with a gloomy expression, his fingers intertwined. His subordinates on both sides kept their heads down, terrified that a single word might ignite this powder keg. Finally, Zhang Kong, sitting nearby, bit the bullet and stood up, saying sincerely to Gongran, "Director, I am sorry. It was a lapse in my judgment. I didn't expect this awakened entity to have such escape capabilities." Gongran lifted his eyes slightly. "This is not your fault. The strength of this awakened one has already exceeded the jurisdiction of the Special Ability Bureau." Zhang Kong looked at Gongran in surprise and asked, "Then, Director, what should we do next?" "What else can we do? We report it to the Federal Security Bureau, let them conduct a disaster rating, and let them send their people to handle it." Gongran pointed to the large screen facing him and continued, "They will be calling us shortly to understand the situation and determine the disaster rating for this awakened one." "The Security Bureau? They are going to call us? Is that for real?" In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere was replaced by excitement. Everyone raised their heads and exchanged glances. That is the Federal Security Bureau, a behemoth that gathers the top destined ones from across the entire Federation, represents the pinnacle of human military power, and decides the direction of our civilization. Who wouldn't be excited or intimidated by that? "Director, didn't you usually handle the reporting to the Security Bureau alone? Why are you involving us this time?" Zhang Kong asked with some hesitation. Gongran smiled thinly. "My son died at the hands of this awakened. Any account I give will inevitably be clouded by personal vendetta, which is why I need all of you." Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized the reason and nodded. Someone quickly stepped up, saying, "Don't worry, Director. We will definitely cooperate fully with the Bureau of Security." "When did I ever say I wanted you to cooperate fully?" Gongran's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint, and his face instantly turned cold. Chapter 11 Hazard Level. High Risk. For a moment, the large conference room was so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. The oppressive atmosphere had everyone's nerves stretched to the limit. Seeing no one speak, Gongran smiled faintly. "The Security Bureau will ask for information to determine the hazard level." You can speak, but you must exaggerate. I want his hazard rating to be high danger. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's pupils involuntarily dilated, and they stared at Gongran in horror. In the Tianyuan Federation, if the Special Abilities Department cannot handle an awakened one, they report it to the Security Administration. The Security Administration assesses the hazard level based on the abilities and danger classification of these awakened, and the level determines the degree of attention the administration pays to them. From lowest to highest they are low risk, medium risk, high risk, special risk, and forbidden. Low risk means the awakened is weak, but their unique nature is enough to cause social instability, which the Special Abilities Division cannot resolve. Medium risk means this awakened is relatively powerful. Their own strength allows them to face the Special Abilities Bureau without fear, and the Bureau can only defend passively. High risk means the awakened is powerful. Their very existence threatens the safety of the city, and the Special Abilities Bureau is unable to resist them. Special risk means the awakened is extremely powerful. Their existence has severely impacted the future of the Federation, and they are public enemy number one for humanity. Forbidden means the strength of the Resurrected One is beyond estimation. Human civilization has reached the brink of life and death, and it requires all of humanity to work together to suppress them. In the entire history of the Federation, only one awakened has reached the forbidden level, and that was a dark period of history. The people present dared not even breathe after hearing Gongran's words. What difference was there between deceiving the Security Administration and resigning voluntarily? At this critical moment, the brash young Zhang Kong spoke up. Director, this resurgent strength only reaches the medium threat level at best. How can you rate it as high threat? Gongran let out a light laugh. You have mouths of your own, don't you? Whether it's rated that way or not is entirely up to us, isn't it? But how could the people from the Security Bureau believe our one-sided account? The video is already circulating online, and anyone with a bit of discernment can see the truth. Only the video from the bridgehead is spread, not the one from on the bridge. I have already had someone deal with the surveillance. As long as you keep your subordinates in check, the Security Bureau won't have any leads to investigate, even if they are suspicious. Gongran leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table. I know you're afraid of being fired over this, but isn't work just about the money? Do as I say and everyone gets 500,000. If anyone gets fired, I will pay an additional 2 million and arrange a new job for you. How about it? Hearing this, everyone started to reconsider. After a few seconds of silence, someone nodded and agreed, I am on the director's side, so naturally, I will listen to what the director says. Once someone gave in, those who were wavering also agreed. I've been with the Special Abilities Department since I graduated, so naturally, I have to stand on the department's side. I watched Gongqi grow up. Now that he's in trouble, how could I not help? Sister-in-law has treated me well, I'm willing to pitch in too. Soon almost everyone had agreed, leaving only Zhang Kong silent. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Zhang Kong sighed helplessly, nodded, and agreed. Seeing this, Gongran smiled with satisfaction and turned to the large screen in front of him. You have 10 minutes to discuss among yourselves. I suggest you focus your ideas on the abilities of this awakened one. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted into chaos. A dozen people huddled together, arguing fiercely about how to embellish Chen Xiu's story. 9 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. After finishing their deliberations, everyone returned to their seats, sitting solemnly while keeping their eyes fixed on the screen. Buzz, accompanying a crackle of static from the screen, the image of a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared before them. His name was Bai Meng, and he was in charge of Chen Xiu's disaster rating. Officer! Everyone in the conference room stood up, including Gong Ran. Well, no need to be formal. Sit down. Bai Meng waved his hand casually and began flipping through the documents in his hand in front of everyone. Pausing raindrops, sniping a sniper from 100 meters away, dodging anti-material rifle bullets, catching a blade from a grade 3 Destiny user with one hand. This is actually quite interesting. Bai Ming raised his eyebrows slightly, a judgment already forming in his mind. I can rate this as medium risk. Does anyone have anything else to add? Ah, sir, that's already decided? Someone asked, looking baffled. What else do you expect? The evidence is already so substantial. Bai Meng looked at him quizzically. Do you have a different opinion? A flicker of fear crossed the man's eyes, but realizing everyone was looking at him with expectation, he gritted his teeth and stood up courageously. Sir, you must not underestimate him. Encouraged by him, the dozens of people in the room spoke up one after another, beginning to heap praise upon Chen Xiu. 10 minutes later, the room gradually quieted down. Bai Meng on the screen frowned, covering his mouth with one hand, wondering what he was thinking about. Bai Meng raised his head and asked someone, "You are saying this awakened caught a missile unscathed, and even threw the missile back?" "Yes, that was the very awakened who blew up the bridge at the time," the man said with a solemn expression. Bai Meng let out a long sigh and looked at another person. "He single-handedly incapacitated all of you, including all the helicopters and ships?" "Yes, I was absolutely terrified at that moment." A trace of deep fear appeared in the speaker's eyes. He turned river water into a dozen fighter jets and defeated all of you with projectiles made of water. Is that true? Bai Meng put down the documents in his hand and stared straight at everyone. "Yes," the crowd replied in unison. A look of bewilderment flashed across Bai Meng's eyes. "If he defeated you all, why are you still sitting here perfectly fine?" "I don't know. I suspect this awakened was just toying with us. After all, who would let their own toys die?" That sounds a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Bai Meng twitched his mouth. "We would never joke about the reputation of the Special Ability Bureau, nor would we treat the safety of the public as a game." A man stood up and said righteously to Bai Meng. Seeing this, Bai Meng's heart trembled. He had seen this look before. It was the same look he had when he first joined the Security Bureau, firm and sincere. "I apologize, my mind was clouded. I had intended to use the Security Bureau's intelligence agency to investigate further, but it seems that is no longer necessary. I will report this truthfully to my superiors. Goodbye, the meeting is adjourned." Beep! The screen went dark. "We nailed it! He bought it! Ha ha! As long as this officer reports it accurately, it's definitely going to be rated as high risk. Old Zhang, how did you pull that off just now? I could barely hold back my laughter listening to you, but you were as steady as a mountain. Knock, knock, knock!" At this moment, Gong Ran tapped on the table and said, "The 500,000 will be in your accounts tomorrow." After saying this, he slowly walked out of the conference room. Once he was out of earshot, the people in the room burst into laughter. What they didn't notice was a red light flashing from the camera in the corner of the room. City 1, Security Bureau, Disaster Rating Department. Inside the office, Bai Meng closed his notebook and looked at the woman sitting nearby. The woman was dressed in a sharp suit, exuding an intimidating sense of authority. She was currently sitting with her legs crossed, watching the video playing on her phone. In the video, a group of men were laughing loudly, discussing where to go for drinks and whether to grab some skewers tonight. This was the surveillance footage from the 11th Special Abilities Bureau. Team leader, Gong Ran, is really failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. Should we relieve him of his post? Bai Meng walked up to the woman and asked respectfully, "No need. You have to give people some room to pull their little stunts." The woman put down her phone and stretched tiredly. "Understood. I'll go upload the file for this medium-risk awakened then." Bai Meng nodded and was about to leave when the woman grabbed his arm. "Make it a high threat, not moderate," the woman said calmly. "Huh?" Bai Meng's mouth fell open. This awakened strength is only at a medium-risk level? Why label it as high risk?" A look of gravity appeared in the woman's eyes as she recalled the mysterious escape method and the ability to suspend raindrops in mid-air. The ceiling for this awakened's ability is too high. It has the potential to reach special grade. Special grade? Bai Meng was stunned on the spot. Are you serious? If a heavy rainstorm enveloped an entire city, and he happened to be able to control every single raindrop in that storm, what then? The woman countered. Seeing Bai Meng silent, she added, "He could slaughter the entire city." Chapter 12. The Hidden Watch. The rain turned lighter, falling like fine threads in the wind. Pedestrians on the road put down their umbrellas, and some hot pot and skewer stalls began moving tables out onto the street. The bustling flavor of life in City 11 quietly blossomed in that moment. Chen Xiu rode down the street wearing a black helmet, the little pinwheel on top spinning rapidly in the wind. He soon arrived at his destination, the 4th Senior High School. At the school gate, countless snack stalls lined both sides of the street, their enticing aromas tickling the taste buds of passers-by. Students who had just finished their evening self-study gathered in small groups around the stalls, enjoying this fleeting moment of tranquility. In front of a stall selling pork loin sandwiches, a young man who looked to be in his 20s with a slightly round face stood staring intently at the sizzling meat in the fryer, swallowing hard as his mouth watered. His name was Li Qingxia. Li Chengxiu's second older brother. Li Qingsha's yellow shirt made him stand out on the roadside, and Li Chengxiu noticed him as soon as he pulled up on his bike. Second brother, Li Chen Xiu, called out, "Oh!" Li Qingsha turned around in surprise at the sound, raised his hand in acknowledgement, and jogged over eagerly. "You got here so fast. You really are thoughtful. Where are the skewers you bought?" Li Chengxiu asked, looking at his empty hands. "I was going to buy them, but I didn't expect the price to go up. Vegetable skewers went up by 30 cents and meat ones by 50. Such a pity." "Hey, wait!" Just as Li Qingsha lifted his leg to get on the bike, Li Chengxiu pushed him back. "What's with the hay? I came to pick you up on an empty stomach. How could you have the nerve to try and bum a ride empty-handed?" "But I meant to." Before Li Qingsha could finish, Li Chengxiu twisted the throttle and started to pull away slowly. Li Qingsha stood there stunned for a moment before hurriedly following, shouting at Li Chengxiu, "Hey, don't go. Fine, fine. I'll buy them. I'll buy them." Hearing this, Li Chengxiu stopped. "Go on then, and tell them to add extra cumin." "Wait for me," Li Qingsha gave Li Chengxiu a resentful look before heading toward the stall in the distance. Although Li Qingsha had been working there much longer than Li Chengxiu, his hourly wage at Li Ji's shop wasn't much higher, just 6 yuan an hour, only 1 yuan more than Li Chengxiu's. Watching the figure walking away, a hint of warmth flickered in Li Chengxiu's cold, clear eyes. After learning of Xu Yue's passing, Li Chengxiu had felt like a duckweed on the ocean, with nowhere to dock, lonely and helpless. It was then that Li Ji and Li Qingsha entered his darkened heart. On sunny days, Li Qingsha would ride his bike and take Li Chengxiu to the mountain peak to watch the sunset. And on the way down, he would buy Li Chengxiu the most expensive milk tea from a shop along the road. Whenever there was a good movie, Li Qingsha would generously buy Li Chengxiu a 3D ticket, while he himself would just sit on the steps outside the theater soaking up the sun. When they returned to the shop in the evening, Li Ji would always cook plenty of expensive meat dishes, silently placing them on the side closer to Li Chengxiu. The shop was small but had everything they needed. Though there were few people, it was enough to keep them warm. This brief period of happiness made Li Chengxiu wish it could last forever, but that was nothing more than a delusion. Li Chengxiu's sudden appearance had aroused the suspicion of an intelligence officer from the Special Ability Agency. The officer followed the clues, uncovered many doubts about Li Chengxiu, and even began to question the identities of Li Ji and Li Qingsha. Not long after, that intelligence officer died at the hands of Li Chengxiu, and from that moment on, Li Chengxiu understood a truth. The peace he sought could only be built on strength, and his happiness could only be secured with his own fists. By the roadside, Li Chengxiu looked exhausted, slumped helplessly over the hood of the car, his stomach rumbling so loudly that he couldn't even be bothered to straighten his back. Seeing that Li Qingsha was late to return, just as Li Chengxiu was about to reach into the storage space under the seat for the leftover roast chicken, his body suddenly stiffened, but he quickly returned to normal and started eating the chicken as if nothing had happened. A few seconds later, Li Chengxiu took out his phone and dialed Li Qingsha's number. "Don't be impatient. I'm still haggling with the shopkeeper. Just wait. I think I'm being watched." Li Chengxiu interrupted Li Qingsha directly. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, and the noise from her side gradually faded away. Li Qingsha found an inconspicuous corner to crouch in and asked seriously, "How do you know?" "Just now, while I was eating in the car, I felt a cold, chilling gaze watching me from behind for a few seconds. You know, my sixth sense has always been accurate. I trust you. What do you need me to do?" Li Qingsha looked up, her gaze crossing the crowd to peer through the gaps toward Li Chengxiu's direction. "What kind of buildings are there at about the 5 o'clock position behind me, roughly 100 meters away?" Li Chengxiu asked in a low voice. A blue light flashed in Li Qingsha's eyes as she looked up toward the back of Li Chengxiu. "It is the Anxian Inn. It's quite run down, and looks like it has been there for many years." Li Chengxiu closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and said, "The window is facing me. Between the 3rd and 6th floors, is there any room that looks strange to you? Suspicious? Wait." After a few seconds of silence, Li Qingsha replied, "The 5th floor is a bit off. There's a person standing behind the curtain, and they haven't moved at all." "Got it. Go ahead and finish your shopping." Just as Li Chengxiu was about to hang up, Li Qingsha stopped him. "What are you trying to do? You don't even know who it is, and you're just going up there. Aren't you afraid something might happen to you?" How strong can someone be who hides in the shadows to watch me? As for who they are, I'll find out once I catch them. As he spoke, Chen Xiu parked the car and walked toward a nearby alley. Wait, I am coming with you. We will have a better chance of winning if we go together. No, your ability only amplifies your 5 senses. It's not much use. It's more convenient for me to go alone. With that, Chen Xiu hung up the phone and walked deeper into the alley. On the other end of the line, Li Qingsha's face darkened. She pursed her lips, not knowing what to say. Although her combat strength was weaker, was she really that useless? Splash, splash, splash. Chen Xiu stepped through the puddles and slowly arrived at the shadowed side of the Anxian Hotel. He glanced toward the 5th floor, bent his knees slightly, and leaped upward, scaling the building as swiftly as a cat. He moved so fast that even the security cameras could only capture a faint, indistinct blur. Once he reached the 5th floor, Chen Xiu locked onto his target's position, pushed off with his legs, and shot forward like a shadow, bursting through the window with lightning speed to pin the figure behind the curtains to the ground. Who told you to come? Chen Xiu was about to say something, but when he saw the person's identity, he swallowed his words back down. Chapter 13, A Mistake. Pinned beneath him was a scruffy-looking, middle-aged man wearing a gray and white police uniform, who was staring at Chen Xiu in total bewilderment. There were several other men and women in the room dressed in the same uniform. Some had instant noodles hanging from their mouths that they hadn't even had time to chew, and the whole group just stared blankly at Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu recognized the uniform. It was the standard gear of the City 11 Public Security Department. And he realized one thing instantly. That these people weren't the ones tailing him. Some of them were already down to the broth of their noodles, and he had only been here for 3 or 4 minutes. Between making the noodles and eating them, that would take at least 5 minutes. Ahem! Chen Xiu coughed awkwardly, looked at the camera hanging on the man's chest, and asked, "Is that a security body camera?" "Yes." The man nodded blankly. Chen Xiu's face darkened as he heard this, and he felt as if a murder of crows had just flown over his head. Since he had no clothes to change into and assumed his trackers would know his appearance anyway, he hadn't bothered to disguise himself. He happened to know that these security cameras were connected to the Public Security Bureau's database in real time. In other words, his face had been exposed, and the fact that Chen Xiu, an employee of the Cocoa Delicious Fried Rice Shop, could scale walls and vault over roofs would soon be known to everyone. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu felt his head buzzing. If he ran, he would almost certainly be branded Awakened One, and he could say goodbye to the fried rice shop. But if he didn't run, how was he supposed to explain this series of actions? Tell them he's a chosen one. That actually might work. Just then, the security officers in the room finally snapped out of it, picking up their pistols and aiming them at Chen Xiu. Who are you? Where did you come from? Let Lao Cheng go! The lead middle-aged man shouted. Although the man sounded imposing, his trembling body betrayed the unease in his heart. Being able to rush into the room at such speed and act with hostile intent toward a security officer, what else could he be if not an awakened one? The man could reach this conclusion, and naturally the others could too. Though they were frightened, they didn't retreat, keeping their pistols trained on Chen Xiu. You've got it all wrong. Actually, I am, honestly. I'm a good guy. As he spoke, Chen Xiu raised his hands above his head and slowly stood up from the rank 1 officer, Zhu Cheng. Just as Chen Xiu was about to stand up, Zhu Cheng, who was lying on the ground, clenched his fists, performed a kip-up, and lunged at Chen Xiu with a determined expression. Chen Xiu didn't understand what he was trying to do, but he didn't resist, letting himself be tackled to the ground. Zhu Cheng then clung to him like an octopus, wrapping all 4 limbs around him tightly. Just as Chen Xiu was about to explain, Zhu Cheng turned his head and shouted at the group, "Never mind me! Shoot him now!" Huh? Chen Xiu's mouth opened slightly. Is this the kind of peacekeeper I imagined? They are a bit too aggressive. Fortunately, Zhu Cheng's teammates looked hesitant and did not open fire immediately. What are you waiting for? Shoot! If we let this resurrector break free, we will all die. Don't be soft-hearted now! Zhu Cheng yelled at the top of his lungs. Mister, take it easy. Think about it. If I were a resurrector, why wouldn't I have killed you just now? Chen Xiu hurriedly explained. Zhu Cheng was taken aback upon hearing this. That's true. If the other party wasn't awakened, why didn't he kill him earlier? The squad leader, Wu Shan, stared at Chen Xiu vigilantly. He did not lower his guard because of the words and said, If you are not a reawakened, then make a wound. Fine. Li Chen-qiu nodded, then bit down slightly and broke the skin of his lower lip. Red blood stained his lips and trickled down from the corner of his mouth. 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 seconds. The wound did not heal. Seeing this, the team's tense nerves finally relaxed, and they lowered their weapons. Li Chen-qiu lowered his head to look at Zhu Cheng, who was still sprawled in his arms. Oh, sorry about that, I misunderstood. Zhu Cheng nodded belatedly, climbed out of Li Chen-qiu's arms in a hurry, and took out a tissue from his pocket to hand to him. Thanks. Li Chen-qiu took the tissue and wiped the blood from his mouth. In the Federation, there was only one way to identify human resurrected, which was to do exactly what Li Chen-qiu just did. Create a wound and observe if it would heal. Since Li Chen-qiu possessed the ability of absolute control, he could dictate whether his wounds would heal or not. Besides that, there is another way to control wound healing. It involves sustaining one's life solely on human blood, keeping just enough life energy to prevent the skin from aging. Under these conditions, wounds naturally won't heal quickly. This is the method used by Li Ji and Li Qingsha. However, this method is very torturous. Awakened who are chronically deprived of life energy fall into a state of hunger. This hunger cannot be satisfied by other foods and must simply be endured. Inside the room, Wu Shan asked tentatively, "Are you a destiny holder?" "Yeah, pretty much." Li Chen-qiu nodded with a smile. "Then may I ask your name?" Wu Shan continued to ask. Li Chen-qiu hesitated for a moment before saying his name, Li Chen-qiu. He naturally knew what the other party was planning. Once a chosen one appears in the Federation, they must report to the local Special Ability Department. And once reported, this information becomes public and can be looked up online by name. Sure enough, after hearing the name, Wu Shan winked at the woman standing beside him. Seeing this, she immediately walked to the back with her phone, clearly to look up Li Chen-qiu's information. "Little brother, why did you come in from there?" Zhu Cheng, who had an honest and simple appearance, scratched his head and asked in confusion. "Actually, his uncle, his other uncle are all his uncles. Hi." Just as Li Chen-qiu was about to explain, his phone rang in his pocket. "Sorry, I need to take this." Li Chen-qiu gave an apologetic smile and walked to the window to answer the phone. "Xiao Chuzi, the 4th floor is also acting strange. There is clearly someone in front of the window, but the lights aren't on." Li Qingsha whispered on the other end of the line. "You?" Li Chen-qiu clenched his fists. He really wanted to punch his second brother into the ground right now. "Hang up!" After hanging up, Li Chen-qiu lunged forward and jumped out of the window to the astonishment of everyone present. Under the neon lights, Li Chen-qiu grabbed the protruding window ledge, swung his body, and jumped directly into the room below. Since the window was open, Li Chen-qiu's movement was completely unobstructed. It was a single room, and the air was filled with a choking smell of smoke. On the nightstand, there was a cigarette butt still smoldering with a faint glow. Clearly, someone had been in this room just moments ago, but they had just jumped out of the window and left. Click! Li Chen-qiu flipped the light switch, but the lights in the room did not turn on. Hotel room power usually requires a keycard to be activated. Since the person hadn't checked in, the front desk naturally wouldn't have any useful information. Li Chen-qiu frowned slightly, then turned on his phone's flashlight and began to search the room. Soon, his attention was caught by a calendar placed on the bedside table. There was nothing special about the calendar itself, but what caught Li Chen-qiu's attention was the 16th, which had been deliberately circled with a pen. "April 16th? Li Chen-qiu muttered under his breath. Just then, a clutter of hurried footsteps came from the stairs outside, approaching the room where Li Chen-qiu was. He hadn't bothered to be quiet when he broke into this room, so naturally, the security officers upstairs had heard him. Li Chen-qiu calmly picked up the calendar, walked to the window, and tossed it precisely into the trash can downstairs. Click! At that very moment, the door was flung open, and bright white light flooded the room as the security officers stepped inside with their handguns drawn, alert, and ready. Wu Shan looked at Li Chen-qiu, who was standing by the window in a daze, and shouted, "Li Chen-qiu, what is going on? Explain yourself." Li Chen-qiu turned around and said helplessly, "It's a long story, but I'll make it short. Ever since I became a Destinier, my sixth sense has become incredibly sharp. Just now, while I was buying food at a stall, I suddenly felt a very unsettling gaze fixed on me. That's why I broke into your room through the window. But clearly, I was mistaken. The person watching me must have been on the 4th floor, and they've already fled. A trace of frustration flickered in Chen Xiu's eyes. Did you offend someone? Zhu Cheng glanced at the cigarette butt on the table. I don't know, which is why I'm curious as to why someone would be stalking me. Chen Xiu shook his head and looked at the cigarette butt, adding, you should be able to get their DNA from that. To leave a cigarette butt here, this person's genes have likely already been altered. The one watching you might be one of those special individuals. Wu Shan walked to the window and looked down at the street. Chen Xiu was well aware that no matter how humans reached the first forbidden state, their genes would undergo mutation. What a stroke of bad luck being targeted for no reason. Chen Xiu feigned annoyance, slumped onto a stool with a pitiful expression, and looked at Wu Shan, continuing, Uncle, did I break the law with what I just did? Destineers are not under the jurisdiction of the security department. Whether or not a crime has been committed is up to the Special Abilities Bureau, a female officer said. So, do I have to go to the Special Abilities Bureau and sit in a cell? Chen Xiu pretended to look uneasy. Not if no one files a complaint. Wu Shan turned back and stared at Chen Xiu, saying, if you really are innocent, we naturally won't file one. What does that mean? Chen Xiu furrowed his brows slightly. Since you are a Destineer, why haven't you registered with the Special Abilities Bureau? Or is it that being registered makes it inconvenient to act? How are you connected to the multiple disappearance cases this month? Wu Shan questioned sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the room raised their handguns and aimed them at Chen Xiu. Disappearance cases? Chen Xiu suddenly understood, so that's why these security officers were staying here. What, do you think being a Destineer makes you immune to bullets? Wu Shan asked coldly. Chen Xiu laughed bitterly, saying, the reason I haven't registered is that I only recently became a Destineer and haven't had the time. As for these disappearance cases, they have absolutely nothing to do with me. Your family? Just as Wu Shan was about to say something, the walkie-talkie on his chest crackled with static, and a voice came through. The suspect has been arrested on Dongping Street. Pack up. A strange silence fell over the room. The security officers looked at each other, their hands wavering on their guns, unsure whether they should lower them. Keep him controlled, I'm gonna make a call. Wu Shan instructed the others and walked into the bathroom alone. A few minutes later, Wu Shan walked out of the bathroom and waved at everyone, saying, stand down. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, holstered their guns, and stepped aside. I'm sorry. With more and more awakened appearing in the city, the mortality rate for security officers is rising. Being overly cautious is the only way we can survive. My apologies. Wu Shan walked up to Chen Xiu and bowed his head in apology. This gesture took Chen Xiu by surprise. He hadn't expected the people in the security department to be this decent. If this had been the Special Abilities Bureau, let alone apologizing, they probably wouldn't have bothered to verify anything and would have just opened fire on the spot. It's fine. Chen Xiu waved his hand. Being cautious is normal. It gives you a better chance of surviving if you encounter an awakened. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait, young man, what's your phone number? Wu Shan called out to Chen Xiu, adding, I'll need to contact you once the DNA report comes back. Chen Xiu nodded. 895. Alright, the test results should be out by tomorrow afternoon. Wu Shan put his phone away and said, my men will contact you tomorrow morning to take you to the Special Abilities Bureau for registration. Huh? Chen Xiu arched an eyebrow and waved his hands. No need to trouble yourselves, I can go register on my own. It's no trouble. Assisting Destineers with registration is an obligation of the security department. Hearing this, although Chen Xiu wasn't exactly thrilled, he nodded and agreed. After bidding farewell to the security officers, Chen Xiu rode down the road with Chen Xiu on the back of his scooter. So, you're going to the Special Abilities Bureau to register tomorrow? Chen Xiu said, clutching Chen Xiu in shock. What else? I could either keep pretending to be a Destineer or become a fugitive. Even a little cutie knows which choice to make. Chen Xiu replied testily. Why aren't you being more careful? An awakened posing as a Destineer, this is bound to cause trouble down the line. Chen Xiu asked, exasperated, I chose routes without surveillance cameras while climbing, and I used absolute control to change my fingerprints. What more could I have done? You should be asking if I managed to see clearly. Chen Xiu. By the way, do you know if anything major is happening on April 16th? Chen Xiu asked casually. April 16th? Chen Xiu looked up, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, she said, "Oh, right. Northern Yellow Mountain has been hiring a large number of day laborers lately, and the work seems to start on April 16th. Why are they hiring so many day laborers?" Li Chen inquired. "How should I know? They're probably putting on some big event." "What kind of part-time work is it?" "Hey, you've got time to worry about that? You should be thinking about how you're going to explain this to the boss." Li Qingsha laughed with malicious glee, her mouth curling upward uncontrollably. As soon as she said this, Li Qiu's wandering thoughts returned to reality, and his expression turned visibly sour. It was a cozy fried rice shop. Soft light shone through the glass door onto the damp, cold pavement, bringing a touch of warmth to this otherwise desolate street. A few stray cats and dogs huddled under the shop's steps, licking each other's fur, providing a bit of warmth against the chill of the night air. Just then, a beam of light hit the shop door as Li Qiu parked his scooter in front of the establishment. "Good luck to you," Li Qingsha chirped, patting Li Qiu on the shoulder before dashing into the shop with a bag of grilled skewers. After parking his scooter, Li Qiu walked to the door, took a deep breath, and pushed it open with a heavy heart. Just as he stepped into the shop, a strong smell of alcohol rushed into Li Qiu's nostrils. Looking for the source, he saw an old man of about 50 or 60, with a bright red face slumped on the ground. The old man's face was a bit puffy and sagging, wearing a grease-stained apron, and his black and white hair added a sense of weariness to his appearance. Countless empty bottles were scattered around the old man, and Li Qingsha was crouching on the ground, cleaning them up. When he heard the movement at the door, he didn't even look up and said, "The boss and his friend are drunk. Help him to the second floor. I can manage the cleaning here by myself." Yeah. Li Qiu didn't say much, walked over to Li Ji, helped him up, and wobbled toward the second floor, soon getting him onto his bed. Housing prices in City 11 are very high. To save money, Li Ji built a partition in the 4-meter-high kitchen, with a 2-meter-high living space above and the 2-meter-high kitchen below. The small space was only enough for one bed, and the three of them slept on it every day. It wasn't exactly crowded, but it was a bit stuffy. Once summer came, this place became a steamer, so Li Ji would lay out a large mat in the restaurant on the first floor and fall asleep happily with a fan blowing. As soon as he touched the bed, Li Ji's eyelashes fluttered, and he opened his eyes groggily. "Hey, oh, isn't this the brother with the power that doesn't need a plan? Why are you back so soon? Hey. Boss, you're drunk. Go to sleep." As Li Qiu lifted the quilt to cover him, Li Ji pushed his hand away and said drunkenly, "I'm not drunk. Don't talk nonsense." "All right, you're not drunk," Li Qiu replied, and after turning off the light, he was about to go downstairs when he was grabbed by Li Ji. Li Qiu tried to pull his hand away, but the other man seemed to be putting in all his strength, holding on tightly without letting go. After a few seconds of stalemate, Li Ji's voice rang out in the darkness, with a shy, timid tone. "I'm sorry." Li Qiu paused in the dark and turned his head. "Why are you suddenly saying sorry?" "Just wanted to say, did you succeed in getting your revenge? Those people were weak, I killed them quickly, the revenge is done," Li Qiu said calmly. "Then you can be a lot more relaxed from now on." "Chen Xiu, squat down." Li Ji held Li Qiu with his rough hands. Li Qiu did not resist, and squatted down beside Li Ji obediently. "Since you've had your revenge, don't do dangerous things anymore. Let the three of us just live well, okay?" Li Ji said in a gentle voice. "Live well?" Li Qiu shook his head. "Can we always live well? Aren't we living well right now? I can cook and make money, buy you meat, and buy blood for Shay, happy every day. What if the supply of human blood is cut off? What if the Federation suddenly develops a device that can detect awakened ones? What if one day we are suspected by the Special Ability Division? They will kill us then. It has nothing to do with good or evil, just like when I was on the bridge. I didn't do anything wrong, but the name Awakened is a death sentence." Li Qiu clenched his fists, dark currents surging in his eyes as he continued. "Peace is just a beautiful dream woven by the night sky, and we will eventually wake up." The flush on Li Ji's face faded a bit, and he said forlornly, "We will be killed in the end, so why can't we live well before we die? We don't have to die, as long as we are strong enough." Li Ji looked at Li Qiu upon hearing this. "Can you be stronger than the Federation? What if, even if I die on this path, I have no regrets?" Li Qiu stood up. My mother already died because of my incompetence. I don't want to repeat the same mistake. As long as I can get stronger, nothing else matters." With that, Chen Xiu turned and walked downstairs. No one knew that the strongest taboo in the Federation's history was quietly hatching. The light of the rising sun emerged from the east, clashing and alternating with the dark blue night sky. Chen Xiu sat in front of the shop wrapped in a thin quilt, his bangs fluttering in the damp morning breeze. The alternation of night and dawn was beautiful. Even exhaustion and cold couldn't shake Chen Xiu's gaze. Clack! The shop door behind him opened, and a sleepy Li Qingsha walked out, rubbing his messy hair, looking down at Chen Xiu. "Why are you up before daybreak? The sky is so beautiful today, if you miss it, you won't see it again later." Chen Xiu patted the steps beside him. "Come watch together." Li Qingsha looked at Chen Xiu when he heard this, and then sat down beside him. After a long silence, Li Qingsha said, "Did the boss say something harsh yesterday? That's just how he is, don't take it to heart." "I didn't take it to heart. Second brother, can you do me a favor?" Chen Xiu suddenly grabbed Li Qingsha's hand. "What favor?" Li Qingsha asked uneasily. "I'll say this first. I'm not helping with any favor that costs money. No money needed. I'm a bit strapped for cash lately. Can you help me find a daily paid job on North Yellow Mountain for April 16th? "Just that." "Just that." Li Qingsha gave a confident smile and made an okay gesture. "I'll take care of it for you today." "Right. I have to report to the Special Ability Division when it gets bright. Remember to tell the boss about what happened last night, that I've become a Destiny Walker." As soon as these words came out, Li Qingsha jumped up. "Why don't you say it yourself? I have things to do besides. Haven't I always been the one to negotiate with the boss when you cause trouble?" Chen Xiu said naturally. Li Qingsha pointed at Chen Xiu and scolded. "Are your troubles and my troubles the same size? If you want to talk about this, then I have to say something." Chen Xiu stood up. "If you had seen clearly last night, would I have been able to run to the 5th floor? I was just... Don't just me. Just tell me who made the fatal mistake." Chen Xiu directly interrupted Li Qingsha's words. Fine, I'll say it. Being the older brother means tolerating the younger brother's willfulness. I'll take a step back." Having said that, Li Qingsha went into the shop indignantly. After watching the sunrise, Chen Xiu made some simple breakfast for the two of them. Because he forgot to charge his phone last night, Chen Xiu had to run to the Special Ability Division. It was only 40 kilometers. It would be no time at all with some running and stopping. Just as Chen Xiu was running, his phone rang. His uncle, his second uncle, or all his uncles. Beep! Chen Xiu picked up the phone. "Hello? Is this Chen Xiu?" A familiar voice came from the other side of the phone. "It's me." Hello, we met last night. I am Zhu Cheng, the one who was pressed under you." "Oh, it's Uncle Zhu. Are you calling to pick me up?" "Yes, orders from above," Zhu Cheng said excitedly on the other end of the phone. "No need, I'll go by myself. I'll take a photo and send it to you when I get there. No need to trouble yourself to run over." "Ah!" Zhu Cheng was stunned. This reporting is very complicated. One person can't do it. Really no need. I'm not a child. I don't need anyone to watch over me." Chen Xiu smiled and refused again. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone, and after a while Zhu Cheng's voice sounded. Actually, little brother, I just want to follow you into the Special Ability Division to take a look. We of the Security Division aren't allowed to enter the Special Ability Division normally, and today just happens to be the Special Ability Division's Ability Testing Day. Your uncle here doesn't want to miss it. Help me out." Chapter 16, Divine Power. Ability Testing Day? Chen Xiu stopped and showed a trace of doubt in his words. "Ah?" Zhu Cheng said surprisedly. "You don't know about the Special Ability Division's Ability Testing Day?" "Not really. What is this Ability Testing Day?" Chen Xiu asked curiously. "It's a long story. Let's talk about it when we meet." In the end, Chen Xiu told Zhu Cheng his address. 10 minutes later, a security division car stopped steadily in front of Chen Xiu. The window rolled down slowly, and a simple-looking face poked out. "Little brother, get in! Sorry for the trouble." Chen Xiu nodded, pulled open the passenger door, and sat in. The morning news was playing in the car, talking about exactly what happened at Luzhong Bridge last night. "Currently, this awakened one is missing. Please pay attention to your travel safety, citizens." Zhu Cheng sighed deeply. "Sigh, it's really terrifying. I hope I don't run into this awakened one." Chen Xiu, sitting beside him, had a strange look on his face. looking out the window to the side. It is indeed quite terrifying. I hope none of us meet it. Zhu Cheng glanced to the side. Seeing that Li Chenqiu's expression was dark, he thought he was frightened by the news, and then he began to console him. Don't worry, once the Security Administration finishes determining the disaster level of this awakened one, they will send a Destiny Walker to City 11. That awakened one won't live long. I hope so. Li Chenqiu nodded. Right, Uncle Zhu. What does that ability testing day you mentioned mean? Every Destiny Walker's ability has different levels. This ability testing day is to grade those Destiny Walkers whose abilities haven't been rated yet. There are 2 such days a year, one in April and one in October. Today is the April testing day. In the following time, Zhu Cheng talked about some things related to abilities, giving Li Chenqiu a certain understanding of the knowledge in this area. As for Destiny Walker's abilities, the Federation divides them into 3 major categories: elemental, special, and extreme body. Elemental abilities include lightning, raging fire, and elemental abilities are also recognized as the most powerful aggressive ability category. Extreme body abilities act directly on the Destiny Walker's body. Like Wang Zhongshan's ability, it belongs to the extreme body category. This type of ability has a low ceiling but a high floor, and it's a standard, middle-of-the-road ability category. Special abilities are more unique. As long as they don't belong to the elemental or extreme body categories, they are classified as special. Abilities in this category are either extremely strong or very weak, and it's the category with the largest difference between the high and low end. The existence of the ability testing day is to accurately classify Destiny Walker's abilities and rate their strength based on their function. From high to low, they are the 6 grades A, B, C, D, E, and F. Most Destiny Walkers have F-grade abilities and can only do odd jobs in the Special Ability Division or be a small leader in the Security Division. E-grade is quite decent. They can be a team captain in the Special Ability Division, while D-grade can serve as a leader of the Special Action Team in the Special Ability Division. The levels above that belong to the Security Administration. As for what's above A, Li Chenqiu didn't know because he was just asking. Uncle Zhu, is there anything above A, Li? Chen Xiu leaned over and asked. Zhu Cheng thought for a while and said, I don't know if there is, but there is some unreliable information on the internet. Do you want to hear it? I want to hear it. Li Chenqiu nodded curiously. It is said that there is a stone carving hidden inside the Security Administration, and many strange and extraordinary abilities are written on that carving. A few years ago, someone on the internet even released some news about the stone carving, saying that this is the sequence list of divine abilities. Once you awaken an ability on the stone carving, you can possess the power to destroy the world. Zhu Cheng sneered. Divine? Hearing these 2 words, Li Chenqiu's heart skipped a beat, thinking of that sentence from 2 years ago. Bear my body. Possess your power. Ascend to godhood again. My name is Pangu, do you wish? Both the sheepskin scroll and the stone carving have the word divine. Is there any connection between them? What's wrong? Zhu Cheng glanced at the passenger seat. These are all made up by people on the internet. Where are there any gods in the history of the Federation? Nothing, Uncle Zhu, besides these. What else did that person say? Li Chenqiu asked nonchalantly. Nothing else. Hey, right, it seems they also talked about the first sequence of abilities. What is that ability called? It seems to be called freedom. Very strange, right? The streets of City 11 are wide. Although there were many vehicles in the morning, there was no congestion. Zhu Cheng drove the car and soon arrived at the entrance of the Special Ability Division. Li Chenqiu pushed the door and walked out of the car, looking up at the front. A 100-meter-long black iron gate frame stood in the center of the city, shining with a brilliant black luster under the sunlight like a steel beast, quietly overlooking the passing pedestrians and vehicles. Soldiers with guns stood on both sides of the gate, their cold eyes scanning the vehicles and crowds coming in and out like scanners. Building such a big gate must have cost at least over 100,000. Li Chenqiu sighed. Zhu Cheng patted Li Chenqiu on the shoulder and said proudly, Young people have experienced too little. This is at least hundreds of thousands. At this time, a man in a suit passed by the 2 of them and sneered dismissively. 2 hicks. This has exceeded 10 million. A light breeze blew by. Zhu Cheng rubbed his nose awkwardly and walked to the gate without a word. Seeing this, Li Chenqiu followed. After registering information at the guard station, the staff of the Special Ability Division led the 2 to a long corridor. Li Chenqiu was like a robot shuttling through various rooms in the corridor, constantly being scanned by precise instruments. After spending an hour, Chen Xiu finally reached the stage of registering his ability. Describe your ability roughly. A young woman sitting next to a computer said. Zhu Cheng, who was standing on the side, was afraid that Chen Xiu wouldn't understand, so he hurried to explain. Just say roughly what it's used for, and the staff will name your ability and enter it into the database. Understood. Chen Xiu nodded. His abilities are absolute control and extreme water. These two definitely couldn't be spoken of. When deciding to become a Destiny Walker, Chen Xiu had already thought about his ability. My ability is having great strength, Chen Xiu said with a smile. Great strength? The woman stopped typing and looked at Chen Xiu in surprise. Ordinary people will break through to the first ban when they become Destiny Walkers. Everyone's strength is great. Did you make a mistake? No mistake, great strength is my ability. I have watched combat videos of the first ban on the internet, and my strength is greater than theirs, Chen Xiu said affirmatively. How much greater? The woman turned her gaze to the computer screen. Chen Xiu touched his chin and pondered for a while before saying, a lot greater, but it depends on the test. Click, click, click. The woman's fingers moved rapidly on the keyboard, and in a short while, she finished entering the basic information, leaving only the naming column empty. You can name it yourself. If you can't, I'll name it for you. The woman looked at Chen Xiu. If possible, call it Divine Power. Chapter 17. Embarrassment on the big screen. Alright, your number plate is 43. Go to the ability testing field and wait. Chen Xiu took the number plate handed over by the woman, said thank you, and followed Zhu Cheng to leave there. On the way, Zhu Cheng asked curiously, Little Qiu, you said your strength is greater than a first ban ability user. How great exactly? Chen Xiu looked up and thought for a while, then said seriously, using full strength, it's about close to the fourth ban. It turns out to be the fourth ban. Wait. Zhu Cheng stopped abruptly and widened his eyes in disbelief. Fourth ban? Yeah, casually fighting is the third ban, full strength is the fourth ban, Chen Xiu said calmly, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. You're not kidding, full strength fourth ban? Zhu Cheng stepped back and sized Chen Xiu up from head to toe. It wasn't that he didn't believe Chen Xiu's character, but that what the other person said was too outrageous. First ban having the strength comparable to the fourth ban, has there ever been such a precedent in the history of the Federation? Anyway, Zhu Cheng didn't know. Seeing Zhu Cheng's reaction, Chen Xiu was not shocked. His own strength did indeed surpass people's cognition, and it was normal for others not to believe it. However, whether others believe it or not is their business. He just needs to put in his full effort. Before today, Chen Xiu still wanted to be a low-key Destiny Walker, but this idea was completely dispelled by Zhu Cheng this morning. Zhu Cheng told him a way to rapidly improve various physical functions, which is to eat beasts that have become awakened ones. The meat of awakened beasts contains a special life energy, which can improve the eater's physical body in all aspects just by eating it. But this life energy cannot be used for regeneration or delaying aging. Of course, this is only for other people. Chen Xiu is not subject to this limitation. After all, the life energy he absorbs from eating pigs, sheep, cows, and ducks can delay aging, and awakened ones are, to put it plainly, animals too. There's no difference. There are only 4 ways to get this kind of meat. The first is to buy it, a method Chen Xiu wouldn't even consider. The second is to go hunting in the no man's land, but this method of acquisition is too slow. Chen Xiu knows nothing about the no man's land, and doesn't even know how to identify awakened beasts. The third is to join the Special Ability Division or the Security Administration. After joining, the Federation will regularly distribute meat of awakened beasts. However, if you want to enter this kind of institution, you must go to a military base for training and study. Only after passing the training can you have the opportunity to enter the Special Ability Division and the Security Administration. The fourth is the Federation's Destiny Walker Academy. This type of academy is committed to cultivating powerful Destiny Walkers to serve the Federation, and naturally it will distribute the meat of awakened beasts. Moreover, after students graduate, the academy handles placement, and the institutions they are placed in are naturally the Special Ability Division or even the Better Security Administration. Chen Xiu chose the fourth way. An academy that can improve strength and also improve social status is exactly what he needs. According to Chen Xiu's understanding, there are 73 Destiny Walker academies in the Federation, and his goal is the 4 strongest ones. Long Night Academy. Changwu Academy, War Academy, and Federation Tianyuan Academy. And behind these four academies stand big shots of the Federation. The last one, Federation Tianyuan Academy, was founded by the Federation with its own funding, and every student who comes out of it goes straight to the Security Administration, a step up to the sky. On the way, even though Li Chen-xiu repeated his strength several times, Zhu Cheng was determined, constantly denying and then constantly pursuing the question. Later, Li Chen-xiu simply stopped talking. What else is there to say if others don't believe it? Behind the office building of the Special Ability Division, there is a square that is several times the size of a football field. The ground of the square is laid with black steel, hot and scorching under the sun. Advanced-looking instruments are placed everywhere in the square, and well-dressed staff are standing next to various instruments, wondering what they are adjusting. At this time, a large group of people of all shapes and sizes and ages are gathered in a corner of the square, discussing in groups. I don't know if my ability can get a D this time. If it's a D, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. What are you dreaming about? Your ability getting rated as a D. Keep dreaming. Be polite. I heard that people in charge of recruitment from all academies are watching here. I heard that there are several elemental ability users among us, and a very strong special type. What's the use of worrying about that? Just be your background wall. The crowd discussed, and their faces all showed more or less nervousness. At the same time, a figure walked in from the entrance of the square, and this person was Li Chen-xiu. Because the ability testing field does not allow irrelevant personnel to enter, Zhu Cheng can only go to the screen hall to watch Li Chen-xiu's performance. Li Chen-xiu stood in place and swept his eyes over the crowd, gathered together, his deep eyes calm. Too weak. His sixth sense told him that even if all these people added together, they couldn't beat him. No wonder the Special Ability Division is so incompetent. It turns out that not only is the director corrupt, but the people below are also weak. Li Chen-xiu muttered softly, then leaned against the wall alone, closing his eyes to rest. The reason why Li Chen-xiu said this was not because his mouth was too idle, but because he wanted to see if the screen hall over there could overhear his words. The reason he didn't call to ask directly was because the staff told him after entering that the mobile phone must be on silent and could not be taken out, so he had to turn on the silent vibration mode. If they could overhear what he said, Zhu Cheng should send him a text message or make a call, and the mobile phone would vibrate naturally. As Li Chen-xiu expected, the number plate he held in his hand was a small microphone, and with full square surveillance coverage, his words and his appearance were projected on the screen hall at this moment. Special Ability Division Screen Hall. In front of the huge screen, hundreds of people sat inside quietly, and Li Chen-xiu's voice echoed in the hall through the speakers. After this scene passed, everyone's attention was gathered on Gong Ran, who was sitting in the second row. Gong Ran rubbed his nose awkwardly, sliding back and forth on the main screen of his mobile phone, showing a thoughtful look. At this moment, Gong Ran finally realized what it meant to sit on pins and needles, as the TV said. It was just so damn torturous. Zhang Kong, who was sitting next to him, leaned into Gong Ran's ear and asked, "Director, do you want me to handle it?" What to handle? What an interesting child. Before Gong Ran could speak, Ma Tianju in the first row said with dissatisfaction, "This person is the teacher in charge of recruiting for the War Academy. This tone is really arrogant. Switch the screen back to that kid. I want to see him." Xu Yi of the Long Night Academy also opened his mouth with a smile. "What's the matter? You want this kid?" Ma Tianju asked suspiciously. Xu Yi flipped through the data booklet in his hand when he heard this, and after seeing Li Chen-xiu's ability, he shook his head with some disappointment. Divine power. Increased strength. The ability's ceiling is too low. Gao Xing, the person in charge of Chongwu Academy, raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. Such an ordinary ability. I thought he had a powerful special ability like Qi Ming Yue. It was me overthinking. The big shots in the front row talked and laughed, while Zhu Cheng in the back was sweating profusely. At this time, Zhu Cheng was holding his mobile phone and bombarding Li Chen-xiu with text messages. Like Zhu Cheng, Gong Ran at this moment was also very panicked, staring at the screen nervously, for fear that Li Chen-xiu would say some other golden sentence that would make him sit on edge. Chapter 18 Ability Testing begins. On the ability testing field, Li Chen-xiu slowly opened his eyes after feeling his mobile phone vibrating in his pocket. It turns out they really could overhear his voice. After realizing this point, the corner of Li Chen-xiu's mouth curled up, and a flash of cunning crossed his eyes. Although he couldn't kill Gong Ran right now, it would be fun to tease him in front of everyone. And so, Li Chen-xiu raised his head and looked at the blue sky, sighing, Being able to become the director of the Special Ability Division in City 11 is also considered a big deal. What ability does this Gongran have? Saying this, Chen Xiu touched his chin with a thoughtful look on his face. At the same time, Gongran, who was sitting in the screen hall, was already sweating profusely. He nervously buckled the armrest of the chair and said uneasily to Zhang Kong, "Start quickly, and have someone maintain discipline on the field." "All right." Zhang Kong nodded and then walked out of the screen hall. But it was all too late. After pondering for a while, Chen Xiu's eyes suddenly brightened. Although this Gongran is not as capable as Zhang Kong, he is not entirely useless. He became the director at a young age by being a kept man and is also extremely rational. He doesn't even care about his own son's life or death, sitting firmly at the back and planning the strategy. In the end, although the awakened one wasn't killed and his son wasn't saved, luckily he survived himself. I wonder if my face can be a kept man too. Chen Xiu looked envious, his eyes full of longing. In the screen hall, everyone's eyes focused on Gongran again, including the big shot sitting in the first row. "Director Gong, is what this kid said true or false?" Ma Tianju turned around with gossip in his eyes. He didn't expect someone who looked so unremarkable to be so ruthless. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. This is more poisonous than a tiger. "Cough, cough!" Gongran said with an ugly face and 2 dry coughs, looking at Ma Tianju like a hawk. "My child passed away last night. Do you really want to pick at my wounds like this?" Ma Tianju's face froze and he smiled awkwardly. "Excuse me." With that, he turned around and continued to watch the big screen, his face cold and no more words. On the ability testing field, Chen Xiu was just about to say something else when a huge loudspeaker sounded on the field. All testing personnel gather in the center of the field, arranged by number. Everyone heard the sound and walked towards the center of the square one after another. Seeing this, Chen Xiu put away the idea of continuing to tease and walked towards the center of the square. Under the organization of the staff, 3 teams of different sizes appeared in the center of the square. One team only had 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. This was the Elemental Ability Team. Another team had 8 people. This was the Special Ability Team. And the team Chen Xiu was in had the most people, a full 43 people. This was the Extreme Body Ability Team. At this moment, Chen Xiu was standing at the end of this team. Huh? Chen Xiu's gaze crossed the crowd and he saw a young man about the same age as him standing in the Special Ability Team. That was his best friend, Qi Mingyue. The two lived in the same building, together from kindergarten to elementary school, middle school, and high school. Making trouble with each other had become the norm, and going home together had become a habit. Since Qi Mingyue was also from a single-parent family, and his father had a yet-to-be-spoken affection for Chen Xiu's mother, the relationship between the two was like brothers, intimate, and flawless. For a moment, Chen Xiu felt a bit dazed, and a faint ripple stirred in his calm eyes. He subconsciously took a step, but quickly pulled it back, looking calmly ahead. The past cannot be saved, and there's no need to recall it. When Chen Xiu became an awakened one, he and humanity were already parallel lines that could be close, but could never intersect. At this time, a middle-aged man in uniform stood at the front of the team and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Ability testing field. Control your own mouths, don't say things you shouldn't, especially the one standing at the very back of the Extreme Body team." His name was Ma Qian, and he was the general person in charge of this ability testing day. After saying this, Ma Qian looked at Chen Xiu sharply. For a while, those who were confused followed Ma Qian's gaze to Chen Xiu, their big eyes full of doubt and curiosity. Facing everyone's gaze, Chen Xiu pointed at himself in confusion. "Me?" Ma Qian replied coldly, "Don't gossip about other people's business." After saying this, Ma Qian continued, "Remember your positions. The ability testing is not conducted uniformly. First is elemental, then special, and extreme body is last. All elemental personnel follow me. Others move freely. Those who want to watch can also come and take a look." As soon as these words were out, everyone showed excitement. The power of elemental abilities, who wouldn't want to see it? Chen Xiu was no exception. He was quite curious about the gap between his extreme water and other people's elemental abilities. Led by Ma Qian, a group of people came to the left corner of the square. The silver ground was out of place with the surroundings. A half-meter-high black iron fence surrounded this place. A 5-meter-high silver cube was placed in the center of the field, and intermittent blue lines flowed on the surface of the cube. Ma Qian stood in front of the fence and shouted, "Number 1, go in!" Under everyone's gaze, a quiet-looking girl walked out of the crowd, crossed the fence, and entered the silver field. Zip! Zip! The next second, a burst of current sound rang out. Before everyone could react, 4 blue rays shot up from the edge of the field. It stopped at a height of 15 meters, then extended to both sides and connected, outlining a deep blue square in the air. The moment the square was formed, a pale blue transparent light screen spread out from the intersection, completely shrouding the entire field. The girl stood inside at a loss and turned to look at Ma Qian. "Don't worry, the barrier is to protect you and to protect others. Listen clearly. Bomb the testing body with full force. That is the cube. 1 minute later, it will show your ability rating." Ma Qian pointed to the silver iron block and said, "Okay." The girl nodded, closing her eyes to adjust her emotions and breathing. Ability testing is actually tested this way. I thought it was 2 people peeking. Whoever wins gets a higher rating. You think this is street fighting? It's the technological era now. That's it, Specie. Don't discuss loudly! Ma Qian turned around and shouted coldly. Shout made the field go quiet instantly, and no one dared to discuss or speak loudly. On the ability testing platform, the girl took a long breath, and those deep black pupils gradually moved towards ice blue at this moment. A crisp clicking sound rang out around her. Ice shards condensed in the air, and under the girl's control, they gathered together, turning into sharp icicles. My god, it's actually a variant of the water element, ice element. The ice element's attack ability is much stronger than the water element. I'm envious. Why did I awaken an extreme body type? Sigh. Everyone looked at the girl and discussed in low voices, some envious and some angry. At the same time, Chen Xiu, standing in the corner, had his pupils tremble slightly, staring at the icicles condensed by the girl for a long time without recovering. Chapter 19, Soul Dancer. Different from what others saw, at this moment in Chen Xiu's eyes, those rows of icicles seemed to have split personalities, turning into flowing water, floating in the air for a while, and then transforming into hard ice blocks again, emitting waves of chill. How could it be like this? Chen Xiu thought to himself. Why is what he saw different from what others saw? Whoosh! A dull sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the icicles tore through the white cold mist in front of them and rushed toward the testing body. Boom, boom, boom! The icicles, like fearless warriors, crashed into the testing body one after another, shattering into crystalline ice shards upon collision and splashing around. But the destructive power of the icicles was as soft as cotton to the testing body, making it difficult to even leave a shallow mark. Seeing this, the girl bit her lip tightly and used all her strength to manipulate the ability against the testing body, with icicles forming, flying, and shattering, repeating over and over again. Her face became paler and paler, and Chen Xiu, standing in the distance, became more and more focused. In Chen Xiu's eyes, everything in front of him seemed to have slowed down by 100 times, and the splashing ice shards collided, shattered, collided again, and shattered again in the air. When everything seemed to be returning to zero, the space in front of him seemed to stutter like a video, stretching between ice and water, and then started to regress. Shatter, collide, shatter again. In a certain moment, Chen Xiu's head shook violently, as if a wall had suddenly vanished in a sweltering room, and he felt a sudden enlightenment. So that's how it converts between water and ice. Chen Xiu's mouth curled slightly, and he whispered in his heart. At this moment, a tiny ice shard, invisible to the naked eye, drifted past in front of his eyes, but no one noticed any of this. A minute passed in a flash, the girl's hands dropped weakly, and she knelt on the ground exhausted. At the same time, the testing body made a buzzing current sound, and blue lines like a heart rate monitor fluctuated on the smooth surface of the testing body. Under everyone's gaze, a big E appeared on the testing body. Seeing this scene, the girl showed a joyful smile. An E grade coupled with the elemental type was enough to give her a relatively good social status in a city. Others saw this and showed envious expressions. Out of 100 Destiny Walkers, maybe only 5 or 6 have elemental types, and 8 or 9 have E-grade abilities. Being able to have both is truly 1 in 100. Not bad. If you are interested in joining our special ability division, I can help you contact the military base for training. Ma Qian smiled gently, a completely different person from before. Thank you, I will consider it. The girl smiled brightly, stepped out of the fence, and stood to one side. After everything ends, all Destiny Walker academies will come here to recruit, so naturally she has to wait. Seeing the girl leave the testing platform, many people surrounded that side for a while. Only a very few stood still, and Chen Xiu and Qi Mingyue were among them. Because there were few people, there was no longer a partition between the two. Whether it was the driving of fate or a subconscious act, the two turned their heads at the same time, and two cold gazes collided with each other. But Chen Xiu looked away in an instant, looking calmly ahead. With the second person going up, the crowd dispersed, filling the space between the two again. Chen Xiu put his hands in his pockets and left the crowd, walking toward the shadows. Just as he sat down against the wall, footsteps came from far to near and stopped in front of Chen Xiu. What appeared in front of Chen Xiu was a pair of gray-white, old, worn-out sneakers. He looked up, and a familiar face came into view. It was only 2 years, and Qi Mingyue's features were still as handsome, but he had lost something. The teenager's eyes were no longer as bright as stars, leaving only a dark gray sky. That sunny, confident, smiling face was now like ice, unapproachable. "Do you need something?" Chen Xiu looked like he was looking at a stranger. Qi Mingyue was slightly stunned, a smile forced onto his cold face. "Nothing. Just felt you were quite familiar for some reason, as if I've seen you somewhere." Qi Mingyue sat down beside Chen Xiu while talking. "I've been in City 11 all along. Maybe we've met somewhere." Chen Xiu smiled slightly. "Maybe. My name is Qi Mingyue. What's your name?" "My name is Chen Xiu. Chen is in to sink. Q is in autumn." Chen Xiu stood up and looked towards the testing platform. "I don't know what the elemental ability is this time. Want to go and watch together?" "No, I'm not very interested in those." Qi Mingyue shook his head and politely refused Chen Xiu. "Then I'll go watch." With that, Chen Xiu turned and left. He didn't dare to stay around Qi Mingyue, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. Qi Mingyue was too familiar with him, or to be precise, too familiar with Chen Xiu. In the past 2 years, Chen Xiu had changed many of his old habits, but he didn't know if he had missed anything, and whether these missed things would be caught by Qi Mingyue. He didn't dare to gamble. Watching Chen Xiu's departing back, Qi Mingyue murmured in his heart, "Chen Xiu, Chen Xiu, Chen Xiu, Chen Xiu." There was a faint gleam of light in those dark, gloomy eyes. Why is this person's soul so similar to him? Did his own ability see it wrong? Can it see it wrong? Qi Mingyue asked in his heart, but no one could answer his question. The next 2 elemental destiny walkers had no outstanding performances, all mediocre F grades, and didn't cause any waves. Compared to the elemental type, the special type brought a lot of laughter. There were all kinds of bizarre abilities, such as being able to turn hair into crows flying all over the sky, skin disappearing for a short time, blood turning into bubblegum. To test these bizarre abilities, Ma Qian took people to run here and there on the ability testing field. It was very troublesome. After tossing for an hour, the special ability testing finally came to an end, with only one person left. "Number 8, Qi Mingyue!" Ma Qian shouted at the top of his lungs. The moment Qi Mingyue's name was called, the previously listless crowd perked up, casting their eyes on the young man standing at the end of the crowd. Not only that, everyone in the screen hall also sat up straight, expectantly looking at Qi Mingyue on the big screen. Soul Dancer can manipulate the soul of the enemy, control the behavior of the enemy. Ma Tianju looked at the data booklet and talked to himself. Does the soul really exist in the world? Xu Yi asked doubtfully. Who knows? Just keep watching.
On the energy testing field, Qi Mingyue lifted his eyes slightly and walked forward through the crowd. Seeing this, everyone stepped back to both sides, staring at Qi Mingyue's back while whispering among themselves. Is this the heavenly mandate holder everyone has been raving about? That is him. I just arrived at the Special Ability Bureau this morning and saw him surrounded by a group of academy recruiters. Seriously? Aren't admissions supposed to happen after the energy test is finished? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. If you really run into a powerful ability, who cares about the rules? Chen Xiu listened to the discussion with his hands in his pockets, his cold demeanor making him look like an outsider, seemingly out of place even standing in the middle of the crowd. Led by Ma Qian, the group arrived at an open area. Unlike the previous sessions, there were no massive energy testing devices or strange instruments here, only a few stern-looking special operations team members standing by. "Officer, everything is ready," the lead team member walked up to Ma Qian and said. Ma Qian nodded and shouted to the people behind him, "Everyone stay back at least 50 meters. Do not come any closer." Though confused, everyone obediently retreated, and soon only Qi Mingyue and Ma Qian's team were left on the open field. On the field, Qi Mingyue looked at Ma Qian and asked, "Are you going to use people to test my ability?" Ma Qian shook his head. "These people are all at the first prohibition level. As long as you can control one of them to complete the actions I specify, we will arrange for a resurrected one to fight you and grade you based on your performance." Qi Mingyue frowned slightly upon hearing this. "Can't you use a resurrected beast instead?" "No resurrected beasts. Let's start once you're ready." Ma Qian retreated behind Qi Mingyue. Standing 50 meters away, the others couldn't hear the conversation between Ma Qian and Qi Mingyue. They could only see their mouths moving. "What's going on? So many of us are here for the energy test, but where are the instruments?" "I have no idea. Maybe his ability is too special to be tested. I think..." Before the person could finish, a manic burst of laughter suddenly echoed across the field. Everyone turned to look, only to see a special team member hunched over, slapping his knees vigorously as if he had encountered something hilarious. "What just happened?" someone asked. No one answered, as the others were all stunned, speechless except for Chen Xiu. There was something strange about his eyes. Chen Xiu's gaze was deep, staring straight at the man laughing hysterically. He noticed that, although the man was laughing loudly and moving naturally, there wasn't a hint of joy in his eyes. On the contrary, there was a sense of embarrassment and resistance. Meanwhile, in the screening hall, Director Gong, "Is this person an actor you hired?" asked Xu Yi from the Long Night Academy, his voice filled with unconcealable shock. He had assumed the control mentioned in the file was just simple harassment or minor manipulation of an opponent's movements, but he never expected the control to be this absolute. "These people were selected randomly. They shouldn't be actors, right?" Gong Ran said uncertainly. The manipulated man laughed and moved so naturally that it didn't look like he was being controlled at all, and for a moment he dared not draw a conclusion. If this man isn't an actor, then this ability is terrifying. Who among the same prohibition level could be his opponent? No amount of strong attacks or perfect defenses could stop such an eerie method. Not only that, such nuanced control, if used properly, could be a devastating weapon for the Federation. First ride. Was amazing before the riding out marvelous the normal the training holes and that's working in. So the was is the promin and no silver and setting where he has. And so it was things. This man was the head of admissions for the Tianyuan Federal Academy. Don't be so paranoid. Maybe he's just naturally talented. Exactly. If you think he has ulterior motives, just don't admit him. How could a child have ulterior? The representatives from various academies spoke up for Qi Mingyue one after another, leaving Chen Xiu with no room to argue, forcing him to keep quiet. On the testing field, Qi Mingyue pointed at the laughing man and turned to Ma Qian. "Is this enough?" "What?" Ma Qian's pupils trembled as he looked from Qi Mingyue to his subordinate, who was still laughing wildly. The others around them were the same. Those who had been skeptical of Qi Mingyue even went over to shake the man being controlled. But the man was like a robot, repeating his mission of laughing. Seeing no response, Qi Mingyue asked again, "Is this enough?" Yes, it is." Ma Qian nodded belatedly and ordered his subordinate, "Take him away. If the resurrected one shows any sign of abnormality, eliminate it immediately." "Understood." Soon, a group of people took Qi Mingyue away from the field, and the special team member who had been laughing hysterically finally had a chance to catch his breath. After sending Qi Mingyue off, Ma Qian walked up to the crowd. The next session is the grading for the extreme body type according to Team Leader Ma. Hasn't that guy's grading finished yet? Before Ma Qian could finish, someone interrupted him. Ma Qian's brows knitted into a frown, and he was about to lose his temper, but upon seeing it was the ice element girl from before, his expression softened and he smiled in reply. "Qi Mingjue's ability is quite special and needs to be graded elsewhere. All right, let's not waste time. Everyone in the extreme body group, line up. I'm going to announce something." A dense, noisy sound of footsteps filled the air, and within moments, the group had lined up with Chen Xiu still firmly standing at the very back. Ma Qian cleared his throat and said, "The grading for the extreme body type is simple. We will divide into 3 teams for a unified assessment. Speed types stand to my left, strength types to my right, and defense types in the middle. Begin." As soon as he finished, the neat rows scattered, and most people looked at each other in confusion, not knowing where they should stand. "My ability is stretching my nose. Does that count as defense or strength?" How do you choose this? Does changing your pupil color count as speed type? Speed! If you don't think your ability fits, just pick one you believe is stronger. Stop dithering and standing there, Ma Qian said impatiently. Under Ma Qian's urging, after a few minutes, all 40-plus people had chosen their ability types, with one exception. Chen Xiu stood at the back, pursing his lips as his eyes wandered back and forth between the three teams. What's wrong with you? Ma Qian's sharp gaze fell on Chen Xiu. Are you waiting for me to choose for you? Brother, if you don't know what to choose, just go with strength. Most people are picking that one, a young man shouted to Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu didn't answer him, but looked straight at Ma Qian. I feel like I'm pretty good at all three types, so can I choose all of them? What? A look of surprise flickered across Ma Qian's face. I said my ability is quite proficient in power, speed, and defense. Can I test all three? Chen Xiu repeated. Ma Qian gave a playful laugh. Are you trying to test all three types and pick the highest rating for your ability because it doesn't have any specific traits? As soon as he said this, everyone on the field suddenly realized what was going on. My God, why didn't I think of that trick? This kid is sly, so that's the plan he had all along. I'm defeated. Is it too late for me to leave the queue now? In your dreams. You've already chosen? You think they'll let you pick again? For a moment, those who had chosen in a rush looked regretful. Holding on to the principle that if I couldn't get this advantage, no one else should either, they protested loudly. Everyone only gets one chance. Doing this is breaking the rules. You must not agree to him. If you think your ability is trash, just pick one. Even if you test all three, they'll likely all be F. Why bother embarrassing yourself? Choose quickly. Don't waste our time. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Chen Xiu's expression remained normal, as if he hadn't heard a thing. An elephant wouldn't mind the ants, and Chen Xiu wouldn't mind the clowns. Meanwhile, the screen hall wasn't very quiet either. Interesting. Although this kid doesn't have much strength, he sure thinks fast. File clearly states his ability is highly directed toward raw strength, so why not just choose power instead of all these tricks? Maybe he just wants to keep more options open. You guys watch here. I'm going out for some air. Ma Tianzhu from the War Academy stretched and slowly walked toward the exit. Need to take a leak. I'm heading out to the bathroom. Xu Yi from the Long Night Academy rubbed his stomach and also headed toward the door. With the two of them leaving, anyone with a sharp eye saw the underlying meaning, and so, suddenly feeling hungry, I'm going out to buy a bun. My eyes are so sore going out to give them a rest. My butt can't take sitting for this long. I'm going out to stand a bit. Inside the screen hall, people in the front rows left one by one, while only those in the back rows sat as steady as mountains, none of them leaving without permission. Trish, you go fresh, my puff. The young man gave Zhu Cheng a faint glance before turning his eyes back to the screen. Leaving early is to go and compete for that Qi Mingyue. Ah, isn't the ability testing not over yet? Zhu Cheng asked with a confused expression. The young man rested his head on his hand and said with a touch of fatigue, once the elemental and special categories are rated, it's basically over. The upper limits of the rest are too low. Out of 40 people, it's hard to get even a few E ranks. There's no point in watching. Then why aren't the back rows going to compete? Zhu Cheng's clear eyes were filled with so much stupidity that it felt like it was about to spill over. The young man glanced at Zhu Cheng, speechless. They can't compete anyway. Even if they go, they'd just be background filler. What about you? Why aren't you going? Zhu Cheng persisted. The young man clenched his fists. I don't want to go. Is that okay with you? That's fine too. After all, to each their own. On the testing field, Ma Qian looked at Chen Xiu silently, and Chen Xiu did the same. After pondering for a few seconds, Ma Qian said coldly, fine, the rules allow it. The power type category has the most people, so you test for power first, then speed and defense. That way we can all get off work sooner. Chen Xiu nodded. Thanks for the accommodation. With that, Chen Xiu walked to the front of the power type queue and stood still. Damn, Alright, stop talking. Even if you test all three, the result will be the same. Instead of arguing here, you'd be better off thinking about how to cheat later. Sigh. The person sighed, looking at Chen Xiu's back. Since the power type has the most people, Ma Qian leads it personally, while other staff handle the remaining teams. Soon, led by Ma Qian, everyone arrived at the testing platform previously used by the elemental category. Apparently, this is also where power types are rated. The rules are the same as before. Go in and attack the testing dummy. The rating will show after a minute. Go in. Ma Qian barked at Chen Xiu with a commanding tone. Chen Xiu didn't care, stepped over the railing, and stood in front of the testing dummy. Adjust your breathing and start. Don't dawdle. There are 20 more people waiting, Ma Qian shouted. Chen Xiu reached out to touch the dummy, turned to look at Ma Qian, and said something that stunned everyone. "Is this dummy sturdy? If I break it, I won't have to pay for it, will I?" The field fell into dead silence. A few seconds later, a scoff rang out in the crowd. As if flipping a switch, the silence was shattered and all sorts of mocking voices swarmed in. Does this kid want to be an internet celebrity, purposely making a scene like this to act all cute and quirky? Even the E-rank ice element couldn't leave a single mark on it. How does he have the nerve to ask that? Honestly, if he's not pretending but actually stupid, I think I'd kind of like this guy. Your husband! Don't insult me like that. Not only was there laughter here, but the screen haul was the same. Ha ha ha! The young people these days are really interesting. When I was young, I was just as arrogant as him, thinking I was a 1 in a million genius. Then my teacher beat me up and I got cured of that sickness. Who knows, maybe this kid really has the talent. Look how calm he is, not even a hint of panic. True, even if he doesn't follow the path of a destiny holder, going to film school is a decent backup plan. Compared to everyone else's laughter, Zhu Cheng was full of nervousness, his hands gripping his pants tightly. The young man sitting next to him noticed and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know this kid?" Zhu Cheng nodded without turning his head. "Yeah, I brought him here." "How good is he?" the young man asked curiously. "I don't know, but he said he's very strong. I think he's strong too, but the strong he mentioned is stronger than the strong I thought. Maybe he's a bit strong, but that strength should be less than the strong he said, closer to the strong I said, but he should be strong." The young man's mouth twitched. "Did you study stand-up comedy before?" Standing by the test platform, Ma Qian saw Chen Xiu staring at him and laughed. "What are you looking at me for? Go ahead and hit it." "You haven't told me if I have to pay for it yet," Chen Xiu said calmly. "Hit it with your full force. If you break it, I'll pay for it. It has absolutely nothing to do with you," Ma Qian sneered. It was his first time seeing someone this clueless. Thinking he could break the dummy? Was he playing Superman? After getting a satisfying answer, Chen Xiu finally relaxed and lifted his left knee to his chest. Compared to a fist, a knee strike actually has more destructive power and higher hardness. It's much better for breaking through a point than a punch. Bang! Chen Xiu's knee slammed into the power measuring device like a cannonball, triggering a deafening sonic boom across the arena. Before anyone could react, the device shattered in an instant like a block of tofu, exploding like fireworks. Sharp fragments, crackling with blue electrical currents, shot outward in all directions, embedding themselves into the blue light barrier and carving deep scratches into the silver floor. Amidst the swirling gray dust, Chen Xiu slowly lowered his leg and said calmly, "What rank is this?" No one answered. Everyone stood stunned, as if struck by lightning, their lips trembling, unable to make a sound. Ma Qian was no exception. He felt as if his brain had been bashed by something, buzzing incessantly, unable to think or move. In the auditorium, the crowd, previously filled with laughter, had fallen into a deathly silence, staring at the screen with eyes so wide they looked like they might pop out. A young man in the last row watched the big screen as if seeing a monster tugging at Zhu Cheng's arm. "Big brother, this guy is he a first grade?" Zhu Cheng didn't respond. His own mind was in chaos, and Chen Xiu's earlier words echoed in his ears like a curse. "Normally, 3rd grade, full power near 4th grade. Damn, he wasn't lying." Zhu Cheng spoke tremblingly, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the quiet hall. Suddenly, a middle-aged woman in the second-to-last row stood up, clutching her abdomen and jogging toward the door, muttering, "I can't hold it. I can't hold it." Her departure seemed to trigger a chain reaction as people in the rows behind her began standing up, leaving the hall with all sorts of flimsy excuses. As more people left, those remaining stopped bothering with excuses and just bolted for the exit, leaving only the Special Abilities Bureau personnel sitting quietly in their seats. "Director Gong!" Just as Gong Ran was still dazed, a voice from behind pulled him back to reality. What is it?" Gong Ran turned around, coming to his senses. "Director Gong, please don't share the information about this guy with the people who left earlier. Having Qi Mingyue is enough for them." After saying that, the person hurried out of the hall, following the others. On the testing platform, Chen Xiu brushed off some dust and walked step by step out of the explosion center, his figure becoming increasingly clear in everyone's eyes. Seeing no reply, Chen Xiu spoke again. "What rank is this?" After the second question, Ma Qian finally regained feeling in his vocal cords. I don't know." That single remark caused an uproar, and everyone finally snapped out of it, their complex gazes, a mix of shock, fear, and confusion, fixed tightly on Chen Xiu. "It shattered? Did you see that right?" "You saw it right, it really shattered." E-rank elementalists couldn't even leave a scratch on it. and one knee strike shattered it? You gotta be kidding me. Damn it, this is a first order? Whose first order is this ridiculous? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu glanced at them indifferently. For a moment, everyone who met his eyes instinctively backed away, not out of fear, but out of awe, the awe of power. Chen Xiu jumped over the railing and began to walk toward Ma Qian. Seeing this, Ma Qian felt an inexplicable panic rising within him. Just as his legs went weak and he was about to collapse, Chen Xiu reached out and grabbed him. You are the one in charge of grading, aren't you? Don't you know what my rank should be? Chen Xiu said, looking down at Ma Qian with his dark, deep eyes. Ma Qian stuttered for a long time, unable to form a coherent sentence. Chen Xiu offered a friendly smile. What are you so afraid of? There are so many people here, I can't possibly kill you. What is there to be afraid of? What is my grade? At this moment, Ma Qian was completely bewildered. He truly had no idea how to answer Chen Xiu's question, and was like a child eating a lollipop, only for a middle-aged brute to walk up, crush the lollipop with his bare hand, and then smile kindly and ask, Kid, how much do you think my grip strength is? What would a child know? The child only knows the man could kill him with a single punch. After a long silence, Ma Qian finally whispered, I really don't know about this. We need to have someone from higher up handle this rating. Ma Qian pointed toward the sky, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Then, based on my current strength, do you think it would be difficult for me to get into one of the 4 major academies? Chen Xiu asked again. Chen Xiu was not one for being in the spotlight. If breaking the power tester was enough to secure a spot in the 4 academies, he did not want to bother testing his speed or defense. Ma Qian was stunned by Chen Xiu's words, as if he had just heard something incredible. Seeing the other man's reaction, Chen Xiu frowned slightly. Is it still a bit risky? No, Ma Qian shook his head hurriedly. If you really are at the first seal level, it should be you picking the 4 major academies, not the other way around. Really, a look of doubt appeared in Chen Xiu's eyes. I would not lie to you, Ma Qian said with a sincere expression. Chen Xiu's lips curled up slightly at this. He had thought it would be difficult to get into the 4 great academies, especially since netizens online said it was 1 in 10,000 and that only true geniuses could get in. He hadn't expected that just measuring his strength would make his choice so easy. The entry barrier was surprisingly low. As Chen Xiu was about to ask about the enrollment process for the 4 academies, a young man in a uniform came running over in a hurry from a distance. The young man stopped a meter away from Ma Qian. After glancing timidly at Chen Xiu, he reported to Ma Qian, Team leader, there are a lot of people gathered at the entrance of the testing arena, all wanting to see him. The young man motioned toward Chen Xiu with his eyes. Are those the people from the academies? Ma Qian asked aloud. The young man nodded. Ma Qian looked at Chen Xiu and asked, would you like to go and see? Since I have nothing better to do, I'll go take a look. After saying that, Chen Xiu stepped toward the square gate, leaving everyone with nothing but a lean silhouette. At that moment, the plaza entrance was packed with a dense crowd. People were shoulder to shoulder, bodies pressed together, craning their necks to stare toward the gate. When Chen Xiu's figure appeared in their sight, it was as if a sun had risen in every single person's eyes. Quick, follow the plan! The old man standing at the very front of the crowd waved his arm forward. No sooner had he finished speaking than 2 dark figures darted out from the crowd, rushing straight toward Chen Xiu. Chapter 23, there might be a bit of a problem. Watching the 2 men rushing toward him like bandits, Chen Xiu narrowed his eyes in caution, his hand hidden in his sleeve clenching instinctively. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past as the 2 burly middle-aged men skidded to a halt in front of Chen Xiu. Before Chen Xiu could speak, one of the men grinned, reached out to grab Chen Xiu's hands through his sleeves and said excitedly, you look even more handsome in person than on screen. Hello, Chen Xiu. I am the admissions director for Nanqi Academy's City 11 branch. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I am the admissions director for Yuanluo Academy's City 11 branch. Nice to meet you. The other man chimed in. Nice to meet you too. Chen Xiu nodded, still trying to process what was happening. Over 40 academies are waiting to speak with you in detail. Let's go. Let's find a quiet place to talk properly. It's too noisy here and not very convenient. As he spoke, the 2 men stepped to either side of Chen Xiu, hooked their arms under his armpits, and hoisted him up forcefully. Time is money. We're taking you with us. Don't be afraid. With that, the 2 men moved their legs rapidly, carrying the stunned Chen Xiu toward the plaza gate like a gust of wind. Although Chen Xiu was somewhat puzzled, he did not resist. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. When the trio arrived at the plaza entrance, the crowd blocking the way scattered to make room. The car's at the entrance. Let's hurry. Can everyone fit? No problem. Let's go. All right, follow closely. After a quick exchange, the massive group of 40 people followed closely behind Chen Xiu, running toward the entrance of the Special Ability Agency. The way was completely clear, with everyone from the Special Ability Bureau giving them a wide berth. This sudden series of events left Chen Xiu feeling dizzy and unable to keep up. He looked at the man beside him with suspicion. Are you guys really from the Academy's admissions department? Why do I feel like you're more like kidnappers? We aren't kidnappers. If we were, why would the people at the Special Ability Bureau ignore us? The man said with a laugh while running. Then why? Rest assured, everything we are doing is for your own good. We have no intention of harming you, I give you my word of honor. Looking at the man's sincere and firm gaze, Chen Xiu temporarily set aside his doubts. Soon the group hurried Chen Xiu into a spacious bus. Once the last person was on board, the driver floored the gas, and they sped away from the agency's gate. When the bus reached a deserted road, the driver shouted without looking back, "Quick, Huang Jun, use your ability to conceal the bus." A scrawny man inside the bus stood up and pressed his palms against the window, and then nothing happened. Well, at least nothing happened inside the bus. On the wide highway, the bus traveling at 75 kilometers per hour began to fade in color, as if its paint were being scraped away by the whistling wind. Finally, it vanished without a trace past a speed camera, leaving only the roaring sound of the engine to prove its existence. 2 a.m. fight. AM, Special Abilities Bureau. Ha ha ha, the War Academy is the War Academy after all. What's the point of sending so many people? It's better to just rest in the screening hall. Chi Mingju is just a B, what's there to be smug about? My senior brother told me yesterday he recruited an A in City 89. Do you guys have an A in this batch? Oh. Who was it just now, right in front of Chi Mingyue, saying that his future is limitless, that he is a 1 in a million genius, that the Long Night Academy will be honored by his presence, and that he will leave his name in the school's history. Besides, his ability might not just be a B, it is just that the Special Ability Agency could only test him as a B. Jealous, little Shu? I'm envious of your grandfather, you... Right, so you didn't recruit anyone. Can you show a little class? Exactly, you're 44 years old, acting like a child and swearing. The standards of people from the Long Night Academy really need improvement. You... Scattered footsteps and chatter came from outside the screening hall, and soon a massive crowd filed in through the main entrance. These were the exact same people who had left the screening hall earlier. Everyone, Ma Tianju just recruited... Huh? Beaming with pride, Ma Tianju walked into the hall ready to show off, only to find the seats empty, with only the people from the Special Ability Bureau still sitting there. Huh? Where did everyone go? Is the energy assessment already over? Asked Xu Yi, following closely behind. Are your eyes blind? Can't you see the ranking is still going on the screen? They probably saw some C or B rank body enhancement ability show up. Just a C or B grade physical type and all these people left? Sigh, it really isn't easy for these bottom tier academies to recruit students. While they were talking, they returned to their original seats. Gong Ran and his group shared a silent understanding. Their strategy was to say nothing unless asked, and even if asked, to give nothing away. After all, nobody wanted to be the one to offend anyone. Just then, Xu Yi turned to Gong Ran after sitting down. Commissioner Gong, what kind of ability rank lured them all away? I don't see any particularly special physical augmentation abilities in the brochure, do I? Gao Xing from Changwu Academy flipped through the booklet in his hand. It's just someone whose rating is a bit ambiguous, Gong Ran said, looking a bit unnatural. Ambiguous? Ma Tianju raised an eyebrow, curious. Who is ambiguous? Gong Ran looked away, feeling a bit guilty. Well, it's just a young man with a very plain ability. Is it that they won't let you tell us? Are they afraid we'll snatch them away? Someone said with a laugh. Gong Ran neither denied nor admitted it when he heard this, but his expression counted as a tacit admission. These people really underestimate me. It is just a physical enhancement type. Even if he is outstanding, I wouldn't leave before the testing is finished. Exactly. Even if he is talented, could he possibly be better than my Chi Mingyue? Ha ha. Ma Tianju said smugly, completely failing to notice the unusual expressions on the faces of the Special Ability Bureau team. A few minutes later, a woman asked in confusion, "Why have we only been doing speed and defense tests? What about strength, huh?" Gong Ran straightened up, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. That is right, strength testing is more interesting. Director Gong, let us see the strength test, someone chimed in. Gong Ran rubbed his nose. The strength testing dummy is broken. Chen Xiu from the Tianyuan Federal Academy frowned. The testing device was flown in by the Security Bureau and has a lifespan of 100 years. How could it be broken? It really is broken. It was accidentally damaged during an assessment. Zhang Kong spoke up first from the side. Zhang Kong is right. It was accidentally broken. Gong Ran nodded. Director Gong accidentally damaged by someone? Chen Xiu looked completely bewildered and then continued. Can you pull up the surveillance footage for me to see? I am skilled in mechanical maintenance. If it is not a major issue, I can fix it. Otherwise, I cannot leave according to the rules until the testing is over. Well, the issue might be quite major. Chapter 24, Gao Xing's breakdown. What do you mean? What do you mean by a rather large issue? Chen Xiu looked confused, then shouted to the staff at the control console. Let me see the state of the testing machine. The staff member at the console looked pale and glanced at Gong Ran for help. Gong Ran hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. As the screen flickered, an image appeared before everyone's eyes. On the chaotic testing platform, staff members in protective suits were moving fragments of the energy testing device, and yellow caution tape had already sealed off the area. Outside the yellow warning tape, the Destiny holders were discussing the broken energy testing unit. The heads of the various academies in the screening hall fell silent upon seeing this. You call this being accidentally broken? What happened? Did the testing device malfunction and self-destruct? There is no precedent for an energy measuring device to self-destruct, is there? Commander Gong. Chen Xiu swallowed hard, looking disbelieving. Are you sure this wasn't hit by a bomb and was instead just accidentally broken by someone? Gong Ran's expression was somewhat unnatural. It was indeed accidentally destroyed by someone. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chen Xiu shouted to the technician at the console again. Let me see who broke the energy tester. It is truly bizarre that a first-rank energy test could trigger a system failure and cause an explosion. Play it, Gong Ran nodded. He had done his best to keep it hidden until now. The large screen flickered again and the footage of Li Chenxiu's energy test appeared. In the frame, Li Chenxiu was just asking Ma Qian if he would have to pay for breaking the energy tester. Hey, why is it this kid? Is he the one who broke the testing device? Chen Xiu looked at the detailed profile of Li Chenxiu in the file. Divine strength, this ability shouldn't be able to cause a program failure and spontaneous explosion of the device. Commander Gong, did he use any forbidden mystic artifacts? After the appearance of the Awakened, some ordinary objects also mutated and gained inconceivable powers. Such objects are collectively known as mystical artifacts, meaning objects of mysterious origin. Anyone living in human society, to some extent, knows something about mystical artifacts, and Gong Ran as a director is certainly no exception. Gong Ran lowered his head to recall for a moment, his tone sounding uncertain. I think it should have been, the kid is about to make a move, Ma Tianju said, arms crossed, watching the screen curiously. Once he said that, everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen, and naturally, no one cared about what Gong Ran was saying. Using his knee? Although the knee has great power, it is far less flexible and fast than a fist. The testing device rates based on cumulative damage. Does this kid not even know that? Gao Xing from Chongwu Academy shook his head in disappointment. With such a mediocre ability, no amount of skill can change the outcome. True, but what is this kid going to... Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a massive explosion erupted from the speakers, and the power tester on the screen shattered into pieces like a block of tofu in an instant. Everyone was stunned. The recruitment heads from various academies stood frozen, their pupils dilating at a visible rate. Even those from the Special Ability Bureau, who had already seen this scene, were filled with shock. Gao Xing stood up tremblingly, his eyes filled with excitement that seemed to turn into reality. Gong. Chief Gong. Is this guy really at the first forbidden rank? Among the 4 major academies, only his Changwu Academy prioritized the body refining school and close quarters combat. But compared to other schools, the body refining school has such a low power ceiling that powerful body refining gifted individuals are extremely rare. In past years, B-grade body refining abilities were practically extinct, let alone one like Li Chenxiu's, which was highly likely to be A-grade. At this moment, Gao Xing felt that Li Chenxiu was his beacon of hope, lighting up his future. He had to secure this kid no matter what. Hearing Gao Xing's words, Gong Ran said hesitantly, "It should be, after all, that is what the prohibition measuring device indicated." Gao Xing grinned and laughed. "This guy is destined for our Chongwu College. Show me some respect, everyone." The others came to their senses at this point and stood up excitedly. Compared to the uncertain A-grade ability of Qi Mingyue, the ability level of this kid before them is definitely the real deal. What is your favor worth? Such talent is clearly more suitable for our War Academy. Qi Mingyue has already been recruited by you. Can you have some shame? All right, stop arguing. Shu Yi interrupted their bickering and turned to Gong Ran. Where is the kid now? At this, pairs of burning gazes fell upon Gong Ran like hungry wolves that hadn't eaten in days. Gong Ran felt a chill from the stairs, but still braved himself to say, he left. Left? Xu Yi frowned tightly. Yes, he was taken away by someone in charge from an academy other than yours, Gong Ran said timidly. Bang! Gao Xing slammed his fist onto his seat, looking furious. Those shameless bastards, Commander Gong, where did they go? I don't know, but they should be within 100 miles. Gong Ran's voice trailed off. Gao Xing's chest heaved as his face turned from pale to bright red. My God, those sons of bitches! With that, Gao Xing strode away toward the exit, followed by the others. Hexy Hotel, top floor, presidential suite. Li Chen-Xiu sat on the soft leather sofa, his entire body seemingly sinking into it. Within a meter of Li Chen-Xiu, the room was packed with people, either sitting or standing, yet they all shared one thing in common: bright, beaming smiles on their faces. I do not quite understand. We are just here to discuss things, so why drive from the city to the suburbs? Are you sure this isn't a kidnapping? Li Chen-Xiu asked tentatively. How could this be a kidnapping? Have you ever seen kidnappers bring someone to a presidential suite and treat them to fine food and drinks? Someone immediately retorted. It really doesn't look like a kidnapping. Li Chen-Xiu furrowed his brows in thought. It feels more like a game of hide and seek. Did you bring me here because you're afraid I'll be recruited by another academy? Hearing this, the smiles on everyone's faces stiffened slightly. Is the representative from Changwu Academy here? Li Chen-Xiu asked, eyes cast down. No response. Is the person in charge from Chang'e Academy here? No one responded. Then is there any representative from the top 10 academies here? Still, no one answered. Li Chen-Xiu's face darkened. Just as he stood up to leave, a man grabbed his arm. Kids, small academies have their own advantages. It won't hurt to hear us out. If you are satisfied, that would be great. If not, we will just send you back. Learning a bit more never hurts. Chapter 25, Star Picking Academy. Hearing this, Li Chen-Xiu stood where he was and pondered for a moment. Since he was already here, listening wouldn't really cost him anything. Thinking of this, Li Chen-Xiu sat back down, looked at everyone, and said, Tell me about it then. The crowd looked delighted and began pulling on Li Chen-Xiu's arm to chat him up. Think about it. Don't those top-ranked academies have tons of geniuses? Would you really be unique in those places? Would they cultivate you like a precious treasure? Exactly. They won't treat you like a treasure, but we will. If you join us, you'll be the jewel of the entire academy. All resources will be yours and everyone will serve you. Can you imagine the 4 major academies doing that for you? Besides the faculty strength where we might fall short, we can offer you better in everything else. Whatever awakened beasts you want to eat, if the academy has them, they're all yours. No limits. If you join ULN Academy, you won't need to stay in the student dorms. You'll live in a villa with your mentor, and you can choose whoever you want to live with. They are just feeding you empty promises. Let me tell you about the real benefits. An hour later, and when you and your future wife have children, you won't have to worry about their schooling at all. The school district housing around the #1 city high school is all our academy's property, and you... Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a series of knocks came from the door, and the once noisy room instantly fell silent. Li Chen-Xiu, who had been feeling drowsy from the talk, looked toward the door and asked, Are those people here to find us? No way. Didn't I make the bus transparent? Yeah, even if they could find us, it shouldn't be this fast, right? Everyone whispered to each other, but no one had any intention of getting up to open the door. I know you are all in there. Open the door and let me join the fun. A young voice called out from outside. The people in the room looked at each other, and one of them gathered the courage to ask, Who are you? Li Shu, the star picker, the young man outside said calmly. These 4 light words struck the minds of everyone like a thunderclap, leaving them all frozen in place. If you don't open the door, I am going to barge in, the young man said with a hint of playfulness. Hearing this, a young woman standing near the door glanced back at the others. Seeing that no one spoke up or raised an objection, she turned the door handle with a click. As the door swung open, a handsome young man walked in with a smile, followed closely by an honest-looking middle-aged man. Li Chen-Xiu recognized this middle-aged man. Wasn't he Zhu Cheng, the one who drove him to the Special Abilities Bureau? Uncle Zhu, why are you here? Li Chen-Xiu asked with curiosity. Zhu Cheng smiled at the crowd with some restraint before looking at Li Chen-Xiu. I came here with this young man. That is right, I brought Uncle Zhu here, the young man said with a bright smile. He walked slowly up to Li Chen-Xiu and extended his hand. Allow me to introduce myself, Li Shu from the Star Picking Academy. A common resident, Li Chen-Xiu, Li Chen-Xiu said as he reached out to shake Li Shu's hand. Beneath Li Chen-Xiu's deep gaze, a flash of subtle caution flickered. His intuition told him that the smiling young man before him was powerful and troublesome. Oh, what a coincidence! We share the same surname. Li Xiu smiled kindly, then withdrew his hand and looked at the others in the room. Have you finished talking? If so, it is my turn now. After a few seconds of silence in the room, an elderly man of high prestige straightened up and said, We are just about done. Go ahead. Thank you. Li Xiu pressed his palms together in a gesture of thanks, then sat down right next to Chen Xiu without hesitation. Never heard of Star Plucking Academy, have you? Li Xiu asked in a low voice. Chen Xiu nodded, confused. It stood to reason that if this academy could make these people so afraid, it should be among the top in the Federation, yet he had never heard of Star Plucking Academy among the academies for gifted individuals. Li Xiu did not seem surprised and began to explain, to be precise, Star Picking Academy is not an academy in the traditional sense, so it isn't included in the rankings for Destiny Holder academies. Plus, since the academy isn't located within any city, very few people know about it. Not an academy in the traditional sense? A look of bewilderment appeared on Chen Xiu's face. Actually, in my opinion, our academy is just a regular school. The non-traditional aspect is merely the outside world's perception of us. Does anyone here want to share what they think of star plucking? Upon hearing this, the previous old man spoke slowly. Ha ha! Since you want me to tell this child, then I will say a few words. In the following time, the old man laid out the true nature of Star Plucking Academy before Chen Xiu. Star Plucking Academy is an institution with a graduation rate of only 32%. The reason the rate is so low is not because the coursework is difficult, but because most people do not live long enough to receive their diplomas. Star Plucking Academy firmly believes that only by teetering on the edge of death can a person's full potential be truly unleashed, so they encourage killing and competition. The missions assigned by the Academy are directly coordinated with the Security Bureau. All resources must be fought for by oneself. Whoever is strongest becomes the teacher, and whoever is strongest makes the rules. This is the so-called Star Picking Academy, an institution that stands above the laws of the Federation. In the room, Chen Xiu asked the old man with confusion, how could the Federation allow an academy to stand above the law? Before the old man could reply, Li Xiu spoke up first. The graduates who come out of Xiaxing Academy are geniuses among geniuses, and they all hold key positions in the Federation. The current director of the Bureau of Security is a graduate of Xiaxing Academy, and the previous president of the Federation was also a graduate of Xiaxing Academy. Upon hearing Li Xiu's words, Chen Xiu had a sudden epiphany. No wonder they could stand above the law. It turns out everyone at the top is one of their own. Although the environment at Star Plucking is harsh, if you are strong, it is heaven. The choice is yours. If you want to go, find me in room 3012 downstairs. After saying this, Li Xiu left the room directly with Zhu Cheng. Once the door closed, the previously quiet room suddenly became lively. Child, don't let yourself be swayed by what Li Xiu said. That place is no place for humans. It is full of belligerent lunatics. Exactly, and Star Plucking mandates that students take on missions. Those are the tasks that the Special Abilities Bureau can't handle and dumps onto the Security Bureau. You are only at the first level now and have no background. How could you possibly deal with those awakened? You have to live a good life first before considering getting stronger. Even if you don't join Xiaxing, you can still go very far and have a great life in the future. Don't be blinded by talk of presidents and directors. That is all a lie. Everyone tried to persuade him earnestly. Chen Xiu shook his head and said, You are wrong. Only by becoming strong first can I truly live well. Thank you all for your hospitality. Chen Xiu stood up, nodded politely to everyone, and then left the room. Chapter 26, News Report. Chen Xiu arrived at the room number Li Xiu had mentioned, hesitated for a moment, and then knocked on the door. With a click, the door opened. Li Xiu poked his head out and grinned. I knew you would come! Come on in! Chen Xiu pushed the door open and entered, sitting down on the sofa next to Li Xiu. I want to become stronger. Xiaxing Academy suits me, and I want to join. Li Xiu smiled faintly and pushed a cup of coffee on the table toward Chen Xiu. Welcome, but star picking is different from other academies. You cannot just join upon invitation. You must pass the entrance examination to get in. What kind of assessment? Chen Xiu asked, raising an eyebrow. I am not sure at this stage, as the academy decides the details. I will notify you via text message later. Li Xiu shook his head and stood up. Do you have any other questions? No, that is all, Chen Xiu replied. If there is nothing else, I will head out. I have a mission to attend to here. Oh right, just stay here for the next few days. As he spoke, Li Xiu pulled a black keycard from his pocket and placed it on the table. You caused quite a scene at the Special Abilities Administration, so your place probably isn't very peaceful right now. Lay low here for a while. Your boss and your friend Zhu Cheng are already on their way to pick you up. Thank you, Chen Xiu said. It is no trouble at all. Li Xiu waved her hand casually and walked out of the room. Chen Xiu was left alone in the empty room. He lay on the sofa, his dark, bright eyes staring straight at the ceiling, picking the stars. Intentional. His uncle, his second uncle, they are both his uncles. Hi. The familiar ringtone sounded again. Li Chen-xiu answered the phone and held it to his ear. Hello? You brat, what the hell did you do? Why are there so many reporters at the shop? Didn't my second brother tell you about me going to the ability test? Don't you dare bring that up. Your second brother is still lying in bed nursing his backside. Don't worry, everyone will get their share of punishment. Li Chen-xiu's face darkened and he subconsciously reached out to touch his own backside. Afterward, Li Chen-xiu explained the whole story to Li Ji in detail. He hurriedly hung up the phone just as Li Ji was about to start cursing. Whew, Li Chen-xiu let out a long sigh. Facing the old man Li Ji, he really felt a sense of helplessness that he could not describe. Relaxing times are always short-lived. As it neared noon, a knock came at the door. Li Chen-xiu, who had been lying on the sofa, jolted, then walked to the door and turned the handle with great reluctance. 3 familiar faces appeared before Li Chen-xiu's eyes. Li Ji with a gloomy look on his face. Li Qingxia clutching his rear end. And the honest-looking Zhu Cheng? Little Li, congratulations. Once you've made it big, don't forget to visit the Public Security Bureau. I've delivered everyone, so I'll be heading off now. Zhu Cheng said with a smile, but his smile was no longer as pure as before, carrying a bit more distance. Wait a moment, Uncle Zhu. Li Chen-xiu hurriedly reached out and grabbed Zhu Cheng's arm. It is almost noon. Stay for a meal and get some rest before you go. He could not let Zhu Cheng leave. If he did, there would be nothing to stop Li Ji from lashing out at him. Oh, would that be appropriate? Zhu Cheng said with some hesitation. Li Ji looked at Zhu Cheng with a gentle expression. You brought us here. It is only right that we treat you to a meal. Exactly. Let us eat together. I checked online and the rooms on the 30th floor and above in this hotel include free meals. It would be a waste not to eat. Li Qingxiu gave Li Qingxia a wink. The two of them pulled Zhu Cheng into the room with great tacit understanding, and Li Ji followed with a gloomy face. To prevent the atmosphere in the room from becoming too tense, Li Chen-xiu turned on the TV and put on a comedy movie. Just as Li Chen-xiu expected, with Zhu Cheng present, Li Ji refrained from acting out. These big hotels are really high-end. You order from a tablet and the waiter delivers it straight to the room. Wow. Li Qingxia marveled while holding the hotel's tablet. Order more meat, Li Chen-xiu instructed. Okay. Li Qingxia replied without looking up, her fingers tapping rhythmically on the screen. Soon, plates of delicious dishes, rich in color, aroma, and taste, were brought into the room, and an enticing fragrance filled the air. After Li Ji exchanged some polite words with Zhu Cheng, the group began to eat. Wow, this flavor is just great. It's so different from the greasy spoon joints outside. Zhu Cheng praised with a smile. Li Ji nodded. Yeah, it really is. I do not know why, but this fried rice tastes better than what I... Beep? Before Li Ji could finish his sentence, the TV playing a movie at the dining table suddenly flickered, and a poised hostess appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I am Yang Hua, the external spokesperson for the Intelligence Division of the Special Ability Bureau. Recently, a highly dangerous awakened has appeared in our city. For the safety of the public, the Bureau has decided to release information regarding this individual. Please, viewers, do not turn off your TVs and watch closely. As the hostess finished speaking, the screen flickered again and a shaky video began to play. It was clearly the footage of Li Chen-xiu fighting the Special Ability Agency at the bridge last night. At the dining table, all 4 of them froze in their tracks and looked up simultaneously. Li Ji and Li Qingxia instinctively glanced at Li Chen-xiu, but this action went unnoticed by Zhu Cheng. In the video, Li Chen-xiu manipulated droplets of water like a reaper walking through a rainy night, harvesting one life after another. That is truly terrifying. Zhu Cheng frowned. An entire tactical team just wiped out like that. Cough, cough. Li Ji gave an unnatural cough and added with a solemn tone, yeah, it's terrifying. I never expected such a dangerous awakened to be hiding in City 11. Zhu Cheng nodded in deep agreement. Every time I think about how this awakened is still hiding among the public, it sends chills down my spine. Whenever I go to unfamiliar places, I get the persistent feeling that this person is nearby watching me. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Ji and Li Qingxia trembled visibly, causing the dining table to shake slightly as well. What's wrong with you two? Zhu Cheng asked with concern. Li Qingxia forced a smile. It is just that after hearing what you said, Uncle, I feel a bit scared. The room suddenly feels a bit eerie. Li Chen-xiu, sitting next to Zhu Cheng, gave him a strange look. He really wanted to say to him, your intuition is spot on. What is there to be afraid of? There are only the 4 of us in this room. Surely that awakened could not have transformed into Chen Xiu, sitting right next to me and eating with us, right? Zhu Cheng chuckled and patted Li Chen-xiu on the shoulder. Even Li Chen-xiu couldn't keep a straight face this time, and the drink he'd just taken into his mouth spurted out in a sudden jolt. Whoa, what's the matter with you? Zhu Cheng patted Chen Xiu on the back with concern and tore off a paper towel to hand to him. "It's nothing, I just took a sip of water and choked when you patted me, Uncle Zhu." Chen Xiu took the tissue and wiped his mouth. Sorry, I don't know my own strength sometimes. Don't take it to heart," Zhu Cheng said apologetically. "No worries at all, Uncle Zhu. You go back to watching the news. You should keep an eye on reports about public safety like this." Chen Xiu waved his hand. He was genuinely afraid that if this guy kept talking, he'd end up spilling all his secrets. Eat. It'll get cold if you don't." The G picked up a piece of fatty meat and dropped it into Zhu Cheng's bowl. "Why are you giving me food? This is so embarrassing." "It's fine. Just eat more and talk less." The video on TV wasn't long, just a few minutes, and it was over quickly. The screen flashed, and the anchor appeared on it once again. After killing the 4th Task Force, this awakened retreated onto the bridge holding hostages. Since the surveillance cameras on the bridge were destroyed at the time, we don't have footage, but we've invited the Operation Commander Zhang Kong to reconstruct the situation for everyone. Please, come on out. The anchor looked to her left, and the burly Zhang Kong walked from the side of the screen to stand beside her, his expression serious as he faced the camera. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Kong, the commander of that operation. Let me recount what happened back then." Zhang Kong's face was heavy, his eyes filled with undisguised fear and pain. "We had deployed land, sea, and air forces to completely surround the Awakened, thinking we could wipe him out, but we vastly underestimated him. He didn't want to negotiate at all, and he killed the hostages right then and there. Enraged, I ordered an all-out strike, and our helicopters launched a barrage of missiles. Facing these devastating missiles, the Awakened laughed, grabbed one with his bare hand, and crushed it to pieces without a scratch. He then used currents of water to imprison all the other missiles in midair, causing them to explode where they hovered. The blast destroyed the Lujiang Bridge. Just as I was about to order the second wave of the attack, I saw something I will never forget for the rest of my life." Zhang Kong fell silent. He propped his forehead with his hand, hiding the upper half of his face in shadow. After half a minute, he finally spoke. "We were surrounded by planes and tanks forged out of water. There was no way out. We were like lambs ready for the slaughter. Just as I thought the entire Special Ability Bureau was about to be wiped out, the Awakened let out a mocking laugh, slapped me a few times, and said something I'll remember until the day I die. Killing you all is no fun at all. I want you to live in my shadow, make the Bureau live in fear of me, and make the entire city tremble before me." After saying that, his body dissolved into a sky full of raindrops and vanished without a trace. By the end, Zhang Kong's voice was trembling uncontrollably. If the female anchor beside him hadn't been supporting him, he might have collapsed to the floor right there. "Thank you, Commander Zhang, for telling us what happened on the bridge. Someone please help Commander Zhang off the stage." Chen Xiu, sitting in front of the TV, widened his eyes, his chewing slowing down to a crawl. "What the hell did I do that? Making planes and tanks out of water, crushing missiles with bare hands, stopping every missile with a single thought. If I were that strong, why would I wait for a rainy day? I would have stormed the Special Ability Bureau alone in broad daylight. This is complete nonsense." At that moment, the eyes of both Li Ji and Li Qingsha darted toward Chen Xiu, their dark pupils filled with tumultuous shock and suspicion. Is our little Qiu actually that monstrously strong? Shocking! To think this Awakened is this powerful. Zhu Cheng put down his bowl and chopsticks, his eyebrows and eyes crunched together in terror. He can't really be that strong, can he? Feels a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Chen Xiu said, feigning calmness. Zhu Cheng said righteously, "The Special Ability Bureau wouldn't lie to us. This concerns the safety of the people. Indeed, when it comes to major matters of principle, the Bureau wouldn't lie." Chen Xiu agreed. On TV, after Zhang Kong was helped off, the anchor Yang Hua said calmly, "The Special Ability Bureau has reported this Awakened to the Security Administration. Their Disaster Classification Department has completed the assessment. Everyone, please take a look." Yang Hua stepped to the side, and the electronic screen behind her lit up. Chen Xiu's appearance and information at the time appeared on the screen. ID number 096, Disaster Water, Disaster Level, High Risk, Ability Level A, Restriction Level Beyond 5. Regent, City 11. Although this Awakened is exceptionally powerful, please do not panic. The Security Administration has taken on this high-risk case, and a task force will arrive to eliminate it soon. If you spot traces of disaster water in the city, please contact the Bureau immediately. Goodbye. Beep! The screen flashed and the movie resumed playing normally, but the room was unusually quiet. Chen Xiu pursed his lips. He looked calm on the outside, but his heart was in turmoil. This is ridiculous. I'm only at the level of 3 to 4 restrictions right now. How on earth did they rate me above 5? That aside, the most serious part is the high-risk classification. The weight of those words is immense. It's not that he's scared, but a high-risk label brings a lot of trouble. For one thing, his polar water ability is basically a calling card for disaster water. He can't use it carelessly anymore. The intelligence and investigative capabilities of the Security Administration are terrifyingly efficient. Years ago, it said that a high-risk entity used its ability to roast a wild boar in a no-man's land to eat, and the administration traced that single clue for thousands of miles to eliminate it in City 98. Of course, that story might be exaggerated, but it goes to show just how powerful they are. High risk, Zhu Cheng stood up. City 11 has a high-risk disaster entity. The public security office must be swamped right now. I have to go back. At least finish eating first. You haven't had much. Li Ji said out of politeness. I'm full already. Thank you for the hospitality. Chen Xiu wiped his mouth and stood up. I'll see Uncle Zhu out. Chen Xiu escorted Zhu Cheng to his car before returning to the hotel room. The moment he stepped inside, he felt the air go stagnant, oppressively quiet. Li Ji was still sitting in the chair just as he had been when Chen Xiu left. Hearing the commotion at the door, Li Ji turned his head stiffly. For an instant, Chen Xiu felt like he was being stared at by some wild beast, goosebumps rising all over his body. Chen Xiu, are you a kangaroo? Just as Li Ji was about to start swearing, Chen Xiu put a finger to his lips, made a shushing gesture, and tapped on the wall. Chapter 28, Security Guard Goes Up the Mountain. The walls have ears. That was what Chen Xiu wanted to convey. Li Ji glared fiercely at Chen Xiu and sat back down on the chair. Talking without reservation in an unfamiliar environment is one thing if no one hears, but if they get found out, they won't be able to survive in human society. Li Ji isn't naive. He knows the stakes. Heaven is great, but eating is greater. Don't think about all that nonsense, little Qiu. Come over and eat. Li Qingsha trotted over, took Chen Xiu's hand, pulled him to a chair, and smiled, continuing at the table. For the next few days, we'll just stay here, eat well, and drink well. Boss, you haven't rested in so long. Take this chance to get some proper sleep. Li Ji rolled his eyes at Li Qingsha. Just eat. Quit the chatter. Over the next few days, the noise in public opinion grew louder. The ordinary name Li Chongqiu became like a rising star, grabbing all the headlines in City 11 overnight. He became the focus of public discourse, a topic for everyone to discuss over tea. Why has that fried rice shop been closed for days? I wanted to go and see that destined person for myself. How could it be open? Look at all the reporters lurking everywhere, and the hotel next door is packed with college recruiters. How could they open under these circumstances? Punching a power meter to pieces, that's insane. I wish I could become a destined one like that. Go back and drink more. You'll get anything you want in your dreams. Honestly, Chen Xiu's life story is so pitiful. Abandoned by his parents since childhood, picking food from trash heaps to grow up, and only getting a home after being taken in by the fried rice shop. Well, it's a case of sweetness after bitterness. He suffered so much, he should finally be able to live a good life now. However, what these people didn't know was that the child they spoke of, who used to pick food from trash heaps, had long since died of hunger on a cold winter night. Only his appearance remained, and the name Chen Xiu was given to it. Outside, the storm of gossip raged, but the hotel room was quiet. The three of them stayed put, never stepping outside, focusing their entire attention on eating. Especially Chen Xiu. If he wasn't sleeping, he was definitely eating meat. It wasn't that Chen Xiu wanted to freeload, but rather because of a phone call a few days ago. On the afternoon, he saw Zhu Cheng off. Chen Xiu received a call from Wushan at the public security office. The DNA report came back and no match was found in the database. In other words, the person who was in that hotel room on the 4th floor that night was, in all likelihood, either an awakened or a destined one. After that, he learned through Li Qingsha that several high schools in City 11 had organized a bonfire party to help their seniors relieve the stress of upcoming exams. The location was set at Mount Beihuang, and the date was exactly April 16th, which had been circled on the hotel's calendar. This indicated that the mystery person in the hotel wasn't aiming for him, but for the 4th high school, who would secretly monitor the 4th high school and specifically circle April 16th on a calendar. There was only one possibility, someone with a plot. As for whether this person was a destined one protecting students or an awakened intent on a massacre, Chen Xiu didn't care. He only cared about one thing: if they were going after thousands of students, did that mean Mount Beihuang might have a large number of entities above the first restriction on April 16th? The palace wall carvings needed color, and he needed slaughter. Mount Beihuang might be a stepping stone to improving his strength. To prepare for this uncertain battle, eating meat to replenish his life energy and enhance his physical functions was the only thing Chen Xiu could do. In the hotel room, Chen Xiu sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of coffee, looking down at the humans who looked like ants. The 3 o'clock sunlight refracted through the glass onto his face, adding a touch of fake warmth to his indifferent eyes. Li Qingsha walked over from the sofa and patted Chen Xiu on the shoulder. The bus stop information was sent to me. Let's go. Li Chen Xiu drank the rest of his coffee and one go stood up and said, send me the location, I'll go by myself. Alone? Li Qingsha raised an eyebrow. Who told you were going alone? I registered too. Li Chen Xiu turned around, surprised. You're going to be a security guard on Mount Beihuang too? Yeah, 6 p.m. to 1 a.m., 7 hours in total for $250, plus food and lodging are covered along with transport. Why would I pass up a daily wage job like that? Li Qingsha said as if it were obvious. Don't go. Stay here with the boss. Let me see the address. As he spoke, Li Qingsha reached for Li Qingsha's phone. What are you doing? Li Qingsha stepped back. Whether I go or not isn't up to you. You're just my younger brother. You think you can tell me what to do? Li Qingsha took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to hit someone, and spoke calmly. There might be some danger on this trip to Mount Beihuang. It's not safe for you. Li Qingsha narrowed his eyes upon hearing this and asked in a low voice, what kind of danger? I don't know, but it's dangerous regardless. Li Qingsha shook his head and added after a moment, it might be very dangerous. Then why are you going? You can't go, Li Qingsha said firmly, while taking advantage of Li Qingsha's distraction to delete the address from the phone. I deleted the address. Don't even think about this job. If you dare to go to Mount Beihuang alone, I'm telling the boss. Li Qingsha, you're 20-something. Why are you acting like a kid? I'm definitely going today. Whether you tell me the address or not doesn't change anything. It's just a matter of convenience, Li Qingsha said with determination. If you know it's dangerous, why go at all? It's just and day for the Sorno South Point to see Hillens ever then shires on for listening to this beside him. Oh, never been 7 days. Li Qingsha hesitated for a while, then steeled himself and said, then I'm going too. I have to keep an eye on you. Second brother, don't you have a clue about your own level? If we encounter danger and I'm too late to protect you, what are you going to do? My eyes see further than yours do. I don't need your protection. If there's danger, I'll have run away already. After Li Qingsha's rigorous arguments, Li Qingshu finally agreed. The two left a note for Li Ji before heading to the pickup point for the security buses. On the side of a wide road, 5 buses that hadn't yet started were parked. How should I know? Let's go over and ask. Li Qingsha muttered, leading Li Qingsha to the door of one of the buses. Name? A young man squatting in front of the bus asked without looking up. Li Deshan, this is my younger brother Li Dehai. Li Qingsha smiled and pointed at Li Qingsha. Because Li Qingsha was so famous, Li Qingsha had used fake names when registering, which was also the reason why Li Qingsha was wearing a mask. As for why he didn't just change his appearance, it wasn't that Li Qingsha didn't want to, but that he couldn't. Surveillance in City 11 was virtually everywhere, and Li Qingsha's image would be consistently captured. Even if he changed his appearance, he couldn't truly vanish. If someone were determined to investigate him, they would surely find clues. Moreover, there was a high risk of exposing his ability to transform, which might lead interested parties to link him to the spontaneously appearing disaster water. The reason he hadn't been discovered at Luzhong Bridge last time was that he had hidden clothes along the bank, used the river currents to avoid surveillance, and went to the bridge to commit his acts, leaving the bureau with no traces. Since there was no Luzhong this time, he might as well just cover up casually and act naturally. If he met and awakened on Mount Beihuang, he would just show his true face and eliminate them. If he met a destined one, he'd find a chance to kill them. It wasn't like there were many cameras on the mountain. As long as he didn't leave evidence, it would be fine. Chapter 29, Situation? Lai Dashan? Lai Dahai? Let me check. The young man's fingers scrolled on his phone screen. Found them. Go wait on the bus. We leave in 10 minutes. Thanks for the trouble. Li Qingsha responded and stepped onto the bus first. Li Qingshu glanced at the young man without leaving a trace, then stepped toward the bus door. As he leaned over to enter, a chilling sensation rose from the soles of his feet. Li Qingshu paused for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, following Li Qingsha to the last row of empty seats. There were about 40 seats in the bus, and only 2 or 3 were left empty. It was basically full. Li Qingshu looked out the window, frowning involuntarily. Since getting on the bus, his heart had started beating faster for no reason, and his nerves tightened as if his body sensed some threat and was warning him to stay vigilant. But there was nothing abnormal in the bus. People were sleeping, scrolling on phones, or chatting. Everything seemed peaceful. My part-time job hunting skills are top tier, right? They even provide transport. Li Qingsha nudged Li Qingshu with his elbow. Li Qingshu hugged his arms and retreated slightly. My second brother is amazing. In City 11, there's nothing. Suddenly, Li Qingshu stopped mid-sentence. His pupils shrunk and he turned to look at the seats across from them. Over there, a young man with semi-rimless glasses and a scholarly look sat by the window, boredly scrolling through short videos. Just now, Li Qingshu felt someone glance at him. He knew that feeling very well. Cold, chilling, and carrying a faint hint of murderous intent, just like the gaze he felt at the hotel. Li Qingsha noticed Li Chen Xiu's abnormality and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Saw a familiar friend. "I'm gonna say hello." Li Chen Xiu gave a casual excuse, slid out of his seat, and sat next to the scholarly young man. The young man looked at Li Chen Xiu in surprise, then went back to watching his phone as if nothing happened. Li Qingsha shook Li Chen Xiu's arm across the aisle, gestured toward the scholarly young man with his eyes, and looked confused. Li Qingsha shook his head, signaling Li Qingsha to mind his own business. Li Qingsha curled his lip, turned around, and ignored Li Qingsha. Time drifted by, and within 10 minutes, several more men boarded, filling the bus completely. The young man who registered them hopped on and shouted, "We're about to leave. Everyone fasten your seatbelts." After saying that, he sat in the driver's seat, warmed the engine, and stomped on the gas, heading toward Mount Beihuang. Once Li Qingsha fastened his seatbelt, he glanced sideways at the young man beside him. Seeing no reaction, he propped his chin on his hand, tilted his head, and watched him silently. A minute later, a look of disgust appeared on the young man's face. He said softly, "I'm not a strange." Li Qingsha grinned, "And I'm not a strange either." "Then why do you keep looking at me?" The young man adjusted his glasses, not turning his head. "Because you stole a look at me too." Li Qingsha's eyes curved slightly. "The time at the hotel? Have you forgotten?" Once those words were out, the young man's scrolling thumb paused for a split second, though his expression remained completely normal. He put down his phone and looked at Li Qingsha with confusion. "What hotel? Is there something wrong with my head? Why would I go to a hotel with another guy?" Li Qingsha didn't change his expression and whispered, "Let me ask you, what did the April 16th circle in the hotel represent? What are you planning to do on Mount Beihuang? Are you sick or something? What circled April 16th? What do you mean? What are you planning to do?" "I'm here for a part-time job. What would I do?" The young man cursed without hesitation. "Do you think I can't kill you, Awakened?" Li Qingsha's expression grew cold. He grabbed the young man's hand and sliced it with his fingernail. The young man's pupils shook, and he clenched his fist to pull away. But Li Qingsha's grip was like a crab claw, completely unshakable. 2 seconds later, the skin around the bloodstain rippled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, it had healed as if it were never cut. Only the fresh red blood remained as proof that it wasn't an illusion. "Looking at your strength, you're only a second restriction entity. What gives you the right to lie to me? Answer what I ask. Understood?" Li Qingsha flashed a brilliant smile. The young man curled his lips. "Are you with the Special Ability Bureau or the Security Administration?" "Don't you understand your situation?" Li Qingsha asked. "Do you think you understand yours?" A flash of contempt crossed the young man's eyes. The moment he finished speaking, dozens of gazes converged on Li Qingsha, and his heart rate accelerated at that very second. Hearing the sound of Li Qingsha's heart rate, the young man smiled with satisfaction. "Your heartbeat is so fast I can hear it. It seems you don't know anything. You're just a brash idiot who stumbled here by chance. You take your pay, we do our work. Let's keep it peaceful. Don't try any funny business. Or even if you have the top-tier strength of a 3-restriction entity, you'll die." The young man laughed mockingly, pulled his hand away, and went back to scrolling through his videos as if nothing happened. But what the young man didn't know was that there are 2 reasons for an accelerated heart rate. One is fear, the other is excitement. In Li Qingsha's dark eyes, a trace of undetectable excitement leaked out. Within that excitement, one could even see a hint of lingering madness. Long-term repression and surging hatred had long ago altered Li Qingsha's inner world. Madness was the deepest shade of his soul. After half an hour, the bus finally reached the summit. At the driver's shout, everyone got off one by one. This was an open-air parking lot next to a 6-story hotel. After getting off the bus, the 200 people were led to an open area by a middle-aged man. Li Qingsha stood at the back of the crowd with Li Qingsha, scanning everyone else constantly. His eyes were as if he were looking at stacks of federal currency. "Little Q, what was going on in the bus? Why were you suddenly being stared at by so many people?" Li Qingsha lowered his head and asked quietly. "More than half of the 40 people on the bus were awakened. They are all together. I offended one of them, which is why the others were looking at me." Li Qingsha said casually. "Oh, so they're awakened. No wonder. Wait, what?" Li Qingsha turned around, stunned. Li Qingsha nodded calmly. "Don't be nervous, they aren't very strong. If they were powerful, I would have goosebumps. One of them can sense my strength, but he isn't panicked, which is intriguing." "You." Li Qingsha swallowed hard, pulled Li Qingsha back a few steps and whispered, "Then aren't they going to attack you and me in a bit?" "Maybe, but not right now. They probably have some mission to execute, and it's not convenient to expose themselves just yet." Li Qingsha guessed. Then we should hurry up and contact the Bureau. Mount Beihuang is adjacent to the wall of the no man's land, plus we're on the summit. Do you think your phone will have a signal?" You'd need a satellite phone, but I suspect satellite phones won't work here either. I thought of it, and they definitely thought of it too. So, let's wait and see. Seeing that everyone had gathered, the person at the front of the crowd raised a megaphone and shouted, "Collect your hotel room keys and security uniforms here. Once you have them, head back to your rooms to rest. Someone will come to call you when it is time." Following this, everyone began to collect their room keys and uniforms in an orderly fashion. Most people were assigned rooms on the first to third floors, with only a very small number assigned to the sixth floor. Chen Xiu and Chen Xiu were assigned to room 628 on the sixth floor. It was a double room located at the far west end of the hallway, furthest from the stairwell. After finishing the various tedious tasks, the crowd gradually left the parking lot. Chen Xiu and Chen Xiu did not linger outside and headed to their assigned room early. The room was furnished simply with 2 beds and an attached bathroom. Chen Xiu lay on the bed, staring quietly at the ceiling as if pondering something. "Damn it, the phone really has no signal," Chen Xiu said, staring at the signal bars on his phone. "They aren't idiots. Why would they give you a chance to tip anyone off?" Chen Xiu rolled his eyes at Chen Xiu in annoyance. "This is total bull. Why didn't you tell me in advance that there were so many awakeners here?" Chen Xiu pressed his phone into the quilt and turned to look at Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu sat up and chuckled. "Didn't I tell you? You were the one who insisted on coming, you idiot." Chen Xiu stammered for a long time, unable to form a coherent sentence. Finally, he sighed helplessly. "Forget it, Xiaoqiu. Let's run while they haven't made a move yet. We might still make it." "Run. Go to the window and look around the hotel. See if anyone is guarding the place," Chen Xiu said, pointing at the window. Chen Xiu walked over with skepticism and looked down at the surroundings. A few seconds later, his expression shifted from doubt to astonishment. Just as Chen Xiu had said, every 100 meters along the hotel perimeter wall, groups of idle youths were squatting, smoking, and chatting. There are probably over 200 awakeners on those 5 buses alone. Besides them, there are others. I'm not sure exactly how many, but if we want to leave, fighting is inevitable, Chen Xiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu turned pale, took a few stiff steps back, and sat down on the bed. Chen Xiu ignored him and continued to himself, "Brother, why do you think they gathered so many awakeners? Everything comes down to either profit or grudges. What could it be? If it's about profit, what kind of interest could drive so many awakeners? Surely it's not as simple as killing people, eating them, or seeking revenge on society." The more Chen Xiu thought about it, the wider his grin grew, while Chen Xiu turned paler with every word. Meanwhile, in a room on the first floor of the hotel, a dark-skinned, powerfully built man was lying shirtless on a soft bed. 2 scantily clad women were kneeling on either side of his knees, trembling as they massaged his thighs. "Give me a good massage. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, you 2 might just survive," the man said nonchalantly. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came at the door. "Come in!" the man shouted toward the door. The door slowly opened, and a refined-looking young man walked in. This was the very same person who had been sitting next to Chen Xiu earlier. "Wanqing, what is it?" the big man asked in a deep voice. Wanqing didn't speak, but instead glanced at the 2 women kneeling on the bed. The big man sat up impatiently, grabbed a dagger from the nightstand, and with lightning speed slashed across the throats of the 2 women. Squelch! Bright red blood sprayed out, splattering dots of crimson across the pure white quilt. The big man wiped the blood splattered on his face with a pillowcase, then gave a casual kick, sending the bodies of the 2 women falling onto the floor like mud. "Brother Xu, everyone has been settled in," Wanqing said respectfully. Xu Yuan nodded with satisfaction. "Good. Proceed with the plan as discussed. Oh, and tell the brothers to keep their energy up. We might have a tough fight against the New World tonight." "A tough fight?" Wanqing frowned slightly. "Aren't our underworld group and the New World in a partnership this time?" "It's only a partnership to open that sealed artifact box. As for who gets what's inside, that's down to raw power. Otherwise, why would we mobilize so many ghost soldiers just for the task of opening a box, to the point where even Lord Mancian had to show up personally?" Xu Yuan explained calmly. "See," Wanqing nodded. "By the way, Brother Xu, do you remember what I mentioned before? A few days ago, my ability sensed a top-tier 3rd forbidden life form. And? Any problems?" Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Wanqing said with a grave expression, "I don't know if it's coincidence or intentional, but that person got on our bus and even discovered that I'm an awakener." "What?" Xu Yuan's gaze turned sharp instantly. "Is it someone from the Security Administration? Do they know about our operation?" Wanqing squinted and shook his head. "The guy knows absolutely nothing about our affairs and acts very recklessly. The Security Administration wouldn't send someone so reckless. Besides, the guy is quite cowardly. After one of our people glared at him, he didn't dare say another word." Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "Where is he now?" I put him in room 628 of the hotel, Wan Qing said, pointing upwards. As long as it's not the security administration, it's fine. Later, take the brothers from the first and second floors to meet up with Lord Mamian. I'll join you guys after I finish dealing with the people in the hotel. At this moment, Li Qingshu was completely unaware of the looming danger, busy slurping instant noodles with Li Qingsha. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and it was soon 5:30. Xiao Chu, some of the security guards are heading out. We should go too. Li Qingsha, standing by the window, pointed at the hotel entrance. They said they'd let us know when it's time. They haven't notified us yet, so what's the rush? Li Chen said casually from the bed. Li Qingsha ran over to Li Chen anxiously. I'm saying we should blend into the crowd and then sneak away halfway. Who wants to work this crappy job? With that, Li Qingsha grabbed Li Chen arm, pulling hard in an attempt to drag him off the bed. But Li Qingshu remained as immovable as a weight, steady as a rock. Why do you keep thinking everyone else is an idiot? Are they really such mindless villains just because you're the protagonist? Well, we can't just sit here and wait to die, Li Qingsha said helplessly. Who said waiting means sitting here to die? Li Qingshu rolled off the bed, walked to the window, and looked down. Looks like they aren't planning on including me. Just then, a scream of terror echoed from downstairs.
The shout was like a match striking a firecracker. A chaotic and dense barrage of footsteps made the entire building tremble, while shrill screams and the sounds of fighting echoed up the stairwell and through the 6th floor corridor. Li Qingsha's face turned pale in an instant, her body turning as rigid and straight as a taut string. Little Choosy, can you handle them? Li Qingsha asked, her voice filled with panic. Li Chen turned around upon hearing this and said softly, I can handle. However, his voice suddenly cut off right as he said the word handle. Li Chen looked down at his exposed arm where goosebumps were rising on his fair skin. It was his body's way of sounding an alarm. At the same time, in the 6th floor corridor, those who heard the commotion began opening their doors, cautiously poking their heads out. What's going on downstairs? I have no idea. There shouldn't be any mountain bandits around these days, right? Could it be that some awakened have broken into the hotel? As soon as those words were spoken, the hallway went silent, and everyone's complexion turned deathly pale. Just then, a young man said timidly, I will go to the stairwell and take a look. With that, he carefully pushed open the door and, clinging to the wall, tremblingly made his way to the stairs. Be careful, the girl from the same room whispered, poking her head out. The man turned back and offered the girl a faint smile. Don't worry. Squelch! Bang! The sound of tearing flesh and a heavy impact rang out in quick succession. White dust drifted down from the corridor walls, and the overhead light flickered intermittently with a buzzing sound, just like in a horror movie. The young man's face was right beside the light, and his smiling expression flashed in rhythm with the lamp. His 6-foot frame swayed in the air as if it were weightless. Under the flickering light, everyone not only saw the young man, but also a tongue that had pierced through his head and extended all the way to the stairwell entrance. It pays to come up early, an eerie voice drifted from around the corner of the stairs. Accompanied by the damp, squelching sound of wet footsteps, a beautiful young woman emerged from the shadows. Her mouth was agape, green saliva dripping from her lips, while her long, thin tongue writhed in the air like an earthworm. Honey! The woman from the same room shrieked at the top of her lungs. The woman by the stairs looked toward the sound, a flash of cunning in her narrow, beautiful eyes. Whoosh! The next second, the woman's tongue shot out like a giant python, punching a hole through the door, shielding her target, and piercing straight through the girl's heart with a squelch. If you love each other so much, how could you let him die alone? The woman mocked. It's an awakened! It's an awakened! Finally jolted out of their stupor, the sound of doors slamming shut echoed like firecrackers. A seductive curve formed on the woman's lips as she swayed her hips toward room 601. Are you hiding well? I'm coming to kill you now. Inside the room, a middle-aged woman heard the voice from outside and quickly hid her 6-year-old daughter under the bed. Listen to Mommy, Xiao Yi, and don't make a sound. If you stay quiet, Daddy will take you to the amusement park every day. The woman pressed her face against the cold floor, clutching her daughter's small hand tightly. She tried to smile, but tears kept streaming down onto the floor. Mommy, I'm scared, the girl stammered, her red-rimmed eyes like shattered glass, clear and crystalline. Don't make a sound, no matter how scared you are. With that, she let go of the girl's hand, ran into the bathroom and shut the door. A few seconds later, boom! The woman kicked the door open and strode in. As she reached the bathroom, the door suddenly flew open, and the middle-aged woman charged out, swinging a mop at her head. Ridiculous. The woman pulled her finger out of the victim's skull, wearing a look of disdain. From under the bed, the girl couldn't see everything. She only saw her mother's feet appear and then collapse. "Mom," the girl couldn't help but cry out. Just as she was about to cover her mouth, the sound of wet footsteps approached her ears. When the girl turned her head, she came face to face with the woman's profile. "Oh, so there's a pretty little girl here." Just as the woman reached out to grab her, the sound of heavy footsteps outside interrupted her. At the entrance of 601, Chen Xiu walked in with his hands in his pockets, kicked the corpse aside, and stood over the crouching woman. "You, Chen Xiu?" The woman's eyes widened in shock. Chen Xiu asked in surprise, "Am I that famous? Even awakened have heard of my na?" Whoosh! Before he could finish, the woman's tongue shot out like a bullet. With the tongue less than 10 centimeters away, Chen Xiu tilted his head, letting it pass by. He grabbed the tongue, swung her hard, and threw her out of the room. She slammed into the wall with such force that a web of cracks spider-webbed across the surface. This awakened wasn't the one who had given him goosebumps. She only had the strength of an early second-stage combatant. "Ha ha!" the woman panted, terror in her eyes. How could the man who was the talk of City 11 appear here? She had no time to ponder as she tried to scramble toward the stairs. A breeze brushed past, and before she could react, a large hand slammed her head into the wall. Pinning her head against the wall, Chen Xiu used his other hand to deliver an uppercut to her jaw. Crunch! The sound of shattering bone echoed through the room. Her jaw was pulverized instantly, and her teeth bit through her own tongue. The intense pain made her limbs twitch uncontrollably, and she let out muffled wails. Although Awakened could regenerate, that didn't mean they were immune to pain. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to North Yellow Mountain? Why are you here? How many of you came? And what's the strength of your strongest member?" Chen Xiu asked coldly. A few seconds later, as she healed, the woman stared at him with malice. "Do you know who I belong to? Let me go, and I don't care." Chen Xiu pressed down firmly, and with a bang, he crushed her head into a fine mist of blood. Chapter 32, The Security Bureau. After killing the woman, Chen Xiu wiped his bloody hands on her clothes, and hearing the chaotic footsteps from the stairwell, he began to walk toward them. In the narrow stairwell, Awakened were swarming up to the 6th floor like a tangled hive of bees. Covered in gore and chewing on raw meat, their eyes were filled with greed and bloodlust. "Only one floor left! If I eat a few more, I'm sure to break through to the 2nd stage! Hey, stop shoving! What's the rush? How can I eat the pretty ones if I don't rush?" The young man in the lead bared his teeth, fresh blood oozing from his gums. Just as he reached the stairwell exit, a youth stepped out from around the corner. Chen Xiu? The young Awakened laughed wildly, cocking his head as he lunged to bite at Chen Xiu's throat. "Too slow," Chen Xiu said, raising his arm to swat the Awakened's head like a fly. Boom! The next second, the target's head shattered like a watermelon, and a viscous, unidentifiable fluid splattered across the white wall. The sudden turn of events terrified the Awakened behind him. He scrambled to retreat, but the others kept pushing, forcing him right in front of Chen Xiu. "I'm a good—" Boom! Another head exploded. Chen Xiu shook the blood from his hand and walked down the stairs, step by step. Anyone who realized the danger too late met the same fate as the others. After killing 7 or 8 of them, the rest finally sensed that something was wrong and began shouting to those behind. "Fall back! Everyone fall back! There's someone here who might be a 3rd stage. Damn it! Back up! If you don't want to die, stop pushing!" At these shouts, the frenzied Awakened regained their senses and retreated to the 5th floor corridor, staring at the stairwell with terror. Splatter! 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 Chen Xiu appeared before them, walking through the pools of blood. "Isn't that Chen Xiu, the A-rank Esper? Why is he here?" Chen Xiu ignored their whispers, his sharp eyes scanning past them to the end of the corridor. Xu Yuan was just stepping out of a room at the end of the hall, blood still staining his lips. As if sensing something, Xu Yan turned his head at that very moment and locked eyes with Chen Xiu. Their gazes collided in the air. Interesting. Killing intent surged in Xu Yuan's eyes as he shoved aside the Awakened in his way and walked toward Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu, further away, offered a faint smile. His calm eyes rippled, as if a flame were flickering beneath the surface of water. He was curious and excited to meet an Awakened who could pose a threat. Although this wasn't the final battlefield he had planned, a test wouldn't hurt. With that, Chen Xiu moved, darting forward like an arrow to slaughter the awakened in the corridor. "Don't be afraid, everyone. We can together." Boom! Chen Xiu delivered a whipping kick, instantly exploding the man's head. The others were stunned for a moment, but quickly gathered their courage to swarm him. Most were only first stage, with a tiny fraction at the second stage. The gap between them and Chen Xiu was far too wide. Chen Xiu moved through them like a wolf among sheep, harvesting lives with ease. But the easy slaughter brought Chen Xiu no joy. Instead, his confusion grew. When he visited the palace in his dream last night, the second mural was nearly 70% colored. By now, he should have awakened his third ability after killing so many, so why couldn't he feel anything? He had no time for deep thought, as a chill ran down his spine. In the nick of time, Chen Xiu focused all his strength into his legs and lunged backward. Bang! The concrete floor was smashed through, and the shockwaves sent surrounding awakened flying, while stone fragments flew like shrapnel, drawing blood from all directions. From the gray smoke, Xu Yuan lowered his fist and looked at Chen Xiu like a wild wolf. "Not bad. A third stage who can actually dodge my fist. You're not bad yourself, being able to force me to retreat." Chen Xiu smiled, but his eyes were filled with caution. His own power was at the high end of the third stage, nearing the fourth. But the man before him was a solid fourth stage combatant. Heh! Xu Yuan chuckled grimly. He suddenly blurred, tearing through the air to deliver a punch that created a deafening sonic boom. Facing the strike, Chen Xiu pivoted his toes, turning his back to the end of the corridor and guarding his chest with his arms. At the moment of impact, Chen Xiu kicked backward, using the opponent's force to propel himself away. Oh no! Xu Yuan realized what was happening, but before he could reach for him, it was already too late. Jump! Seeing he was about to crash through the window, Chen Xiu shouted at the top of his lungs. Snap! Broken glass sprayed outward, shimmering like gorgeous gems under the twilight sun. Meanwhile, Li Qingsha, who had been waiting on the 6th floor, gritted her teeth and jumped, landing perfectly on Chen Xiu's back. Their descent traced a graceful curve, landing squarely on the roof of a small car. "You scared me to death, whew!" Li Qingsha panted, clutching her chest. "It's not over yet. Hold on tight," Chen Xiu said, looking ahead. Standing there were a man and a woman, staring at him with cold, predatory eyes. More top-tier third-stage combatants? Chen Xiu's lips curled slightly. Through his sixth sense, he could tell their strength was roughly on par with his own. Up on the 5th floor, Xu Yuan came to the window, his expression sharp. Chen Xiu, how could you be here?" "Heh," Chen Xiu chuckled. "Did you really think the security bureau was completely unaware?" As the words left his lips, Chen Xiu channeled all his power into his legs and darted off like a leopard, bypassing the pair and sprinting toward the untouched mountain forest. Hearing this, Xu Yuan's face paled instantly. He pointed toward their retreating figures and roared, "Go! All of you, chase them!" With that, Xu Yuan leaped from the 5th floor and took off in pursuit. He had no choice. What the enemy said might be a lie, but it might also be the truth. It was a gamble he couldn't afford to lose. The setting sun filtered through the gaps in the leaves, scattering messily across the ground. Chen Xiu carried Li Qingsha on his back, darting through the dense forest, weaving left and right, leaping and sneaking by turns. He was like an elusive phantom, leaving the Awakeners pursuing him in sheer frustration. Is this kid a monkey or something? How did he disappear again? No matter how fast he can run, where could he go? The path down the mountain isn't even in that direction. Xu Yuan looked in the direction where Chen Xiu had vanished and ordered the 2 people beside him. "The 2 of you take your teams and form a C-shaped perimeter to close in on him. Remember, our goal isn't to kill the kid, just make sure he doesn't leave the mountain. Once Lord Mamian activates the barrier, we're out of here." "Understood." The man and woman exchanged a glance and took off in opposite directions. Deep in the woods, Chen Xiu's heavy panting sounded like rolling thunder, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. "Xiaoqiu, why are you running this way?" Li Qingsha asked, completely bewildered. Chen Qiu's gaze was profound, and he replied in a steady tone. "There are no surveillance cameras here, so it won't matter even if I reveal my abilities as an awakener. Second, brother, use your nose and find out where the air feels most humid. Guide me." "You don't actually intend to fight that whole group, do you?" Li Qingsha asked, horrified. "How could you possibly win? You don't even know what their powers are. How are you going to fight them?" Hearing this, Li Chen Xiu curled his lips, a flash of scarlet light in his eyes. Fortune favors the bold, and surviving a desperate situation is what makes it fun. If I only sought safety in everything, my path ahead would be so incredibly boring. At this moment, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes. The madness buried in his deepest self was completely exposed. He was rational most of the time, but rationality also meant repression. Since some things can no longer be solved with reason, then I might as well act like a madman. After hearing Li Chen Xiu's words, Li Qingsha hesitated for a moment and said, 10 o'clock direction. Li Chen Xiu nodded, came to a sudden, screeching halt, and told Li Qingsha, run towards the 2 o'clock direction. Why? Li Qingsha scratched his head. You're too much of a burden for me to carry. Run that way. I'll draw their attention, and with your own abilities, you shouldn't have a problem surviving. Good luck. Li Qingsha waved his hand and dashed in the opposite direction, leaving Li Qingsha standing there, completely lost. After parting with Li Qingsha, Li Qingsha returned to his normal speed. He kicked over every large tree he passed, the massive crashing noise acting like a beacon in the forest, drawing everyone's attention toward him. After running for over 10 minutes, the sky began to grow dim, the deep blue of the ocean replacing the sunset. Finally, Li Chen Xiu found the small stream he had been searching for. The stream wasn't wide, less than 2 meters across, and the water was less than a meter deep, but for Li Chen Xiu, that was already enough. His ability, Fluid Mastery, is essentially manipulating water at will, but the prerequisite is that there must be water available. Although Li Chen Xiu could turn his own body into water, it was taxing. In simple terms, using it too much would leave him dizzy and exhausted. Li Chen Xiu tossed his phone into the nearby bushes and dove straight into the stream. The moment he hit the water, Li Chen Xiu vanished, leaving only his clothes floating and twisting along the riverbed. A few minutes later, Xu Yuan and dozens of men hurried to the creek. "Brother Xu, there are clothes in the water!" one man shouted, pointing at the stream. Xu Yuan's gaze turned sharp as a blade. He moved in a flash, his fingers reaching into the water like eagle claws, pulling out a underwear? Xu Yuan stared blankly at the wet pair of underwear in his hand. A look of disgust flashed in his eyes as he tossed it back into the water. The group beside him jumped into the water one after another, pulling out various garments, jackets, pants, socks, shoes. These are Li Chen Xiu's clothes. What is he trying to do? Even if he wanted to escape downstream, there's no need to take his underwear off, is there? Xu Yuan looked confused, glancing between the stream and the dark mountain path ahead, unable to make a decision. "Boss, let's keep chasing ahead. Our people have already surrounded the rear, so they can't possibly sneak away. If anything happens, we have walkie-talkies and signal flares. Anyone who runs into them can call for backup." Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. "You're right, but leave a few men here. I have a hunch that Li Chen Xiu might come back to get his underwear." Hidden in the water in his fluid form, Li Chen Xiu was speechless. What kind of insane logic is that? Though in fairness, Xu Yuan was right, he did intend to come back for his underwear later. After setting up the guards, Xu Yuan left quickly, heading deeper into the forest and leaving only 3 men behind to monitor the clothes. Watching the clothes, the guy already ran off, who would come back to get dressed. A young man walked up to the stream, bored out of his mind, and started throwing stones into the river. Whatever. Just follow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, 3 water droplets shot out from the surface. Before the 3 of them could react, the droplets pierced through their foreheads with a soft squelch. And just like that, they were dead. After they died, a stream of water carrying the floating clothes surged out of the river, instantly reforming into the shape of Li Chen Xiu. Li Chen Xiu gave his dripping clothes a light shake. Droplets of water floated off him and fell to the surroundings, and he returned to his clean, refreshed look. Having done this, Li Chen Xiu walked over to one of the corpses, stripped off the guard's uniform to put on, and used his ability to shapeshift his appearance to match the man's. "That should be close enough!" Li Chen Xiu patted his own face, then focused his mind, manipulating the stream water to pull the 3 bodies into the depths. With a few muffled sounds, he crushed them into a mist of blood. In the dark woods, beams of yellow light swayed between the shadows of the trees. More than 50 awakeners were cautiously searching for signs of Li Chen Xiu. The leader was the man from downstairs earlier, Zhang Tong, a top-tier 3rd restriction awakener. "Ah! Help me!" In the silent forest, a terrified cry for help suddenly rang out, rapidly approaching Zhang Tong's position. "Alert!" Zhang Tong raised his arm and the awakeners behind him immediately stopped, watching the direction of the voice with tension. A panicked figure soon burst out from the trees. Seeing this, the group pointed their flashlights in his direction, and his condition was fully revealed to everyone. His clothes were tattered and torn, covered in massive rips, and he was drenched in fresh, bright red blood. He looked just like a zombie from a horror movie, gruesome and terrifying. Wait, isn't that Shu Daiyang? Isn't Shu Daiyang supposed to be following Brother Shu? How did he end up like this? Could something have happened to Brother Shu? Impossible. Brother Shu is a Tier 4 awakened. The group murmured in a panic, their already timid hearts growing even more restless. Shu Daiyang's footsteps grew clearer as he drew closer to the group. When he was only a few dozen meters away, whether he tripped or simply collapsed from exhaustion, he suddenly lunged forward and slammed his face against a rock. Crunch! A crisp sound of bone fracturing and the wet squelch of flesh echoed out. By the time Shu Daiyang shakily propped himself up, his face was already a bloody, mangled mess. But within seconds, these injuries slowly healed right in front of everyone, leaving nothing behind but the bloodstains on his face. Help! Help! Shu Daiyang reached out toward Zhang Tong, who was standing at the front. Seeing this, Zhang Tong flashed in front of him and dragged him up. Weren't you following Brother Shu? How did you get yourself into such a state? Where is he? After catching his breath, Shu Daiyang recounted what had just happened. However, only the first half was true, while the rest was entirely made up by Chen Xiu. That is correct. The Shu Daiyang standing here was actually Chen Xiu in disguise. Just as the three of us were watching the pants per brother Shu's orders, that person who was traveling with Chen Xiu suddenly jumped down from a tree and attacked me without saying a word. He is a Tier 2 awakened. The three of us combined were no match for him. Later, I was the only one who made it out alive. Having said this, Chen Xiu hung his head in shame, as desertion was hardly a glorious act. Hearing this, Zhang Tong furiously kicked Chen Xiu to the ground. Idiot! Don't you have a walkie-talkie and a signal flare? I see bonli, imevitirinti, pure contaminatory, till herp when there's a hard bull. A laver came at the wisdid, he bricktactus it smarter. Part of his, he got up to Zek, when no the sex parts. He put fan to else in the sex part into lot, in rousing and lumping, that ties it toward them a sacred mallet. They committed his sakes, picks it apart, and the hump. Lead the way, and everyone else follow! Zhang Tong shouted at the top of his lungs. Seeing Chen Xiu sitting still on the ground, he cursed. What are you staring at? Lead the way! Chen Xiu acted as if he were startled, trembling all over as he nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Oh, all right, I'll lead the way now. With that, Chen Xiu stumbled to his feet and began guiding the group. The creek was not far from here, provided one took a straight path. If Chen Xiu hadn't intervened, it would have taken this group more than 3 times as long to find it. This was something Chen Xiu could not allow. He had to defeat this group one by one before Xu Yan noticed anything unusual and awaken his third ability. Only then would he have a chance to fight. Led by Chen Xiu, the group soon arrived at the creek. Even though nearly 20 minutes had passed, the air here still carried a faint smell of blood. Shang Tong walked to the edge of the creek and scanned the surroundings, a look of confusion in his eyes. You said there was an intense fight here, so why aren't there any signs of a struggle? As Chen Xiu was about to say something, a droplet of water suddenly condensed out of thin air and pierced straight through his forehead with a whistling sound. With a heavy thud, Chen Xiu's eyes widened as he fell stiffly to the ground. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present, including Zhang Tong himself. Hey, what's wrong with you? Zhang Tong kicked Chen Xiu, but Chen Xiu didn't react at all. At that moment, one of the awakened crouched down and brushed aside the hair on Chen Xiu's forehead, finally discovering a small hole in the center of his brow. The awakened's pupils shrank at the sight and he looked up, stammering, he seems to be dead. Dead? Zhang Tong crouched down, and when he saw the small hole on Chen Xiu's forehead, his pupils suddenly contracted to the size of needle points. To kill someone right in front of him without anyone noticing, how was this even possible? In the next second, Zhang Tong shouted nervously, "Defensive formation, now!" The 50 or so awakened immediately split into 10 squads, each separated by about 15 meters, a distance that allowed them to keep watch on one another while preventing the entire group from being wiped out at once. But for Chen Xiu, it was all useless. He didn't need close-quarters combat, he just had to lie on the ground, condense the moisture in the air into droplets, and aim. He could get the job done while lying down. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The rustling of wind through leaves was enough to keep everyone's nerves on edge. Silence felt like the stillness of death in that moment. The longer it dragged on, the more panicked they became, not knowing when someone else would die. Every second was an agonizing torment. A minute later, someone finally reached their breaking point and whispered to Zhang Tong, "Brother Zhang, maybe we should leave. It feels like there is nobody here at all." Zhang Tong frowned and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yeah, let's get out of here and continue the search according to the original plan." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone subconsciously let their guard down. And at that very instant, Chen Xiu struck. Swish! An almost imperceptible sound of breaking wind rang out, gently taking away a few drops of crimson. Before the smiles could even fade from their faces, a few awakened were unable to form another expression as they collapsed onto the damp earth. Dead. Someone else is dead. Before the man could finish his sentence, a rain-like flurry of water droplets shot toward the crowd. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed incessantly across the field, and bright red blood streamed into the night air like flowing ribbons. Some tried to block the droplets with their arms, but it was entirely futile. The water droplets were pervasive, and only Zhang Tong, with his Tier 3 restriction, could fend them off with ease. This attack pattern, it's the high-risk disaster 096, disaster water. Brother Zhang, help me! Brother Zhang, save me! Why is the disaster water here? Isn't he an awakener too? We are done for. There is no way we can withstand a high-risk hazard. For a time, the scene was filled with wails, and the emotions of despair and fear spread among the crowd like a plague. Watching those around him fall one by one, Zhang Tong's eyes were filled with fury. Just as he was about to fire the flare from his chest, a half-meter-wide pillar of water surged from the surface, rushing toward him like a dragon. Caught off guard, Zhang Tong had no time to dodge. With a loud crash, the water column slammed into him, sending him flying and crushing both the signal flare and the walkie-talkie he carried. Damn it! Zhang Tong shouted in frustration, getting up to try and snatch a signal flare from someone else, only to realize with despair that everyone else's flares and radios had been destroyed by the water droplets as well. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. At that moment, only one question remained in Zhang Tong's mind. Why? Why is a high-risk hazard here, ambushing us? Does this even make sense? Chapter 35. The Last Request. Seconds and minutes ticked by as more and more revivers collapsed. During this time, Zhang Tong tried several times to break through the encirclement and escape, but every time he was close to succeeding, columns of water would shoot up and force him back, leaving him in total agony. Lying on the ground, Chen Xiu frowned, feeling not a hint of joy despite the success of the ambush. Why has the third ability not appeared yet? Chen Xiu asked himself in his mind. Finding no answers, Chen Xiu diverted part of his focus to sleep, letting his consciousness enter the palace. The palace remained as magnificent and bright as ever, its 12 carvings still vivid and lifelike. Chen Xiu walked up to a wall, on which was carved a man with sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, looking exceptionally heroic. Although the man in the carving had a human face, some other parts of his body did not look human, but rather beast-like. Two snake-like creatures hung from his thick earlobes. Ferocious flame patterns crawled across his bare upper body, and he stood atop the clouds, stepping on two majestic divine dragons, his downcast eyes seemingly scrutinizing something. Although it was not his first time seeing this carving, every time Chen Xiu came here and looked at this man, he felt an indescribable weight in his heart, as if a commoner were meeting the federal president. Not exactly fear, but deep awe. Chen Xiu stepped forward and placed his hand on the carving, his brow full of confusion. Strange, the coloring is complete, so why can't I feel the third ability? Didn't I awaken extreme water as soon as it was fully colored last time? Could it be that something has changed this time? His previous awakening of extreme water had been very simple. It happened the instant the coloring was finished, without any flashy trials or the like. Chen Xiu closed his eyes, searching through the long river of his memories for any oversight, trying to find something he had missed when he awakened extreme water. Meanwhile, in the outside world, almost all the awakened had perished, leaving only Zhang Tong standing there all alone. He kept looking to his left, then frantically and aimlessly looking to his right, looking exactly like a poor soul who had lost his mind. Disaster water, come out! Come out and face me! Does hiding in the shadows to kill people match your high-risk reputation? Zhang Tong shouted at the top of his lungs. Has killing 50-some awakened scared you this much? A playful voice came from behind Zhang Tong. Who is there? Zhang Tong turned around in alarm, but suddenly he froze in place as if he had seen something truly terrifying. By the stream, Shui Dayang, or more accurately, the Li Chen Xiu, who Zhang Tong thought was dead, slowly rose to his feet. Shu Dayang, weren't you supposed to be dead? Zhang Tong stepped back in fear. I'll only die once you hack me until I can no longer regenerate. Li Chen Xiu raised his arm and gestured for Zhang Tong to come closer. Zhang Tong swallowed hard and asked suspiciously, what exactly are you, and where is disaster water? Li Chen Xiu did not answer his question. Cracks erupted from beneath his feet, and like a phantom in the night, he flashed above Zhang Tong and drove his fist toward his face. The terrifying force of the punch made the skin on Zhang Tong's face ripple like waves. It was clear that if this blow landed, Zhang Tong would surely die on the spot. Get lost! Zhang Tong roared like a wild beast. His fist swelled up as if it had been inflated, and he struck back at Li Chen Xiu without fear. Bang! A terrifying blast wave exploded from between them, sending nearby corpses and fallen leaves scattering in every direction. Die for me! A savage grin appeared on Zhang Tong's face as his other hand struck at Li Chen Xiu's ribs with a cunning and ruthless maneuver. Faced with such a thorny attack, Li Chen Xiu remained calm and lightly uttered a single word. Freeze! The moment the word fell, the sound of cracking ice echoed from Zhang Tong's body. A thin layer of ice covered him visibly. While this thin layer was harmless to Zhang Tong, it slowed him down just for a heartbeat. To win in a fight, you don't actually need complex strategies. Being just one step faster is enough. In that split second, Li Chen Xiu turned his left hand into a blade and sliced through the air toward Zhang Tong's neck. Squelch! Blood glistened like a painted canvas under the cold moonlight, and as Zhang Tong's body fell straight to the ground, only his head remained in Li Chen Xiu's hand. It all looked simple, but achieving it was no easy feat. To finish the fight quickly without wasting time, Li Chen Xiu had been attacking Zhang Tong with water jets. While it seemed like he was just preventing him from escaping, the deeper purpose was to soak him completely so that his ice powers could be used to deliver a fatal blow. You have quite some strength. My arm is actually numb. Li Chen Xiu shook his arm while using his mind to control water droplets, continuously hindering Zhang Tong's regeneration. Water element, ice element, immortal brow. Who on earth are you? Zhang Tong's voice trembled. He had never seen a reviver who possessed two abilities simultaneously and could survive having their brow pierced. I don't know either, but if you must have an answer, let's call it a miracle. I am a miracle. Li Chen Xiu smiled softly. A miracle. Zhang Tong murmured to himself, a self-deprecating smile appearing on his face as the light in his eyes gradually faded. Facing death, Zhang Tong suddenly became calm, shed of his previous frenzied demeanor. Let me ask you, what is your purpose here? Who is the strongest among you, and how many people came? If you answer honestly, I can let you go. Li Chen Xiu said sincerely. Spare me? Zhang Tong gave a pale smile. Although I am a coward, I am not stupid. Since I know so many of your secrets, how could you possibly let me live? A flash of surprise crossed Li Chen Xiu's eyes. Then you shall die. Wait! I didn't say I wouldn't tell you. Do me a favor and I will spill everything. Zhang Tong hurriedly shouted to stop Li Chen Xiu. I don't have the spare time for... Help me delete my browser history, the cloud storage downloads, and all the saved files. Once you do that, I will talk. I beg you. Zhang Tong interrupted Li Chen Xiu before he could finish his sentence. Li Chen Xiu fell silent. A few seconds later, he nodded and pulled a mobile phone out of Zhang Tong's pocket. The password is 13432. Hurry up and delete it. Zhang Tong said urgently. Li Chen Xiu shook his head and pulled out a signal flare he had prepared in advance, setting it off right in front of Zhang Tong. A red light streaked into the night sky, growing brighter until it eclipsed the stars and the moon. Zhang Tong tore his gaze away from the flare and looked at Li Chen Xiu in disbelief. Are you insane? Chen Xiu gave an innocent smile and said slowly, "Tell me everything before they arrive. If I'm not satisfied with what you say, or if they get here before you're done." Chen Xiu paused and waved Zhang Tong's phone in front of his face. "Not only will I not delete that stuff, I will publish it all online and show it to your family, friends, and teachers, making you famous across the Federation." Hearing this, Zhang Tong's face turned pale, and a mouthful of blood poured from his mouth. Your password is 13432. I remember it clearly, no need to repeat it. Just a heads up, you are running out of time. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Security Bureau. Zhang Tong's pupils trembled, and bloodshot veins filled the whites of his eyes. If looks could kill, Chen Xiu would have been riddled with holes by now. Although Zhang Tong was seething with rage, he finally loosened his clenched teeth. On North Huang Mountain, there are currently two factions of awakened ones from the No Man's Land. One is my organization, the Underworld, and the other is the New World. Both are leading forces in the No Man's Land. Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow. He did not expect there to be factions formed by awakened in the No Man's Land, let alone one called the Underworld. Wasn't the term Underworld just a phrase discovered by an archaeological team among some ruins? However, Chen Xiu did not dwell on this and continued to listen to what Zhang Tong had to say. The reason we came to North Huang Mountain this time is that several months ago, the New World discovered a sealing box in the cursed land of the No Man's Land. You know what a cursed land and a sealing box are, right? Chen Xiu shook his head. I don't. Huh? Zhang Tong looked utterly surprised, but he still explained carefully. In the No Man's Land, there are some areas where the laws of nature have become twisted for unknown reasons. For example, drinking water won't quench your thirst. You have to eat dirt instead. The faster you run, the slower you go. Conversely, if you walk on your hands, moving slower actually makes you faster. I don't know if it's because of these twisted rules, but these places have also birthed creatures beyond human comprehension. They are like the original inhabitants of these areas, fully adapted to all the rules, and they are terrifyingly strong. This is what we call a cursed land, and a so-called seal box is a special type of mystic tool. Simply put, it is used for storage, but it can only store other mystic tools. Once the lid of a seal box is closed, it is not easy to open it again. You must follow the box's own specific rules. For instance, some boxes might require being soaked in water for a year, while others might need to be struck by a blade 10,000 times. The requirements are bizarre and varied, and you can only open it after fulfilling them. That is a sealing box, Chen Xiu suddenly realized. So that's how it is. But there is one thing I don't understand. Why would a sealing box appear in the cursed lands? Consuming the creatures or certain strange fruits in the cursed lands can strengthen the physical body. So many Destiny users go there seeking advancement. However, fortune and misfortune go hand in hand in the cursed lands, and even powerful Destiny holders risk losing their lives. If they face a desperate situation with no escape, they put their mystical artifacts into a sealing box to prevent them from falling into the hands of their enemies. Hearing this, the corner of Chen Xiu's mouth curled up and his eyes seemed to brighten a little in the darkness. Interesting. So, what is the rule for the sealing box on North Huangshan? Zhang Tong said in a deep voice. The rule is to kill 10,000 people in front of the box. The New World had already finished off 4,000 people before this. To finish the remaining 6,000, New World approached our Underworld organization with a proposal for cooperation. Because we in the Underworld have some influence in City 11, they proposed that our people organize this bonfire party while New World completes the rules of the sealing case. Afterward, they take the mystical tool, and we get all the corpses. Chen Xiu chuckled softly. According to what you've said, your Underworld doesn't need to put in any effort and can just reap the rewards. But looking at this massive force you've brought, it seems you're planning to fight. The abilities of mystical tools are mysterious and unpredictable, so of course our group wants a piece of the action. I am not sure how many people New World brought or who their strongest is, but I do know about our side. Nearly 300 awakened ones. How many are above the 3 prohibitions? Who is the strongest? What is their power level? And what are their abilities? There are fewer than 10 above the 3rd restriction. The strongest is called Horseface. That is just his code name, of course. I don't know the specifics of his abilities or exactly how strong he is. I only know he is very powerful. A look of awe flashed across Zhang Tong's eyes, and his expression turned serious. How does he compare to that big guy from just now? Li Xiu's eyes sharpened. Xu Yuan? Zhang Tong gave a disdainful smile. About one strike should do it. As soon as these words were spoken, Li Xiu's expression became instantly solemn. He couldn't even face Xu Yuan head-on, so how terrifying must this horseface be if he can finish off Xu Yuan in one move? How could anyone possibly take the mystical artifact now? At this thought, Li Xiu let out a long breath and stared into Zhang Tong's eyes. One last question. Where on North Huang Mountain can I find a satellite phone? City 11, entry and exit checkpoint. The black steel wall stood tall beneath the night sky. On top of the walls, a dozen white beams of light swept across the quiet wilderness, keeping watch for any awakened beasts that might appear at any time. Rumble! Rumble! In the darkness afar, the sound of tires rolling against the ground could be heard. The roar of an engine shattered the silence of the wilderness, with bright headlights bobbing up and down in the dark. The soldiers on the wall noticed the heavily armored pickup truck and hurriedly used their radio to verify. License plate LNC 53274, requesting verification. The sound of rapid keyboard typing came through the walkie-talkie, followed by a voice a moment later. Verification complete? High-risk elimination squad 14 of the Security Administration. Estimated arrival time is 1814. Current time is 1812. Requirements met. The first gate has been opened. Please proceed with identity verification. Copy that! The soldier put away his radio and hurried off with the other soldiers on the wall. In front of the impenetrable wall, a clanging sound of steel suddenly rang out. The 50-meter-wide iron gate slowly slid to both sides, emitting a deafening roar. However, behind the iron gate was not the road to City 11, but yet another iron gate. Between the two gates lay countless apertures. Should any issues arise during identity verification, these holes would unleash a barrage of bullets and missiles to precisely eliminate any threat. The sound of the pickup's engine grows louder, and it slowly drives into the space between the gates, coming to a sharp stop right in the center. All personnel in the vehicle, please step out for verification. A voice boomed from loudspeakers all around. The doors opened slowly, and 2 men and 1 woman stepped out calmly. They wore matching camouflage combat uniforms and stood tall, emanating a faint sense of oppression despite doing nothing at all. The leader was a woman named Yi Yu, 31 years old, a member of the Security Administration's High-Risk Elimination Team 14 and the head of this operation. Following the verification, the second iron gate slowly slid open. The trio drove the pickup past the border crossing and vanished into the vast night. At the same time, at the crossroads of the checkpoint, the Special Ability Administration's jeeps were parked on the side of the road, and Gong Ran was waiting anxiously with a group of people. Director, the officers from the Security Administration are here, but it looks like there are not many of them, one man said, pointing toward the heavy-duty pickup. Quality is better than quantity. Speak less of such things in the future. Gong Ran glared at the man and then led the group forward to greet them. The people here to eliminate the 096 disaster water have arrived. Chapter 37, I am here to kill you. On North Yellow Mountain. By the small stream, corpses lay scattered and piled atop one another on the ground. Vivid red blood pooled into countless small puddles across the uneven earth, reflecting the eerie bright moon. Li Xiu leaned lazily against an old locust tree, his fingers tapping rhythmically against a pool of blood nearby, making a soft pattering sound as droplets of blood slowly slid off his fingertips. You're finally here! Li Xiu's gaze darkened and he slowly closed his eyes, remaining as still as a dead man. Just then, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached from the distance. More than 50 awakened ones arrived, and their leader, a young woman named Feng Qian, raised her arm to stop them from advancing. Stop! Don't go any closer! Feng Qian yelled, her face full of shock as she raised her arm. When the flashlight beams from the crowd hit the side of the stream, a chill crept up everyone's spines and straight to their heads. An atmosphere of fear spread rapidly like an epidemic. Are they all dead? How can this be? How can this be? Brother, my brother. One of them turned ghastly pale, his bloodshot eyes fixed on a corpse by the creek, his feet moving forward uncontrollably. The man standing beside him grabbed him, pointed at the piles of bodies by the creek, and shouted coldly, "Are you crazy? Can't you see how many people died there? My little brother! Shut up and wait for Brother Xu to get here." Feng Qian yelled impatiently. If anyone wants to throw their life away, go ahead, I won't stop you. Under Feng Qian's shout, those who were emotionally agitated gradually calmed down. They looked around warily, waiting for Xu Yuan's arrival. Feng Qian looked at the corpses by the stream with a solemn gaze, her breathing hitching uncontrollably. More than 50 awakened ones, including Zhang Tong, a top-tier expert of the third prohibition level, had died so quietly without even a chance to escape. Was this the work of the New World people, or was it Chen Xiu? Under the old locust tree, Chen Xiu raised an eyebrow, opened his eyes and looked with surprise in the direction of Feng Qian and her group. He had assumed they would rush over, but it seemed he had underestimated their caution. Since an ambush won't work, then let's just kill them all. A faint crimson flash crossed Chen Xiu's eyes as he steadied himself against the old locust tree and slowly stood up. The distance between the two sides was not great, so Feng Qian's group naturally heard the movement from Chen Xiu's side. "Sister Feng, there seems to be someone over there," someone said vigilantly. Feng Qian took a few steps back and ordered, "Shine your flashlights over there!" In an instant, countless white beams of light converged on Chen Xiu, his figure exposed completely to everyone's sight. "Xu Daiyong? Sister Feng, that is Xu Daiyong, Brother Xu's sidekick," a man with a sharp, monkey-like face said. "Why is he here? Isn't this Zhang Tong's team?" Feng Qian muttered to herself, then shouted at the top of her lungs to Chen Xiu, "Xu Daiyong, get over here!" "Fine," Chen Xiu answered calmly and strode forward, quickly reaching a spot 10 meters away from the group. Just as he was about to take another step, Feng Qian reached out and blocked him. Feng Qian scrutinized Chen Xiu from head to toe, her eyes filled with a hint of suspicion. "I'm asking you, what happened here earlier? Why are you the only one left alive? How did they die?" Chen Xiu pressed his lips into a smile, staying silent as he began walking toward Feng Qian. What are you doing?" Feng Qian backed away step by step. "I'm going to kill you all!" Chen Xiu flickered, his terrifying speed pushing the fallen leaves on the ground to both sides. Just as the hair on Feng Qian's forehead began to stir, Chen Xiu's cold face appeared right in front of her, followed immediately by a fist striking out like a shadow. Just as Chen Xiu's fist was about to smash into Feng Qian, she suddenly opened her mouth and shouted, "Shift!" Bang! The sound of a head shattering echoed on the scene, but it was not Feng Qian who had been killed, but a male awakened. Chen Xiu pulled back his fist and turned to look at Feng Qian, who stood a few meters away, shaken. The sudden turn of events stunned the present awakened, and they all scrambled backward in a panic. "Xu Daiyong, what are you doing?" Someone mustered the courage to ask. Before Chen Xiu could speak, Feng Qian cut in. "He is not Xu Daiyong. Prepare for battle." With that, the space around Feng Qian seemed to distort, and a second later, a gust of wind from a punch struck at the back of Chen Xiu's head. Chen Xiu pivoted at the waist, swinging his upper body to the side, his bangs brushing past Feng Qian's fist. "Your ability is quite interesting, being able to swap positions with others like that." "I almost fell for it," Chen Xiu said calmly. If the opponent had long-range or area of effect abilities, Chen Xiu would find it quite troublesome, but he felt no pressure at all in close-quarters combat. Although there wasn't much difference in their strength and speed, the disparity in body control and power utilization was like night and day. "I hope you can stay this relaxed forever." Feng Qian sneered and unleashed a continuous stream of punches like crashing waves toward Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu was like a boat on those waves. Though he appeared precarious, he always managed to find a way to survive. Such impressive technique, one strike after another, truly a sight to behold, Chen Xiu praised, but to Feng Qian it sounded like blatant mockery. "What are you all standing around for? Attack together!" Feng Qian shouted loudly. She finally understood why Zhang Tong and the others had been wiped out. The man's ability was disguise. He had first used a sneak attack to kill Zhang Tong, then finished off the others with ease. As for the opponent's identity, Feng Qian already knew it in her heart. Aside from the New World, who else would have any reason to do this? Now that I have seen through your disguise, let us see how you maintain that calm look. Feng Qian thought to herself, her hands moving faster and faster as she used her ability to strike Chen Xiu from every strange angle imaginable. This place was not as narrow as the hotel corridor. Between the siege of over 50 people and Feng Qian's occasional dirty tricks, even though Chen Xiu had absolute control over his body, he still suffered many injuries, but for an awakened, these wounds were trivial. Wind blades, earth spikes, scorching flames, A series of flashy abilities kept piercing through Li Chen-Xiu's thighs, arms, and chest. Yet there was no expression of pain on his face, only a near-maniacal excitement. This sense of feeling helpless and overwhelmed was intoxicating to him. The intense pain stimulated his brain over and over, causing endorphins to flood his nervous system, making his movements sharper and his observation more acute. Conversely, the awakened who were besieging Li Chen-Xiu became more terrified and desperate the longer they fought. Damn it, does this guy not feel pain? Is he a robot? Not feeling pain is one thing, but how is he getting faster? Is he on some kind of drug? I can't even hit him in the forehead. Does this guy have a motor installed in his head? Just as Li Chen-Xiu began to gain the upper hand, Feng Qian leaped into the air, twisting her hips violently and whipping her lower leg toward Li Chen-Xiu's head like a long lash. Li Chen-Xiu's eyes narrowed, and just as he raised his arm to block in front of him, Feng Qian parted her red lips and whispered, "Shift!" Li Chen-Xiu suddenly felt a blur before his eyes, as if the surrounding space was like giant hands, tearing him apart and stitching him back together. By the time he came to his senses, he realized with a shock that he was no longer on the ground but in midair, still maintaining his kicking posture. That is right, Feng Qian had used her ability to swap places with Li Chen-Xiu, and the dynamic between the attacker and the defender had shifted completely. Snap! Li Chen-Xiu's whip kick landed on Feng Qian's arm, but the strike carried only inertia and held no lethal power at all. How are you going to dodge this time? A vicious glint flashed in Feng Qian's eyes. The arm blocking Li Chen-Xiu struck back like an eagle's claw, grabbing his ankle and pulling him violently toward the ground. There is no leverage in midair, so Li Chen-Xiu was just like someone bound hand and foot, unable to mount a counterattack. This was exactly what Feng Qian intended. Interesting. Li Chen-Xiu raised an eyebrow, a barely perceptible smirk curling the corner of his lips. As Li Chen-Xiu's head entered her attack range, Feng Qian leaned her upper body back. In a split second, she raised her leg high until it formed a straight line with her torso, lashing out at Li Chen-Xiu's head with the force of a sudden, torrential rainstorm. For a moment, everyone's eyes filled with excitement and anticipation, and Feng Qian was no exception. It is going to work, Feng Qian thought, eyes gleaming with excitement, as if she could already see Li Chen-Xiu's head shattering like a watermelon. The moment they made contact, Li Chen-Xiu's head cracked instantly and exploded with a loud bang. But what sprayed into the air was not blood, but clear water. How can this be? Feng Qian's eyes widened, her mind flooded with countless questions. What is with this water? Wasn't this guy's ability related to disguise? Why has he turned into water now? Can elemental ability users turn parts of their body into their element? Why has she never seen this before? And most importantly, how can his body still move if his head is destroyed? Before she could find an answer, droplets of water shot out in all directions like bullets. Before anyone could react, they were pierced through the forehead and collapsed to the ground one after another. What is going on? Help, Sister Feng, save me. The awakened who were lucky enough not to be killed immediately cried out to Feng Qian, but she was already pinned down by Li Chen-Xiu, barely able to protect herself, let alone save others. Because everyone had been gathered close to Li Chen-Xiu, this massacre lasted only a few seconds, leaving only Li Chen-Xiu and Feng Qian on the field. High tension and physical exhaustion had pushed Feng Qian to her limit. Faced with Li Chen-Xiu's attacks, she had no power to resist, forced only to use her ability to keep swapping places with the corpses on the ground to stall for time while waiting for Xu Yuan's arrival. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan was rushing toward the creek, leaving behind trails of afterimages under the moonlight. Within a minute or two, he reached the location where the flare had been launched. Upon seeing the tragic scene by the creek, Xu Yuan's hulking frame trembled, and the horror in his eyes seemed to solidify. "They are dead! How could they be dead?" Xu Yuan said with a trembling voice, the sheer shock causing him to selectively ignore Feng Qian, who was still locked in a fierce battle. In the distance, Feng Qian saw Xu Yuan and, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, shrieked, "Brother Xu! Brother Xu! Brother Xu!" It was only by the third call that Xu Yuan snapped out of his daze, but it was already too late. When Feng Qian started calling for help, her rhythm faltered, giving Li Chen-Xiu an opening. He thrust his fingers through her arms and pierced right through the center of her forehead with a wet, tearing sound. Li Chen-Xiu started to pull his hand back, but sensing a violent gust of wind approaching from behind, he ducked his upper body downward. The next second, a fist carrying the weight of a mountain grazed his back. The terrifying force tore through his clothes and left a long, bloody trench on his body. Feng Qian, however, was not so lucky. Her head was blasted into a bloody mist. Thump! Xu Yuan crashed into the ground like a small mountain. The shockwave of his landing spread outward, shaking the surrounding trees until they tilted precariously. I thought you would take a while to get here. I didn't expect a big guy like you to be so fast. Chen Xiu tore off the remains of his clothes, revealing a sculpted, perfectly muscular upper body. Xu Yuan turned around with a dark expression, suppressing the rage in his heart as he asked, "Who are you, and why are you killing my people? Didn't we just fight earlier? What, you don't recognize me?" Chen Xiu said with a smile while returning to his original appearance. Chen Xiu? Xu Yuan said in disbelief. Did you kill these people? What, do you think I'm not capable of that? Chen Xiu tilted his head, staring at Xu Yuan with a mocking smile. You are only a third forbidden level. You have no power to kill them. Call your accomplices out. As he spoke, Xu Yuan's eyes kept scanning the shadows around them. I have my own two hands. Whether I'm capable or not, why don't you try and find out? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Xiu's gaze sharpened. He lunged out like a hunting python, his speed much faster than before, pushing his absolute control over his own strength to the limit. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes and met the charge with a direct elbow strike. Bang! A thundering clash echoed through the woods, sending the green leaves from the trees fluttering toward the sky. After the first strike failed, Chen Xiu did not hesitate. Retracting his fist, he kneed toward Xu Yuan's crotch, forcing Xu Yuan to defend and giving Chen Xiu a chance to retreat. Dozens of meters away, Chen Xiu looked at Xu Yuan solemnly, his eyes filled with caution. Although he could manipulate all his power, combat was about reaction speed. Constantly adjusting one's power could never compare to the raw, solid strength of a fourth forbidden. No wonder Feng Qian died at your hands. You do have some skill. Xu Yuan gave a grim smile and charged toward Chen Xiu with clenched fists. The two fought like beasts in the woods, the intensity of their battle causing nearby trees to fall and deep craters to appear in the ground. Xu Yuan's offensive grew fiercer, and Chen Xiu could only dodge clumsily to avoid sustaining injury. The chances of Chen Xiu winning this fight were slim, but they existed. Only by keeping his lethal edge hidden in the shadows did he have a chance to defeat a stronger opponent. On the field, amidst the gray dust, Chen Xiu moved like a fish fin cutting through the sea, lunging at Xu Yuan with a clenched fist that produced a deafening sonic boom. Foolish! Xu Yuan gave a cunning smile, his forearm hooking toward Chen Xiu's wrist at an odd angle. Chapter 39. Bizarre Way to Die. Act! Chen Xiu's fist stopped inches from Xu Yuan's face, unable to move forward or backward. His opponent's hand held his wrist in a death grip like a pair of pliers. How cautious indeed! Xu Yuan gave a triumphant smile. Chen Xiu's expression remained neutral. Just as he prepared to turn his fist into water to pierce Xu Yuan's forehead, the man did something that left him completely bewildered. Xu Yuan turned the hand holding Chen Xiu's wrist, interlaced their fingers together, and shouted loudly, "Shared fate! Activate!" In that instant, Chen Xiu felt as if there was a faint, intangible connection between him and Xu Yuan, as if a line had tied them together. After doing this, Xu Yuan immediately pulled back, stopping dozens of meters away from Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu looked at him, completely confused. "Why aren't you fighting?" Xu Yuan shook his head cryptically. "Before fighting me, did you not bother to ask around about my ability? If I had asked everything so clearly, the fight wouldn't be interesting," Chen Xiu said in a low voice. He had devised several ways to win this fight, but now, before he had even revealed the awakened or the extreme water, the man suddenly stopped. What was this? For the next hour, you belong to me. My ability is called Shared Fate. Simply put, any injury you take, I take, and any injury I take, you take. This effect lasts for an hour, which means if you want to stay alive, you have to listen to me. A glint of pride flashed in Xu Yuan's eyes. Actually, he hadn't wanted to use his ability, but seeing Chen Xiu's strength, he had suddenly decided to. First and second Forbidden Awakened were disposable. Their only purpose was to slaughter humans and scout. They were inconsequential, but third Forbidden ones were different. They all had missions. Now that both his third Forbidden subordinates were dead, the void had to be filled. And the person before him, capable of briefly holding his own against a fourth Forbidden, was undoubtedly the best candidate to fill that void. Hearing this, Chen Xiu finally understood what the man was planning. An awakened's injuries could be healed instantly, but a destined one's could not. Clearly, Xu Yuan thought he was a destined one and was trying to threaten him through self-harm. Thinking of this, Chen Xiu smiled speechlessly. Then, what if I blow my own head off right now? Would you die? Yes, I would. But do you dare listen to me obediently now, and in an hour I will give you your freedom. Otherwise, if you end up crippled or dead, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Xu Yuan said coldly. Chen Xiu's lip twitched, not knowing what to say. Then, in front of Xu Yuan, he placed his finger against his own forehead. I will give you one chance to live. Tell me everything you know, and I will let you live. What did you say? Xu Yuan seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and likewise placed his hand over his own heart. I will give you a chance too. Do as I command later, and I will let you live. I am not like you. I won't die even if I pierce my own forehead. Are you sure you want to gamble your life on this? Chen Xiu advised him in good faith. I am betting you don't dare. If you have the guts, let's die together. Talking big here is fly! Before Xu Yuan could finish his sentence, a jet of water shot from Chen Xiu's fingertips and pierced through his own forehead. Simultaneously, a small bloody hole appeared on Xu Yuan's forehead. The difference was that Chen Xiu's hole healed quickly, while Xu Yuan collapsed heroically, his eyes fixed on Chen Xiu as if asking why. Chen Xiu walked up to Xu Yuan and said helplessly, I told you I wouldn't die if I pierced my forehead. Why wouldn't you believe me? Xu Yuan's face flushed, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood before his head tilted to the side, and he died completely. Chen Xiu could not help but laugh at this absurd scene. He squatted down and found a satellite phone on Xu Yuan's body. After fumbling with it for a moment, he dialed the number for the Special Ability Department. Hello, this is the Special Ability Department of City 11. A pleasant female voice answered on the other end. Yes, I need to reach your... Chen Xiu's tone was urgent, his words filled with apparent panic. Please don't be nervous. Did you encounter Awakened? Please tell me your specific location, and we will immediately send people to purge them. I encountered them. I encountered the disaster water. No, I saw it. I saw the disaster water and a whole bunch of Awakened. You have to come quickly. You have to come now. What? The voice on the other end became immediately tense. Are you sure you saw the 096 disaster water? It is not just the disaster water. There are many Awakened. They have all gathered at the summit of North Yellow Mountain. All right, please calm down first. Can you roughly describe... Static. Before the woman could finish, the satellite phone let out a noise like a short circuit, and no more sound came through. At the same time, the deep night sky seemed to be stained with blood. All the stars and the moon took on a crimson, bloody hue, as if a canvas had covered the entire summit of North Yellow Mountain. However, looking from outside North Yellow Mountain, the summit remained as it always was, peaceful and serene. Chen Xiu's eyes were deep. He threw the satellite phone to the ground and crushed it with his foot. Before he could make his next move, a loud, chaotic tidal wave of sound rose and fell in the distance. Although Chen Xiu could not hear exactly what they were shouting, he could clearly feel the overwhelming wave of fear. Chen Xiu knew the bonfire party had started the slaughter. Only the hysterical screams of thousands could make such a commotion. So soon? Chen Xiu frowned slightly. Things were happening faster than he had expected. According to his original thoughts, since the television news said a few days ago that the Security Administration would handle the disaster water, their people might have already arrived in City 11. Since they were sent to purge high-threat disasters, they must be very strong. If he told the Special Ability Department about the disaster water's tracks, the Security Administration's people would come to North Yellow Mountain, possibly pinning down the experts from the underworld and the New World, giving him a chance to fish in troubled waters. But now the slaughter had come too quickly. The Security Administration might not arrive before these two factions left with the mystical artifacts, which was something Chen Xiu did not want to see. I hope there are not enough people. Chen Xiu prayed secretly. If there were fewer than 10,000, these Awakened would definitely have to send people out to capture more humans. Maybe he could buy some time and incidentally cast himself as a hero to build his public image. Creak. A sound of a branch snapping came from the shadows in the distance. Chen Xiu turned to look and saw Chen Xiu standing timidly behind a tree. Little Xiuzi, did you do all this? Chen Xiu looked at the corpses covering the ground, his voice halting and weak, as if his vocal cords had been left at home. Second brother, Li Chen frowned slightly. Why are you here? Li Qingsha swallowed, leaned against the tree, and stepped out a little. I heard the commotion over here and got a bit worried, so I came over. Li Qingshu's gaze was cold. But going by your speed, you shouldn't have been able to get here this fast. Chapter 40. Gears of Fate. As soon as he said this, the air between the two grew cold. Li Qingsha was slightly stunned, his expression flustered. I just ran over, this is just how fast I am. Maybe it has to do with my ability, so I took some shortcuts. Li Qingsha narrowed his eyes. Which direction did you go after we split up? Just like you said, the 2 o'clock direction. Why? Li Qingsha remained silent for a moment, narrowing his eyes and observing Li Qingsha carefully. If the guy had gone in the direction he suggested, he should have arrived at least 10 minutes later than this, after hearing the noise. But there was another possibility. Li Qingsha hadn't gone in the direction he suggested at all, allowing him to arrive so quickly. But he was only a first forbidden. How could he dodge the searches of these awakened? That didn't add up. Thinking of this, Li Qingsha reassessed his second brother. Did you get blood crazed or something? Why are you staring at me? I'm your brother. You can't just do anything to me. Li Qingsha hugged himself and retreated cautiously. Li Qingsha rolled his eyes. If I was blood crazed, would you still be standing there so calmly? Having said that, Li Chen bent down, lifted Xu Yuan with one hand, bit into his neck, and greedily drank his blood. Xu Yuan's brawny body withered at a visible rate. A little QZ, you... After finishing Xu Yuan's blood, Li Chen released the withered corpse and wiped the blood from his lips, saying, I've shed too much blood in this place. If someone suspects me and gets hold of my hair or anything to verify my DNA, they'll be able to track me. So I must break through to the second forbidden and change my genes. While speaking, Li Chen kicked a corpse toward Li Qingsha. Second brother, you should have some too. After all, human blood is quite expensive outside. It is no different from what you usually drink, just a bit fresher. If you mind it, forget it, Li Chen said blandly, then walked to Feng Qian's corpse and lifted her up with one hand. But this time, he didn't drink right away. Instead, he closed his eyes, appearing to be adjusting something. After drinking Xu Yuan's blood, his body was already saturated. Surging life energy was nourishing every cell, slowly improving various physical functions. Li Chen could clearly feel that he was only one step away from the qualitative change of the second forbidden. He could have waited to make that step, but Li Chen had no time. He chose to use more life energy to break the shackles of his body. Whew! Li Chen took a deep breath. The feeling of my whole body tearing apart shouldn't be too painful, right? Li Chen grinned and bit into Feng Qian's neck. Red blood flowed out of the carotid artery down Li Chen throat into his stomach, then turned into life energy, surging through his limbs and bones. In an instant, Li Chen eyes turned blood red. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and the sound of tearing and wriggling echoed within him. Under his pale skin, it looked like thousands of centipedes were crawling back and forth. Li Chen had never experienced such pain before. He felt as if he were rolling on a bed filled with needle tips, his body being constantly pierced, torn, and the pain steadily intensifying. Even so, Li Chen didn't scream. He released Feng Qian and walked alone into the woods, calling back without looking. I'm going to find something, second brother. You wait for me here. All right, be careful, Li Qingsha called out with concern. After Li Chen completely stepped into the shadows, his body suddenly shattered like a broken porcelain doll. Fine, dense bloodstains covered his whole body, and bright red blood slowly flowed out through them. As Li Chen took his next step, that leg collapsed like mud mixed with water. Losing his support, his whole body fell to the ground with a wet thud, and he lay there like a pool of rot, enveloped by boundless agony. Fortunately, Li Chen had destroyed his tear ducts and vocal cords beforehand, so he didn't cry or make any sound. In the darkness, one could only see a mass of flesh that no longer resembled a human, boiling like a pot of water. By the creek, Li Qingsha strolled among the corpses with his hands in his pockets, his casual demeanor completely different from before. To think he really killed them all. If I'd known, I wouldn't have come. I wonder if he'll suspect me. Li Qingsha tapped his chin rhythmically with his fingers. After pondering for a while, Li Qingsha smiled helplessly. Forget it. I'll leave it to fate. With that, Li Qingsha took a step. When his foot landed again, he was already 100 meters away, where he sat down quietly to wait for Li Chen-xiu to take his next steps as planned. Since the name Li Chen-xiu appeared, the gears of fate had long since quietly begun to turn. If Li Chen-xiu could maintain suspicion toward everything, he might see some things clearly. Who called him to the gate of the 4th high school, who gave him the wrong floor, who found him that part-time job, and who made him see the stalker on the bus. North Yellow Mountain, bonfire party. 10 minutes ago it was filled with laughter and cheers, but now 10 minutes later it was a river of blood with severed limbs and arms everywhere. A group of awakened in security guard uniforms were searching the plaza for humans who were playing dead. Before the roaring bonfire, 2 men stood facing each other. Between them sat a wooden box with a string of blood-stained numbers on the front. 9413. One of the men had a dark complexion, chapped lips and skin with no trace of blood. The other man had a well-proportioned figure and a faint, constant smile on his face. Mamian, it was agreed that the New World would be responsible for this operation. Your underworld is quite warm-hearted, dispatching over 200 awakened all of a sudden, and even sending an expert like you. Isn't this just in case anything goes wrong? Besides, transporting several thousand corpses at once is easier with more people, the dark-complexioned man replied with a smile. If it were just transporting corpses, then why do your people follow ours when we go elsewhere to search for survivors? Shen Yuanguo's pupils deepened. Isn't that because we are afraid of accidents? Mamian said with an insincere smile, his eyes full of softness and friendliness. Well said. Is it because you already foresaw that our people would have an accident at North Yellow Mountain? I wouldn't know about that, but I feel that if you leave now, maybe this accident won't happen. And if we don't leave? Shen Yuanguo lowered his gaze. Then I can't guarantee that you'll leave here alive. Mamian tilted his head and gave a creepy smile, pulled a horizontal blade from his waist and stabbed it into the side of the wooden box.